Book 1, Chapter 1. That day arrived like every other day in my life. I came into it ill-informed and unprepared. There had been exaggerated news reports over the past few weeks about the upcoming flu season's annual pandemic. The whiners on the talking head channels were making noise about racial cleansing that had spread out of Somalia and into Kenya, Ethiopia, and Sudan. Civil disorder had spread through China, and the military was cracking down hard. Soldiers were marching, tanks were rolling, reporters were being arrested, and internet communication had been disconnected, to whatever degree that can be done. Riots were tearing through Mediterranean cities, and the Mideast had oscillated into a more violent phase of its perpetual cycle. The world was falling apart in all the usual ways. So I'd shrugged it off and spent my Saturday watching pre-season football with my buddies. I got a little too drunk, slept a little too late, and on that Sunday morning, my head hurt a little too much. It didn't help that I was going to see my mom and Dan for a needling, nagging, degrading lunch that would end with my asking for a $500 loan to cover rent, again, and I'd get another long speech about doing something with my life, showing a little enthusiasm, or developing some kind of work ethic. How else could that morning have started, other than with a few shots from a now empty tequila bottle on my kitchen counter? And perhaps I should have not just noticed, but really paid attention to the weirdness in the streets on the drive over. But when one gets up in the morning and explicitly decides to paint oneself into oblivion behind a screen of booze, dark sunglasses, and heavy metal music, an unconcerned world just slides past, beyond an apathetic fog. Which is the whole point. All of that worked just as planned, until I walked into Mom's house and slipped in some blood on the floor in the foyer. I was dumbstruck at the scene in the living room. Some semi-mutilated guy sitting deathly still in a chair by the fireplace. My mother on the living room floor in a pool of blood. And Dan on his knees with his back to me, hunched over her with busy elbows and noisy hands. Time ticked languidly past. Unsavory images bombarded my optic nerve, only to be rejected by my unreceptive brain. Unencumbered by the state of horrified surprise that afflicted me, Dan stood up and looked at me, with his thin grey comb-over dangling in front of his pale, round face. His blood-smeared lips smacked, and his crazy dark eyes fixated on me. I yanked my phone from my pocket and threatened, "Dan, I'm going to call the police," as if I wasn't going to do that anyway. He came at me, clearly not afraid of the police. My feet somehow found traction on the slippery floor, and I bounded into the kitchen. Dan gave chase with his big, blue-collar hands grasping at my shirt tail. With surprising speed, he caught me near the dishwasher. A big ape hand squeezed into my arm and spun me around. The other reached for my throat, with toothy jaws following close behind. I tried to protect myself by throwing up my left arm. I reached over and pulled a large carving knife from the block on the counter, and I stabbed Dan, tentatively at first, but as his teeth tore my skin, I stabbed again and again, with increasingly brutal enthusiasm. When it was over, I sat on the floor with my back to a cabinet door in a large, copper-smelling puddle of Dan's blood, with his sweaty body pinned across my legs. He was dead. I was fixated on the horrid bite wound on my left forearm. For a long time, I watched, hypnotized, as the blood oozed and dripped. Sometimes, a half bottle of breakfast tequila just isn't enough to deal with the day's reality. I dropped the knife and proceeded to roll the flabby corpse onto the tile. I walked through the mess in the kitchen and found my cell phone on the floor in the foyer. Thankfully, it hadn't broken in the scuffle. I dialed 911. Busy. Shit. I tried again. Busy. You've got to be kidding me. I walked out the front door and onto the wide porch.
The upper middle-class cracker neighborhood ignored me, focused instead on its own pockets of human chaos. 4 houses down across the street, some sort of scuffle had spilled out of the front door, and people were struggling on the lawn. A car raced up the street at a very unsafe speed. Some residents loitered aimlessly. 911 again. Still busy. What the hell? I went back into the house, closing and locking the front door behind me. Things weren't making sense. Back in the living room, I looked down at my mother's torn body and shook my head. It was surreal. Perhaps some people in that situation would have crumbled, some would have cried. As for me, I'd emotionally disconnected from life a long time ago.
For that, I had to thank the skeletal bitch on the floor, with her greedy rodent soul and her short-tempered ape mate in the kitchen. If anything, her death was a belated answer to old prayers, with a bit of an unexpected mess. I thought about an inheritance and an end to my financial troubles. I thought about the infection from Dan's stale breath and yellow teeth beginning to fester under my skin. I thought about the eventual scar and the great barroom story it would make. Pain today, pussy tomorrow. Half a smile bent my lips. The guy in the chair was in bad shape. Not living, of course, but in bad shape even for a corpse. His right arm was missing whole bite-sized chunks of flesh, human bite-sized chunks. His head was beaten beyond recognition. On the floor beside the chair lay a bloody fireplace poker, quite likely the weapon that had given his skull its new shape. I felt sick to my stomach and an uncharacteristic chill. Looking down at the wound on my arm, I noticed that coagulation hadn't yet begun to staunch the flow of blood. I needed to do something about that. I dialed 911 again. Nothing. Crap. I went to Mom and Dan's bedroom and into the master bath. Opening the medicine cabinet, I found an off-brand bottle of antibacterial liquid. My head started to pound. The morning's tequila had outlived its usefulness. Looking around for something with which to scrub, I found myself staring at the toothbrush holder. Mom and Dan weren't going to need those anymore. I lay my forearm over the sink, poured the antibacterial into the gaping tears, and clenched my teeth. Holy crap, it hurt. Next, I went after the wound with a toothbrush. More pain. More antibacterial. Rinse, soap, scrub. Pain, pain, pain. Rinse, antibacterial, clench the teeth. Don't scream like a pussy. Antibacterial. Breathe. My head was about to explode. Letting my wound air dry, I found a bottle of aspirin, threw 4 into my mouth, and slurped some water from the sink to wash them down. I found a tube of antibacterial cream and squirted it liberally into the wounds as blood slowly mixed with it, trying to wash it back out. A box of Band-Aids would have to fulfill the next requirement, as no gauze or tape was in the cabinet. A chill. A fever was coming. Not good. I used half the box of Band-Aids to pull the edges of my torn skin together. Blood oozed through. I found what appeared to be a clean wash rag under the sink and used an ace bandage to wrap it over my forearm. I stood up straight to leave the bathroom, and dizziness hit me so hard that I lost my balance and fell against the wall. Christ. Blood loss. It had to be the blood loss. I pulled my phone from my pocket and tried 911 again. Still busy. Suspecting then that the phone had been damaged in the scuffle with Dan, I made my way to the landline phone that sat on the nightstand by the bed. I picked it up and dialed 911. Busy. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The dizziness returned, and I fell into a sitting position on the bed. The television's remote control beckoned me from the nightstand. I grabbed it, leaned back on the headboard, and turned the television on. A few minutes of satisfying my addiction to mindless blabber would pass the time while I waited for the phones to free up. The news was on.
Changing the channel suddenly seemed like an onerous chore, so I dropped the remote and let the TV's colorful opiate wash over me. A worried newscaster was talking over a video of some shopping center in France. He described the scene as a riot, but the video showed something much more violent. People were running and screaming.
Police were trying to restore order, but intermingled in the crowd were what appeared to be normal people, dressed in their Sunday afternoon casual clothes, going completely nuts. What the hell? The pounding in my head worsened. The chills carried with them a case of shivers. A high-grade fever was on the way. The 4 aspirin were proving insufficient. I reached for the telephone again to call 911, felt the room suddenly spin, and saw the hideous design on the carpet race up to smash me in the face. I woke up disoriented. My head throbbed. My throat was so dry I couldn't swallow. My swollen arm hurt like hell. Numbness tingled my left hand. Cheap motel carpet scum clung to my skin as I peeled my face away from the rug. I got up on my hands and knees. Standing and walking was out of the question, so I crawled to the bathroom sink where I pulled myself up. Having accomplished that, I bent over at the waist and lay flat on the blue swirl faux marble countertop. I turned on the faucet. Beautiful, cool water flowed into my cupped hands, and I sucked in what seemed like a gallon before I slipped back down to the floor. Morning light spread shadows across the bathroom and onto the far wall above the garden tub. For a while, I watched a square of sunlight slowly inch down the wall as the sun went about its normal rounds. As my dizziness waned, I pulled myself up to the sink again and gulped more water. My throat felt as if it had been sanded raw, then left in the unforgiving sun to dry. I dropped to the floor again and closed my eyes for a moment that lasted long enough for the sun's rays to slide its square of light onto the floor. When I opened my eyes again, my thoughts had cleared somewhat, and I was able to hold a thought about something other than how completely shitty I felt. I pulled myself up to stand on wobbly legs. To my surprise, I remained upright. I drank again from the bathroom sink and looked down at the crusty brown wash rag and bandage on my left forearm. I flexed my hand a few times. The damage wasn't enough to hinder movement, but infection was sure to set in if I didn't get to a doctor and get some antibiotics. That's when it occurred to me that it was late morning. The sunlight spilling in through the east-facing window made that clear. I realized that I had slept through the entire night on the carpet in the bedroom. I recalled the scene in the living room, Mom, Dan, and the guy with the smashed skull. I needed to call the police about that. They'd be none too thrilled with the elapsed time between the deaths and the phone call to summon them. I thought back to Sunday's breakfast tequila and wondered how drunk I was when I'd gotten to Mom and Dan's place. I wondered whether I'd been so drunk that I blacked out and delivered them some karma in a state of repressed psycho rage. Crap. I shook my head. Maybe it was all just a nightmare. Using the dresser, then the walls, then the door jambs for support, I slowly made my way into the hall and out to the living room. A pungent stench did its best to seep in through my pores as I forced my reluctant feet forward. The closer I got, the surer I was that my nightmare was real. Step, step, step. Christ. A swarm of industriously prolific flies had come into the house through the open back door. They buzzed over the feast of Mom's stinky remains, while a generation of young maggots vacationed on the corpse of the guy in the chair. Dan's punctured body would be in the kitchen where I'd left it. I didn't need a confirmation venture in there. I needed to call the police, and in spite of the gore on the floor and the stench in the air, I needed to get something to eat. I weighed the two priorities
and the fear of the police's authority sent me back into the master bedroom to the phone. My cell phone lay on the floor near where I'd gone comatose the night before. The landline on the nightstand, being so much closer to my hand, was my first choice. I lifted it to my ear. Dial tone. That was good. I dialed 911. Busy. Damn it, I slammed it down. What the hell is going on? I sat down on the bed and dropped my head into my hands. Well, no cops for the moment. Food, then. I managed my way back up the hall, past the living room, and stopped at the entryway to the kitchen. The buzz of flies echoed off the tile and hard surfaces. A congealed puddle of Dan's blood covered half the floor and spread all the way under the fridge. I was stuck. To get to the fridge, I'd have to wade through the nastiness of Dan's spilled fluids. Jesus, it just keeps getting worse. Tracking Dan's sticky blood all over the house didn't sit well with me, so I found the cabinet with the kitchen towels, grabbed a stack, and laid them out in front of me like stepping stones in the blood. What seemed like a good plan prior to the first step turned to shit when a towel slipped in the slime. My feet went out from under me, and I fell. My head hit the tile and exploded in a flash of pain and bright lights. I sent a string of curse words echoing through the house. As disgusting as it was, I lay on the floor for several long minutes, while the pain, in what seemed like every part of me, took its time to dissipate. At least nothing seemed to be broken. Feeling the disgusting brownish-red goo all over my back, I rolled over onto my hands and knees and slowly stood. Bracing myself on the counters, I got to the fridge and pulled it open. For the second time in as many days, God's good fortune shone on me. An unopened 32-ounce sports drink sat on the shelf. I reached in, wrestled with the cap for a moment, put it up to my mouth, and poured it into my throat until I had to stop and breathe. Setting the bottle down on the island in the middle of the kitchen, I looked at the smooth granite, inviting my hands to linger on its cold surface. I leaned over, pressed my face on the stone, and reveled in the coolness. As the minutes passed, the sugar from the sports drink seeped into my bloodstream, and the glucose hit me like a rush of cocaine. The contrast from bad to good was so drastic, it brought tears to my eyes. With waning dizziness, I straightened up. I gulped down more of the sports drink and gingerly walked out of the kitchen. I stopped for a brief pause in front of a large mirror in the foyer. Jeez. I looked like crap. Covered with blood, hair awry, an enormous makeshift bandage on my arm, and my skin so pale that I wondered how much blood I'd lost. I went into the laundry room, stripped off my clothes, and threw them, along with my gory tennis shoes, into the washer. Naked and still covered in the most disgusting goo, I walked to the guest bath and got into the shower to scrub myself clean and peel the crusty bandage off of my arm under the warm water. After the shower, I sat naked on the bed and finished the sports drink as the sound of the washing machine in the next room vibrated. The wound on my arm oozed pus and blood. I'd need to rewrap it with whatever first aid supplies were left. I picked up the remote and turned on the television. My thumb went on autopilot surf mode as I thought about what to do. The police, the hospital, or both. News flickered to life on the screen. Click, news, click, news, click. Still nothing but news. News sucks. I settled for one of the national cable news channels and turned up the volume. The story was the same as Sunday. More rioting in France. But Germany, Italy, and England were added to the list. A panel of experts, or rather speculators, argued about a virulent flu of some sort. International travel had been suspended by most countries. Airline stocks were tanking, and the rest of the market was following their prices south. Video footage showed overwhelmed hospitals and bodies lying in the streets. An announcement from the White House was expected in a few hours. The washer buzzed, so I went into the laundry room, put my things into the dryer, and started it up. Back in the guest room, I turned down the volume on the television and tried 911 again. This time, it rang. Chapter 3. Meeting a naked psycho creep in a house full of dead people was sure to leave a negative impression on the soon-to-be-arriving police, so I retrieved my damp clothes from the dryer and dressed. Suddenly worried about disturbing the crime scene, I chose to sit in a tiny, clean spot in the wide foyer, taking care to keep my hands in my lap. It wasn't long before the doorbell chimed twice, followed by a series of rapid beats on the door. "It's the police."
"Open up," a voice commanded from outside. "All right, just a sec." I stood as quickly as I could, considering my blood loss. Again, pounding on the door. "It's the police. Open up." "All right," I croaked, then muttered, "Impatient bastards." More beating on the door. "Sir, you need to open up." I pulled the door open a dozen inches. Two policemen fixed me in the predatory stare of their big, black, bug-eyed glasses before glancing down to the blood-covered white marble floor. One officer's hand landed on the butt of his gun. The second officer grasped the handle of his weapon. Very loudly, one of them commanded me to step slowly back from the door. The other officer ordered me to show my hands. "What?" was all I got out before the cop closest to me rushed forward, shouldered the door, and knocked me onto my back. Before I could react, a cop was on me. My arm was wrenched around behind me, and I was leveraged onto my belly. A heavy knee landed on my neck, smashing my face into the floor. A handcuff caught one wrist. My other wrist was yanked back and cuffed to the first. It all happened faster than I could come up with a snarky comment. Hey, I'm the one who called you." They pretended like I hadn't spoken. "Don't move," one of the officers commanded, as he took his weight off of me. I found myself staring at his shiny black shoe, situated just inches from my face. Footsteps sounded as the other officer went further into the house. "Oh my God." There was revulsion in the other officer's voice. "What?" the cop standing over me asked. Nothing for a moment. "Oh my God," said the second officer again. "What?" the first officer demanded. Then to me he barked, "Don't move." I watched his feet step back slowly toward the living room. "Everything all right, Bill?" Nothing. "Bill?" Just footsteps shuffling backward. Then Bill's voice again, deflated this time. "Oh my God." The second officer's voice came next. "That's sick." Then the footsteps got louder again. The first officer's voice yelled, "No!" "You sick pig," the second guy yelled, as I saw his shiny black shoe coming at my face. My right eye was swollen into a bluish lump. My lips were chapped, my throat was dry. My formerly clean shirt had a fresh coat of dried blood, some of it mine, all down the front. I was handcuffed to a metal table in a police interrogation room, alone and staring at the camera in the upper corner. With no windows and no clocks, I didn't know what time it was. I only knew I'd been in there for many, many long hours. While I waited for my unscrupulous interrogator to return, I amused myself by tapping out a rhythm on the table and alternately extending a middle finger from each hand at the camera above. I leaned over and lay my face flat on the table, drawing minor comfort from the temperature of the steel. I closed my eyes, knowing that as soon as I dozed off, my interrogator would return to deprive me of sleep. I heard the door open but didn't respond. A phone book slammed down on the table next to my head. I was too exhausted to react. I heard a voice tell someone else, "This one's still out. I don't know what sent all the crackheads on a killing spree this week, but we've got to get that shit off the street." "Yeah," another voice agreed.
I've got mine next door. Let me know if you come up with anything." A moment later, the chair across the table from me scooted out, and a heavy man sat down. He followed with a few exaggerated sighs. He loudly sipped from his coffee. He clinked the hard paper cup on the table next to my head. Silence passed as he decided what to do next. A sharp exhalation and a hard slap on the back of my head announced his decision. "Hey, crackhead, wake up." I didn't react to the slap. Pain was becoming surprisingly easy to ignore. I lolled my head in another direction and opened my eyes to look at my angry tormentor. "What were you on?" "What?" I feigned ignorance. I guess I was too hard-headed to cooperate. He slapped me again. "I thought police didn't do this sort of thing anymore," I said. That earned me another slap. The detective leaned back in his chair, drew a deep breath, and stared at me. "Look, Ezekiel. Ezekiel, that's your name, right?" I picked my head up off the table. I straightened up in the chair, out of arm's reach for the moment. "Yeah, but my friends call me Zed. Zed Zane." "Look, Zed, maybe you got started off on the wrong foot here." I looked down at the worn phone book on the desk and gave voice to my frustrations. "What? Is it your turn now to beat me with a phone book? Do you guys work in shifts or what? What time is it? Why can't I get a lawyer? Why do you guys keep telling me the camera doesn't work? Don't you have one of those, who are those guys they have on TV? Oh yeah, detectives. Why don't you get one of them to look at the crime scene and confirm what I've been telling you all night?" It has been all night, hasn't it? The detective ignored my outburst for several long breaths. "Are you done?" In response, I chose a conversational technique that hadn't failed me since junior high. I ignored him. The big man leaned his furry forearms on the table. "You gotta understand, Zed. You come in here in wet clothes that you just washed all the evidence out of. You assault the arresting officers." He shook his head. "Bullshit." I'd heard that accusation 1,000 times at that point. "You talk about killing your stepdad. You did kill him, right? I mean, you admitted that much, right? It's right here in the file." Not any less irritated, I said, "I told you it was self-defense. He was attacking me." I drew a deep breath. And where the hell do people even get phone books anymore? The officer crossed his big fuzzy arms and said nothing for a moment. I did the same. "Are you through?" "Through with what?" I asked. "Acting like an ass," he said. "What? Are you kidding me? Really? I go to my mom's house yesterday morning, I find my stepdad going all cannibal on her in the living room. He attacks me and I stab him with a knife to defend myself. I call the cops and then Dudley Do-Right and his partner show up, don't even ask me a question, and decide instead to beat the shit out of me and drop me here. Does that about sum it up?" No response. I went on. "Now, after who knows how long I've been in here, with you guys taking turns yelling at me, calling me a liar, oh, and beating me in the head with the phone book, you want to say I'm acting like an ass? Well, forgive me for being so goddamned rude." "Hi, I'm Zed Zane. I'm so pleased to meet you. Would you like a cup of tea?" He didn't react. He just stared at me. So we played the staring game for a good 5 minutes before I won, and he asked, "Are you through now?" "Whatever," I responded. "Let's start again. I'm Detective Tom Wolseley." He extended a hand across the table to shake mine. I looked at his hand but made no move to respond. Of course, I did have 2 hands cuffed to the table. "Don't be an ass, Zed. It's polite to shake a hand when it's offered. Maybe you guys should have thought about that whenever the hell it was that you locked me in here. How long have I been in here anyway?" The hand still hung over the table, just inches above the metal loop that constrained mine. "Zed?" Oh, good God. I angled a wrist up and opened my palm. He jiggled my hand roughly in the cuffs. Thank you, Zed. I let go and let my hand drop to the stainless steel. You have to understand, Zed, this story about your stepdad turning into a cannibal. What did you really think we'd think, Zed? It all sounds a little far-fetched, don't you think? He was a deacon in the church, a member of the school board, a retired principal.
Are we really supposed to believe he got all hopped up on crack and killed your mother and the neighbor?
I nodded. Of course I do. I thought the whole thing was pretty crazy when I got to my mom's for lunch. Look, don't you have some kind of forensics team or something? Don't you guys look at evidence before you start beating the crap out of suspects anymore? I mean, Christ. We've got people at the scene, Detective Wolseley told me. So what's the deal then? Are we going to just sit in this room until you get tired of beating me? Or are you going to look at the evidence and then apologize to me? Look, Zed, let's just put all of that aside for the moment. You keep saying you went to your mom's house yesterday morning. I did. And you tell us the story. But your story is so full of holes that you could drive a truck through it. What? What holes? How can there be any holes?
It's not like you talked to the other witnesses because you can't, because they're dead.
Zed, calm down. I'm trying to help you here. And in return, I'd like for you to help me too.
By being your punching bag?
Now, Zed, that wasn't called for. I don't see how any time could be called for better than this one, do you? I mean, I've been in here for hours, being beaten and called a liar, yelled at and berated, threatened and, oh, did I mention getting beaten like a punching bag? Wolseley leaned back in his chair and froze in his cross-armed pose again. Whatever. I sat back in my chair and drew a few deep, calming breaths. Zed, you say you got to your parents' house yesterday morning, and you found your mom and the dead neighbor. Then you fought with your stepdad, and that he was killed in the fight. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Well, Zed, that's not possible. What do you mean? How could you even come to that conclusion?
Zed, we're not complete idiots here in the police department. For one thing, our forensic guys are pretty good at determining time of death. It's simpler than you think, especially when it's recent. They just compare the core temperature to the ambient temperature and get a pretty quick estimate of the time of death. Okay, I watch TV too, so what's the problem? Your stepdad has been dead for at least 2 full days. What? What? That's not possible. See, Zed, Wolseley said. Holes in your story. Wait. What day is this? What day is it? Wolseley repeated. Yes. I told you I went to my parents' house on Sunday afternoon. I told you I passed out, I guess from blood loss or something. But it must have been longer than I thought. You passed out for 2 solid days and never woke up? Why? What's today? Late Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, you pick. Wednesday? Yes. Wow. I guess so, I said. Detective Wolseley changed the subject. Tell me about your mom, Zed. I huffed a couple of times and looked around the room while I thought about that. After several minutes, I said, You know, when I was a kid, I used to watch this Tarzan show on TV, and there was this recurring concept in that show about an elephant graveyard. Kind of the African version of El Dorado, only with ivory instead of gold. Detective Wolseley asked, What does this have to do with anything? You asked me a question, Detective. I'm trying to answer it. Fine. So, Detective, when the white men came to Africa, they didn't see any elephant carcasses lying about with all the free ivory they could carry. So they concocted this theory about the existence of an elephant graveyard,
where all of the elephants would go to die.
I used to think my mom was like that graveyard, only instead of elephants going there to die, happiness would. Detective Wolseley asked, "And now that she's dead, you don't think that anymore?" "No, that's not it at all. I think that like those white men that went to Africa, who'd erroneously deduced the existence of an elephant graveyard, I erred in my deduction that my mother was a passive graveyard for happiness." Wolseley was getting bored. "Did you know that hyenas eat bone?" I asked. Detective Wolseley shook his head. "Yeah, they'll eat pretty much anything, even bone. They're predators, they're scavengers, they're ugly, but most of all, they're voracious. That's my mother." "Your mother is a hyena?" Wolseley asked. "In a way, I guess. You see, she's not the graveyard where happiness goes to die. She's a voracious scavenger, constantly searching for any waning happiness so that she can kill it off and eat up any evidence that it ever existed." "That's my mom." Detective Wolseley looked at me like he'd just found me covered in dog poop. "What drugs are you on, Zed?" "What?" "What drugs are you on? Nobody loses track of 2 days and then just gets up all normal and calls the police." "Normal? I never said that. I told you I feel like crap. I was running a high fever, I still am." "So you say." "Yes, I do say. Get a thermometer and check for yourself. Holy freaking crap." "Just tell me what you were on, Zed. Tell me where you got it. There's something seriously bad out on the street, and it's making people crazy. We need to catch the guy that sold it to you. Things might even go easier on you if we can prove it was the drugs that made you crazy." "What?" "We took a blood sample while you were passed out, Zed. We'll figure out what it was. I mean, whether it was crack or meth or whatever. But we need to figure out what it was laced with. We need to know where you got it so we can get it off the street." "There's a lot of people going crazy on this stuff, Zed." "What about that flu in Europe or whatever it is? I saw rioting on TV." "Zed, let's be realistic here. There is no flu that makes people crazy." "How can you say that?" I asked. "Ratings," Wolseley said. "Sure, there's a flu, but the flu makes you puke and cough. It gives you diarrhea. It doesn't make people crazy. Those were just frightened people doing stupid things. Zed, the world is much simpler than all of you conspiracy nuts think it is. People make bad, irrational choices for the stupidest reasons every day. I see it all the time, believe me. There is no crazy flu going around. The answers are never that complicated. Trust me." "Whatever. Besides, why Austin? Why not New York or LA or Chicago? There are 100 cities more likely to get an outbreak of the flu than Austin. We're not exactly a major point of entry here, are we, Zed?" "Come on. Just tell me what you were on and where you got it." I shook my head and looked at the floor. "Geez, Tom, listen to me, please. I didn't take any drugs. I was drinking. I drank a lot on Saturday. I smoked some weed with my friends. I drank some tequila on Sunday morning before heading over to my mom's house. I've told you this 1,000 times. When did you smoke the weed?" "It was just weed." "When did you smoke it?" "The night before, like I said." "When the night before? Zed, it may have been laced with PCP or something worse. Surely you've heard of that before. PCP makes some people lose their shit, Zed. That may have happened to you." I shook my head again and weakly said, "No." "Where did you get the weed, Zed?" "I don't know. It wasn't even my weed." "Who did you smoke it with, Zed? They may be having problems too. They might be in worse shape, Zed. They could be dead, for all you know." I gave up and told him the names of my buddies. Chapter 5. The jail was old, like 100 years old. The section I was in had been built in the late 1800s. It was dirty. It was smelly. Every surface was sticky beneath aged layers of oral ejecta and other human secretions. I was in a holding cell about 7 feet deep and 30 feet long. One long wall was brick. The other 3 were comprised of iron bars, with layer upon layer of flakes, painted over by more layers of flakes. 2 rows of bunks, one on the top and one on the bottom, hung from the wall for a total of 8. A single commode stood at one end, covered in stains and lumpy smears. With my photograph taken and black ink on my fingers, I was shoved into the cell that already held 25 other guys, laying and sitting in the bunks and on the floor. At least a few of my fellow inmates were mentally unplugged. They stared blankly at the wall. Some paced across the spots of floor where a foot would fit.
One very animated guy bounced around the cell like a chimp, screaming Tourette's-like profanities and gibberish. Most looked drunk, hungover, beaten up, or some combination thereof. "I need to see a doctor," I told the jailer as he slammed the door shut. He headed back to the end of the hall, as though I'd said nothing at all. "Hey, I need to see a doctor." Nothing. "Hey!" I yelled. The jailer stopped and glared at me. "Look, bud, you can see we're having a busy day, so lighten up, would you?" "But I need medical attention for my arm." "After you get assigned to a cell, you can ask your guard for permission to go to the infirmary." "What?" "You heard me." The guard turned and ignored further protests. The Tourette's guy shrieked at the ceiling from his perch on a top bunk. Nobody paid him any mind. I looked around, but there was no bunk space available. There was barely any floor space either, the only exception being a few feet next to a comatose giant of a black man leaning on the bars near the commode. I stood, holding the bars of the door and looking up and down the short hall. 2 long halls branched off at either end and led to rows of cells in the new section of the jail. I heard the rowdy noise of hundreds of other prisoners coming from down those halls. Tourette's guy shrieked again. "I'm hungry!" I leaned my face against the sticky, flaky iron bars and closed my eyes. The bite on my arm throbbed noticeably, but didn't hurt. Infection was sure to set in. I worried about that, and about what Woolsey had said about drugs in the weed my buddies and I had smoked on Saturday night. I wanted to feel angry about the lazy incompetence of the police who'd locked me up, but all I felt was drained and frustrated. I wondered how long I'd have to wait for my inevitable release. I flexed the fingers of my left hand again, checking for loss of movement. The lighting in the jail was too stark, unnaturally bright. It bothered my eyes. I longed for a pair of sunglasses. I was mere minutes into my incarceration, and I was already bored. An old tube television hung from the ceiling across the hall from the cell. There was something on about riots again, something about the new flu virus. Having grown up with Mom and Dan's addiction to the repetitive ravings of the non-stop cable news faces, I possessed a high tolerance for hysterical speculation. Football, baseball, even bowling would have been a better choice than news on the TV. I looked down at my feet. This place sucks. Off to my right, I heard Tourette's boy start bouncing on his bunk. "Man, shut up," somebody over there said. A few more voiced agreement. I looked over. Tourette's boy was getting more aggressive. Then, he surprised everyone by bounding off of the top bunk and onto one of the sitting prisoners. A frenzy of fighting exploded from the far end of the cell. Screaming, yelling, kicking, punching, and biting. Lots of biting. The wave of pandemonium pushed toward me, and I decided the safest place in the cell was in the stinking muck in the corner behind the commode. I stepped quickly over the big black guy who was just starting to get up, and I wormed my way into the corner. Yelling from outside the cell told me that the guards already knew what was happening in the cell. Arms and legs were wrestling, fists were punching. Some guys were already down on the ground, and other guys clambering into the bunks. The big black guy had his back to me, and pretty much blocked all access to my end of the cell. I'm sure that defending me wasn't what he intended. He just didn't see me as a threat. Suddenly, Tourette's boy came flying out of the melee and landed in some sort of monkey grasp around the big guy's head and shoulders.
As the big guy grasped at him to pull him off, Tourette's boy caught me with the craziest eyes I'd ever seen, opened his mouth wide, and chomped down on the big guy's neck. A canister clinked in through the bars. Smoke exploded into the cell, burning my eyes. The heavy metal door swung open, and the guards, dressed in riot gear, bulled their way in. 30 minutes later, I was sitting on one of the lower bunks with my hands cuffed behind me, shoulder to shoulder in a long row of cuffed, bloodied, coughing prisoners. Tourette's boy was gagged. His hands were cuffed and attached to the bars of the cell behind him. His feet were bound. He slumped forward, motionless. He had an enormous gash across his scalp. A couple of the guards had beaten him mercilessly after he'd bitten them during the fight. And just because they were covered in riot gear and pissed off, they beat several more of us into unconsciousness. 3 of those were cuffed alongside Tourette's boy, slumped forward and dripping blood into small pools on the crusty floor. 2 of my former cellmates were bleeding so severely that they were dragged out of the cell, to the hospital, I presumed. Of the rest of us, I was in the best shape, at least in terms of fresh wounds. I still had a scabby bandage on my arm that oozed red. Again, I flexed my left hand to make sure it still worked. The next link in my chain of new habits was to worry about my need to get some medical attention. From around the corner, I heard noises of another cell erupting in violence. Not long after, a half-dozen guards in their gear clomped past us up the hallway. The jail was exploding in craziness. As luck would have it, the big black guy who'd been my shield during the scuffle was sitting right next to me on the bunk. Apparently more bored than I was. He looked my blood-stained clothing up and down and asked, "So, what'd you do?" "How am I supposed to answer that?" I asked. "Most guys like you make something up to seem all badass, you know, so they won't get no shit while they're in here." I laughed, and so did the black guy on the other side of me. "What do you mean, guys like me?" I asked. "Is this a white thing?" "No. You just don't look like a thug. You look like a suburbanite or a cube farmer." "A cube farmer?" "Somebody who sits in a cube all day," the big guy explained. The guy on the other side laughed and added, "Like a nerd." "A nerd?" I asked. The big guy looked me over and nodded. After their laughing subsided, I asked, "So do you want the truth or a lie?" "Man, you pick. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just tired of staring at that damned yellow wall. I can barely see the TV from here, and besides, all they want to talk about anyway is that flu, like they know what's going on." "They don't know anything." I shrugged. "I killed my stepdad." The big guy looked down at me again. "With all that blood all over you, I guess I'd buy that." The guy on the other side said, "He probably got arrested while trying to steal some cherry syrup from a jelly bean factory." That got some laughs from the guys nearby. "I wish." "What'd you do him with?" the big guy asked. "A knife," I answered. "I guess that explains the mess on your clothes." "That's not actually his blood, I don't think," I said. The guy on my left said, "I suppose you killed somebody else, too." "It's a long story," I told them. The big guy asked, "How many times did you stab him?" I looked down, ashamed for a moment, though I didn't know why. The cops said 37 times. The guy to my left said, "Man, that's bullshit." "You must have been pissed. What did he do?" asked the big guy. "You wouldn't believe me," I said. "What'd you do?" "Just fighting." "Fighting? Like a bar fight?" I asked. "Exactly like a bar fight," he answered. I nodded. By the way, my name's Zed Zane. Murphy Smalls, the big guy answered.
Murphy Smalls? That's not a very appropriate name for a big guy like you.
Well, at least you didn't make a stupid joke about it, Murphy said. The guy to my left said, That's why we're in here. One too many small jokes. I'm Earl Walker. Good to meet you, Earl. Good to meet you, Murphy. Earl asked, So, did you really stab your stepdad? I nodded. Earl said, He must have done some crazy shit for you to go stabbing him 37 times. I nodded. Some pretty crazy shit. Looks like you and me might as well become good friends, because we're both going to be here a while, said Earl. For fighting? I asked. He's on probation, said Murphy. They'll probably violate him and send him back. That sucks, I said. You got that right, Earl agreed. All because Mr. Smalls is sensitive about his name. Man, you know it's not like that, Murphy said. Don't you be starting any shit. Earl said no more on the topic. After a few minutes of listening to the inmates around the corner go nuts, Murphy asked, So what'd he do? I'm curious now. My stepdad? I asked. Yeah. I thought about those gruesome Sunday morning images stuck in my mind. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he killed my mother. Yeah? I was going over to their house for lunch for spam pie on Sunday. On Sunday? Murphy asked. Yeah, on Sunday. Spam pie? Murphy asked. Yeah. That's gross, Murphy replied. Earl said, Man, that was 3 days ago. Why are you still covered in blood? Dumbass white people don't know shit about getting away with doing criminal stuff. No wonder you're in here. It's not like that. What? Earl asked. He attacked me and bit my arm. I tried to pull my left arm around front to show the guys. Earl said, Man, that's nasty. Anyway, I think I was bleeding so bad that I passed out. No shit. I nodded. And the cops found you like that? Earl asked. When I woke up, I called them. And they arrested you? Murphy asked. They must have thought you were black under all that blood, Earl added. The sound of 3 quick gunshots blasting through the corridors opened every eye wide and snapped every head toward the intersecting hallway. Tourette's boy was no exception. He immediately started to squirm and grunt. Shit, Earl muttered. The echo of running footsteps came up the hall to our left. Seconds later, 2 officers hurried past, followed by 4 crazed inmates in torn, bloodied clothes. The sound of another scuffle erupted, followed by more gunshots. This is not good, Murphy told anybody who was listening. I looked from left to right. I heard the sound of, well, it sounded like wild animals. More gunfire. An inmate rounded the corner and ran at full speed in front of us across the length of our cell. Another inmate rounded the corner, shoeless, shirtless, and screaming like an enraged baboon. He leapt up on the bars of our cell as if he were the one in the cage. He reached through the bars, seemingly focused on Earl. We all pressed our backs to the wall. He screamed again as more crazed prisoners, spattered in blood, rounded the corner and flowed freely through the hall. Several tried to reach in and grab at us before moving past the wall behind us. Gunfire rang with alarming frequency. More prisoners spilled from the hall at our right. They looked relatively normal, but understandably terrified. What followed close behind them was another bunch of the wild-eyed, screaming men. This is gonna get ugly, Earl said. I think you're a little late on that news flash, I said. Smoke billowed out of the halls from behind us. My eyes started to burn. We all started coughing again. I guess this is a prison riot, Murphy coughed out.
In the county jail? Earl asked, shaking his head. Tourette's boy ripped out an ear-splitting wail of victory as he freed one bloody hand from the cuffs that secured him to the bars. He spun and tore mercilessly at the hand that was cuffed to another bar. Guys in the cell got up off of the bunks and moved away. Nobody wanted to be near the crazy guy. Only the unconscious guys, cuffed to the bars, didn't move. Another scream of triumph ripped through the violence as Tourette's boy tore his other hand free, slinging blood across the ceiling, walls, and us. Several of the inmates cursed. Tourette's boy yanked the gag out of his mouth and, with teeth gnashing, pounced on an inmate not smart enough to have moved out of the way. His teeth found flesh before the inmate could squirm away. Blood gushed from the wound. In a flash, Murphy was on the move and ran a dozen steps to the far end of the cell, leaned his shoulder forward, and slammed Tourette's boy in the side. All 300 pounds of Murphy smashed his body into the bars. When Murphy pulled away, Tourette's boy lay on the floor, twitching and stunned. Everyone in the cell was staring at Murphy and the downed psycho when the door buzzer sounded in 3 long, loud blasts, shifting everyone's attention to the cell door as it sprang open. We were all frozen in disbelief and indecision. Run out of the cell and into the riot, make a break for freedom, or stay put. With mayhem raging through the jailhouse, safety was my first thought. Pounding feet and animal sounds rang up and down the halls, mixing with jubilant cries and fearful screams. Tourette's boy squirmed and pushed himself up from the floor. He shook his head and made a loud, angry noise. Earl yelled, "Let's go, Murphy!" Everyone piled through the door, out of the cell, and into the melee. "I'm with you guys," I declared, and followed Earl. Murphy fell in behind us. We made the left turn down the smoke-filled hall we'd all come in through. Bodies lay everywhere, both sheriff's deputies and prisoners alike. Men ran both in front and behind us. The crazy-eyed screamers were among us, attacking anybody, tearing at flesh with their hands and teeth. "Move!" Murphy yelled from behind. Earl picked up the pace and ran blindly into the thickening tear gas. We coughed, struggled, and fought our way toward where we remembered the exit to be. Each barred door we encountered was unlocked and swung open. The rioting prisoners had seen to that. We stepped on and over men until we burst into the entrance lobby, where we saw daylight through the glass door and 3 windows of equal size, all shattered. Gunfire popped in the street outside and in the halls and cells behind us. To run into the street was to risk being shot down. To go back seemed like certain death by fire or mauling in the teeth and tearing hands of the screamers. Earl hesitated and glanced back at Murphy for a decision. I looked back as well. It was so far beyond any situation I'd ever imagined. I was decidedly in follow mode, no matter what course Murphy chose. Whatever Earl saw in Murphy's silence was enough for him. He spun and bolted through the door. Murphy and I hurried behind. We came out near the southwest corner of the detention center into thin clouds of tear gas drifting in the smothering hot air and blistering sun. Across the street, to the south of the detention center, a hilly park filled a city block. To our west was an old neighborhood that had been converted to condos and offices for attorneys and bail bondsmen. Parked cars lined the streets. To the south and east, police cars blocked the roadways. Police officers and sheriff's deputies were everywhere, but the 800 prisoners spilling into the streets dwarfed their numbers. We ran a short distance up the street. Earl ducked beside a parked car and looked over the fender. The popping of gunfire came from all directions. I got to the car a second later. Murphy bumped the car behind me, using its mass to bring him to a stop. I squatted about midway back on the car, its black-tinted glass blocking my view across the street. Immediately frustrated, I stood and leaned forward to look over Earl's shoulder trying to spot a path away from the chaos. Something slammed into my chest and knocked the wind out of me. I fell to the sidewalk, gasping for a breath of air that wouldn't come. Sprawled on my back, I saw stark blue sky above. Running feet stomped the concrete near my head as people hurried past. The pandemonium slowly became insignificant background noise. My only concern was the pain radiating through my chest and my inability to gulp a single life-sustaining breath. Then it happened. Air filled my lungs. I could breathe. Wide-eyed, Murphy leaned over me. "That was a beanbag, you lucky dumbass. Get up!" Earl yelled, "We gotta go!" I rolled over onto my stomach. With my wrist still cuffed behind me, it was difficult, but I managed to get to my feet. Earl and Murphy were squatting again behind a car a little further up the street. They were making for the old neighborhood. With my feet back on the street and air back in my lungs, I awkwardly sprinted to catch them, bullets be damned. In the seconds it took me to catch up, Earl had squatted between the bumpers of two cars, looking for an opportune moment to cross the no-man's land of the body-strewn street. I fell in behind him. Murphy squeezed in behind me. Earl looked up and down the street. "Now where do we go?" Murphy asked. "If we can get there. I know a place to hide for a while," Earl said. "Where?" Murphy asked. "That survivalist dude that got evicted a few years back." "What's that?" I asked. Murphy looked up the street through the car windows. "Some dude built a bunker under his house or something." "Fuck it," Earl yelled. He burst into a run across the street. Without a thought about the danger, Murphy and I made tracks behind him. 3 steps into the road, and just ahead of me, Earl's head exploded in a fountain of blood and gore. Time slowed to a cold, syrupy drip. Fear froze me. In mid-stride, I mouthed a 4-letter word. I lost all sense of how to proceed. Thankfully, Murphy was still moving, and his bulk slammed into me from behind. His momentum carried our entangled bodies across the street, where we landed roughly in a jumble of limbs and curse words between 2 cars on the far side. Murphy rolled off of me and sat up to look at Earl's corpse in the street. I struggled again to catch my breath, sucking in baked air off of the hot asphalt. I peered under the car beside me and started in fright. A pair of eyes fixed on mine in a frozen stare. In a nanosecond, I registered the uniform of a sheriff's deputy on the man, and I panicked, but he made no move, no sound. I drew another deep breath. The deputy remained still. He was dead. I knew what I had to do. I squirmed up to my knees. Murphy's attention was stuck on his dead cousin. I peeked out along the sidewalk and saw the dead body of the officer lying on the curb, parallel to the car. A heavy cloud of smoke wafted across us, limiting visibility. I wormed my way out until I was beside the deputy, trying my best to look wounded, dead, and unthreatening all at the same time. I scraped my elbows on the concrete as I went. In moments, I was lying beside the deputy, feeling his front pocket for a set of keys. I located what felt like a metallic bulge. It took frighteningly long to sit up and angle my hand into his pocket, but my effort was rewarded with the prize I sought. No sooner were the keys in my hand than I was up and running away from the car and into a driveway obscured from the street by a hedge. I turned and called, "Murphy!" He sat motionless. He couldn't pull his attention away from Earl's corpse. "Murphy!" I yelled louder. He turned and for a second looked at me like I was a stranger. In the next instant, he came back to reality and bolted across the gap between us, sliding to his knees next to me. "We need to get out of here," I said. We took off at a run into the neighborhood with all of its sheltering old houses, trees, bushes, and parked cars. Still cuffed, but with the keys grasped tightly in my hand, Murphy and I ran between two houses, squeezed through the gap between a hedge and a detached garage, and crossed another street. Police sirens wailed in all directions. "This is going to be ground zero of a major shitstorm in about 5 minutes," I panted, as we stopped behind a dumpster in an alley. Murphy squatted down, trying to catch his breath. "We can't stay in this alley," he said. "We're better off if we get behind the houses, hop a few fences and hide in the bushes. It'll be hard in these cuffs." I nodded. I pulled some keys off of that dead deputy. "Who?" Murphy asked.
There was a dead deputy by the cars after Earl got hit.
"I didn't see him." Murphy had a vacant look in his eyes. "Murphy, you don't look good. Did you get shot?" Murphy shook his head. "No, I don't feel good." I stood up straight and peered down the alley. Another 100 yards would get us across the next street into some bushes and another block further from the detention center. "Murphy, we need to get to those bushes over there. Then we'll work on getting these cuffs off." "Okay." I nodded at Murphy. "You ready?" "Yeah." I took off at a run as fast as my legs would carry me. I heard Murphy behind me at first, then all I heard was the air rushing in and out of my throat and my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I got to the street and bounced into the fender of a parked car to come to a stop. I looked up and down the street. I saw no police cars, so I started running again. I made it to the bushes. Catching my breath, I looked back for Murphy.
He was only halfway down the alley and moving at a jog.
Shit. I willed him to run faster. Long, torturous seconds passed. Murphy came to the end of the alley and lumbered across the sidewalk, past the cars and into the street, making no effort at all to conceal himself or check for police. "Please, please don't let there be a cop car," I prayed aloud. "Hurry, Murphy." Passing another line of parked cars and crossing over the sidewalk brought Murphy beside the hedge. He didn't slow, but brushed past me. I turned and ran on past him into the space behind the converted houses. I spied an area behind an old storage shed that would keep us hidden from the street and windows on the back sides of the houses. We kicked some old metal trash cans to the side and squeezed into a gap between the shed and a tall privacy fence. I turned my back to Murphy and opened my hand. "Murphy, I'm going to hold the keys out one at a time."
You tell me when I get to the one that looks like it'll open the cuffs.
"Got it," said Murphy, after a few moments of jingling and fumbling. The key felt distinctly different than the others. I hoped it would fit. I fumbled around for a few more minutes before the keys slipped from my hands and dropped into the dirt. Shit. I fell to my knees, grabbed up the dirty keys, and tried again. The exercise was so much harder than it seemed like it should have been. Click. I'd freed one wrist. Thank God. The second cuff was off my wrist and lying in the dirt just seconds later. "Murphy, you're up. Turn around." I looked up. Murphy was leaning against the wall of the shed, eyes closed, drenched in sweat. I stood, concerned. "Murphy, are you okay?" Murphy shook his head. I reached up and put a palm across his forehead. He was burning with a fever. "We need to get you something for that fever, Murphy." The sound of a siren zoomed by on the next street over. Too close.
I drew a few slow, calming breaths. I needed to think. We were out of the cell and 3 or 4 blocks away from the jail. We didn't seem to be in any immediate physical danger, but that was only a guess. With the riot and mass escape, the police might have shot anybody that looked remotely like an escaped prisoner. Though we were missing our belts and shoelaces and had ink on our fingertips, we hadn't been put into the orange jumpsuits that the jail's long-term residents wore. There was hope. Our only sure safety lay far from the jail and far from the vindictive rage of the cops descending on us with every siren in the city.
Our one tiny advantage derived from the chaos of the jail riot and the hundreds of prisoners scampering for freedom in every direction. I wasn't at 100%, but I knew I could run. I wasn't so sure about Murphy. His condition was declining. Regardless, we had to move. I turned Murphy around and removed his cuffs.
He rubbed his sweaty face with his big hands and squatted back against the shed. I considered abandoning him and making my escape alone, but guilt stopped me. That moment after Earl got shot and I had frozen in the street, Murphy had pushed me onto the other side. Had he not done so, I likely would have caught a sheriff's bullet and died beside Earl. Murphy saved my life. Whether on purpose or simply because I was in his way, I'd probably never know, but I felt the obligation of a debt. "Murphy, can you move? Can you walk?" Without opening his eyes, Murphy nodded. I thought back to how dehydrated I was after my fever broke. I needed to get some water in him. "Listen, Murphy, if we go another block or two west, we'll hit Shoal Creek. From there, we can make our way north until we get outside of whatever perimeter the police have set up. We won't have to run. I think we can walk, but we need to get moving." Murphy nodded. "I can do it. Come on." Chapter 8. Shoal Creek was a limestone crevice that snaked through Austin on a southwesterly course. During the frequent spring thunderstorms, it channeled flash floodwaters through its banks, 6 blocks west of the jail, before spilling into the Colorado River in downtown Austin, 10 blocks south. It varied in depth from 10 to 20 feet below street level and was lined with dense trees and shrubs. It could have provided an excellent avenue of escape, but with late afternoon temperatures over 100 degrees and the wind blowing over rather than through the gully, it was also a bone-dry oven. The sound of sirens floated through the streets above. Occasional but frightening gunshots pierced the traffic noise. Trudging through the oppressive heat, Murphy and I made it to the 15th Street Bridge. At 4 lanes wide, with enormous old trees on the banks of the creek around the bridge beckoned, providing a shady and cool place to rest. Stepping from sun to shade, the temperature felt like it dropped 20 degrees. I motioned up the concrete embankment under the bridge. I said, "It'll be cooler on the concrete that stays in the shade all day. Let's go." Murphy looked at the concrete slope like it was an insurmountable obstacle. I grabbed his arm and tugged him along. 15 steps up, he dropped flat onto the cool concrete and lay motionless. He should have climbed further up the slope. He would have been better hidden from searching eyes, but it was clear that he wasn't moving. I continued up to where the fat bridge supports lay on the upper edge of the embankment. 3 expressionless transients watched me. "I'm not staying," I told them, as the smell of urine and body odor hit me. I stopped. I was close enough. I copied Murphy's pose and lay flat, trying to get as much of my burning skin in contact with the cool concrete as possible. It wasn't a cold swimming pool, but it worked. My irritating dizziness left me. The nauseous feeling in my stomach dissipated. The air I breathed seemed once again to contain oxygen. But we needed water. We needed it badly. Neither of us would make it more than another mile or 2 up the dry creek bed without it. A thought occurred to me. I lolled my head around toward the transients sitting above me in the shade. "Hey, is Pease Park close by?" All 3 looked at me like I was speaking another language. I waited and waited. "Hey," I started again. "It's right up yonder a piece," one of them said, pointing up the creek bed. "Like what, a half mile? A mile?" I asked. The speaker shook his head. "Just round that bend in the creek." That perked me up. I knew there was an outdoor basketball court at the south end of the park. Right by the basketball court stood a public restroom and some water fountains. Thank
I decided to give us 5 or 10 minutes more to cool off. Then I'd try to drag Murphy to the park. I dozed off. The sound of heavy trucks slamming across the expansion joints of the bridge above aroused me. A dozen screaming sirens racing over the bridge got my full attention. Wide-eyed and disoriented, I looked around. The transients were gone. I sat up quickly and paid for my haste with enough dizziness to give me pause. I looked down the embankment. Murphy hadn't moved. The creek bed was covered in the long shadows of early evening. Surprised, I guessed it was 7 or 8 o'clock. I'd slept for at least 2 hours, but luck was with us. The police hadn't found us. I crab-walked down the concrete slope toward Murphy and shook him awake. It took more than a little shaking, but his eyes finally opened. "I'm thirsty," his voice rasped. "There's a park just up the creek a bit. We can get water there." "A bit?" Murphy asked. 100 yards, 200 at most. We can hide out in the restrooms and maybe get cleaned up a bit." Murphy nodded and with great effort pushed himself up onto his hands and knees. He shook his head to clear it. "It better be close. I've never felt this bad." "It's the heat and dehydration," I lied. It was the bite. The deserted park was dark in shadow when we arrived, with the sun having edged below the horizon. The sky still glowed a dull blue. The hot, stagnant air, only marginally cooler without the sun's heat, draped us in its sticky blanket. With an arm over my shoulder, Murphy leaned heavily on me as we made our way into a public restroom. We both drank greedily from the sink faucets. After guzzling what we could, I had the presence of mind to flip the deadbolt on the door, and the restroom became our refuge. I stripped off my dirty, bloody clothes and washed them in the sink. Murphy struggled to stay on his feet, but did the same. Afterwards, we hung our clothes over the stalls to dry and sat on the floor in our underwear, resting against the walls. After a while, Murphy said, "I need to go to the hospital." I nodded. "I need to see a doctor too, before this bite gets infected any more than it is." Murphy nodded. I said, "I think Brackenridge Hospital is about a mile or two up 15th Street. It's closer than Seton Hospital. It's walking distance, if you think you can make it. Without that damned sun beating me down, I think I can." "It's dark out now," I offered. In the distance, we heard a series of angry human wails. We looked at one another. Murphy said, "That sounds like that crazy fucker from the jail this morning." I nodded. More screams followed, drawing closer. "There must be a dozen of them," said Murphy with worry in his eyes. "Can you reach up and make sure that door is locked?" I asked, suddenly worried that I hadn't latched it closed. Murphy reached a long arm up and checked. He jiggled the door, but the lock held it closed. That was a relief. The sounds of the screamers quickly drew close. In seconds, they were outside the restroom. Something heavy slammed into the door and startled us both. Not wanting to make a sound, I mouthed, "Holy crap." Outside, someone was beating his fists on the metal door and screaming in wild frustration. Thankfully, the door held strong. Murphy's face showed his concern. I'm sure he saw the same on mine. After a few minutes, the pounding stopped, and the sound of the screaming moved away, then faded into the background noise of cars, sirens, and occasional gunshots. "This whole city's going to hell tonight," Murphy observed. "Yeah. Do you think that's all about the riot at the jail today?" Murphy asked. I shook my head. "I don't know. I don't think so." "What then?" "That crazy dude in the cell. Those crazy guys at the jail. The cops said something about PCP in the pot making everyone go nuts." I shuddered to think about it. "But my stepdad, I don't know. He was like that crazy guy in the cell. I don't know what's going on, Murphy." Murphy fell silent. After a while, I said, I'm sorry about Earl. Murphy nodded. Yeah, me too. In the silence that followed, I thought about Earl getting so horrifically shot right in front of me. I thought about my dead mom and Dan. I thought about the dead guy in their living room. I thought about the mayhem at the jail. I'd never in my life seen a dead person before seeing my mom being mutilated by Dan on the living room floor. Now, just days later, I had to struggle to count the corpses I'd seen. Murphy said, "You know we're screwed." I looked at Murphy with a question on my face. They're going to round us all up eventually. We'll get a year or more just for busting out of jail. We'll get time for rioting, and maybe even capital murder for that dead cop you saw. My mouth hung open. I hadn't thought of any of that. Finally, I said, "But we were running for our lives."
We were in as much danger as the cops.
Murphy shook his head. A jury in Travis County might believe that about you, if you hadn't already stabbed your stepdad 37 times. But look at me. I nodded. No, look at me, Zed. I did. What am I looking at? You're looking at a big black man who's going to be sitting in front of a bunch of white jurors in Texas who are going to be looking to blame somebody, a lot of somebodies, for rioting in a jail and killing some cops. Murphy shook his head and his gaze drifted down to the floor. Damn. I get hauled off to jail for fighting, and instead of a couple of nights, I'm going to end up on death row. I thought the big man might start to cry. It was hard to watch, really hard. I wondered what would become of us. More silence. There's got to be something else going on here, I finally said. Too many people just going crazy. Murphy shrugged. What do you want to do then? I asked. I can't do anything. Murphy shook his head. I can't begin to tell you how bad I feel. I've never felt this sick. I have to get to a hospital or I think I'm going to die. Murphy's eyes fixed me in place, and I knew he was dead serious. You don't think you'll make the hike to Brackenridge? Murphy shook his head. I pondered that for a minute. Murphy, I have an idea. If you can make it out to the road just across the basketball court, maybe I can flag down a car to take us over to the hospital. Murphy shook his head again. Ain't nobody in his right mind gonna stop for us with everything going on outside. I'm sure the jailbreak is all over the news. It's okay, I disagreed. This is Pease Park. Gay guys come down here all the time for, well, you know. They're always getting busted down here for getting busy in the bushes. Murphy asked, So? So I'll get a car to stop. They'll think I'm gay, and I'll tell them that my good friend and I got mugged while we were walking in the park. Nobody is afraid of gay guys.
Can you make it out to the road? Chapter 10. This traffic is nuts, I said. Phil, the Good Samaritan who picked us up, agreed. Is there a concert tonight? I asked. The Irvin Center, where all the big bands played when they came to Austin, sat across 15th Street from the hospital. Not that I know of, said Phil. Sorry you have to wait in all of this, I said. No big deal, Phil told me. With the jailbreak today, I didn't want to stay home by myself anymore, especially with all the sirens and gunfire. It's not safe. Crazies are running around all over Central Austin. I hear you, I agreed. It's just a few more blocks anyway. A stoplight changed to green, and we inched across the intersection. Those look like military trucks up there, Phil observed. I glimpsed between the cars ahead. I didn't know what to think of that. Phil checked his rearview mirror. I glanced back at Murphy. Are you doing okay, Murphy? We're almost there. Murphy grunted and nodded. We'll make it pretty quick now, Phil reassured. I wonder if this all has to do with that flu coming out of Europe. I shrugged. You don't think so? Phil asked. I was talking with a police detective about it, and he assured me that the flu business in Europe was all hype, I answered. What then? He said something about the marijuana being laced with PCP or something.
Forgive me for saying so, Zed, but that doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? I asked. Why would the army be at the hospital? Phil asked. I don't know. I looked ahead at the military vehicles. Phil said, maybe they're preparing just in case. I heard the mortality rate for the flu is pretty high. There's lots of footage on TV about rioting in Europe. I saw some of that, I said. I think I'm safe, though, Phil told me. I get a flu shot every year. Do you get a flu shot, Zed? I shook my head. You're young and healthy. You're probably safe anyway.
As for me, I'm playing it safe and heading to Waco tonight. I think with all the craziness here, I'm going to stay with my parents for a few weeks. Probably a good idea, I agreed. We passed another block and it became clear that the military had cordoned off the hospital complex and the surrounding blocks. They were diverting traffic off to side streets. We got to the corner, and a policeman waved us off to take a right turn. Can you drop us at the curb there, Phil? I asked, pointing. We'll have to walk the last block. There's got to be a place for me to drop you guys at the emergency room. We'll be stuck in traffic for another hour trying to find it, I said. It'll be faster to walk, I think. Okay. Phil pulled the car over. The cop at the corner pointed and waved vigorously. He was none too pleased with our choice to stop. Can you walk a block, Murphy? We're almost there. I'll try, he grunted. Moments later, we were on the curb. I thanked Phil as profusely as I could before he made his escape from the chaos. With Murphy leaning heavily on me, we waded through the crawling traffic and up to a break in the barriers manned by 4 soldiers and 3 police officers. We were mugged, I told them loudly as we neared. My friend got hurt. He needs to see a doctor. A soldier waved us forward. To your left, sir, into the triage area. I looked left, past the entrance. Indeed, a large green tent stood back in a grassy area. We had no real choice on direction. The cordons guided us, and with all the uniformed men standing around with tense faces and ready weapons, I gave not a single thought to crossing a barricade and making straight for the hospital building. The soldiers stood back with watchful eyes and made no move to assist me with Murphy, so I continued helping him myself. As we entered the tent, I saw a soldier to the left and one to the right, weapons pointed down, but with hands near the triggers. 2 nurses wearing surgical masks met us, but were also in no hurry to provide assistance or even come close. They stood back 5 or 6 feet. What happened? Asked a nurse with some of her red hair falling out from under her cap. He's bleeding, I told them, pointing up at Murphy's shoulder with my free hand. The nurse nodded and asked again, Yes, but what happened? Can he sit down? I asked. His name is Murphy. He needs medical attention. Yes, but what happened? Damn persistent bitch. We were jumped by some guys, and during the scuffle, one of them bit my friend. Everyone tensed. The words I'd planned to say next stopped in the back of my throat. The nurse on the right turned and called over a few orderlies, also in protective gear. Behind and to my left, I noticed one of the soldiers nervously level his weapon at Murphy's back. He's sick, I pleaded. He needs to see a doctor. The nurse on the left said, It's okay, calm down. We have a ward set up off-site. A ward? I asked, feeling lost in my inability to understand any of what was going on around me. Has he been violent? The nurse asked me. I shook my head. He can barely walk. He's got a fever. When did this happen? She asked me. Earlier, a while ago. It took us a long time to get here, I told them. The orderlies took Murphy's weight off of me and helped him toward a doorway on the left side of the tent. I started to move after them, and the nurse put a hand out to stop me. You need to stay here. What? You can't go into the quarantine ward. What? I felt a heavy hand on my shoulder, and a voice said, Sir? I turned to see a soldier there. I started to say something to him, but the nurse asked, Sir,
What happened to your arm? I looked down at my scabbed, oozing wound. I got bitten. I need to see a doctor about that too. This looks days old, the nurse said. It happened on Sunday. On Sunday? Yes, I answered.
Was it an animal or a human? That seemed like a very odd question to me. My stepdad. And where is he now? She asked. I don't know. The nurse didn't believe me. I couldn't see her face behind her surgical mask, but her lengthy pause gave her skepticism away. And this happened on Sunday? She asked me again. Yes, I nodded. Come over here for a moment. I followed her, and one of the soldiers came along behind. She sat me on a cot and shoved a thermometer into my mouth. She pulled an otoscope from her pocket and pushed my forehead back with her hand. I think it might be infected. I need to get some antibiotics, I said. Keep your mouth shut while you have the thermometer in. She shined the light into each of my eyes, first in, then away, then in again. I squinted at the harsh little light. Have you taken any drugs today? She asked. No, I told her indignantly. Mouth shut, she told me. Any sensitivity to light? I nodded. Fever? I nodded. The thermometer beeped. She yanked it from my mouth and looked at it. Her shoulders sagged. She was disappointed. What? I asked. She looked to the soldier and nodded. The soldier turned and called for someone. What? I asked again. She turned to me. I'm sorry. You'll need to go with your friend to the quarantine ward. The quarantine ward. That didn't sound at all like a good place to be. I'm fine. I just need some antibiotics. I raised my voice. What's going on? The soldier's rifle came up and pointed at my chest. Another soldier hurried over, as did a few orderlies. Calm down, please, said the nurse. I am calm, I told her in a not calm voice. I just want to know what's going on. Please, she said, just go along with the orderlies. You'll get all of your answers in the ward. I need to see 2 other patients. What? Please, she begged. One of the soldiers pushed the barrel of his rifle against my chest. Look. It was my turn to beg. I'm not sick. I don't need to go to a ward. I'm fine. I just need some antibiotics. The nurse looked at me. She seemed torn between choices. Nobody moved. Finally, she said, Stay here. I'll be right back. She walked across the tent and approached another nurse. They began talking in hushed tones, casting glances my way. They were not in agreement, that much was clear. The conversation came to an end, and my nurse came back over, with her head hanging a little lower and her shoulders sagging a little more. I'm not sick, I said as she walked up. You're symptomatic. You've got a low-grade fever. Your pupils are fixed and dilated. What does that mean? They don't contract when I shine a light on them. Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? I asked. I'm not sick. Tell me about your stepdad. Was he sick? Was he? I don't know. But he bit you. Why? I don't know, I stammered. There was something wrong with him. What do you mean? I didn't like where this was going. He attacked me. Were you having an argument? No, he was just crazy. I understand. What about after? What did he do after he bit you? I shook my head. Nothing. Nothing? He just left you alone? I said, He's dead. That stopped the conversation. The nurse took a moment to recover. What happened? The police shot him. It was the first lie I could think of that seemed plausible. Because he was attacking you? I nodded. And this happened on Sunday? What about you? What happened after? I guess I passed out. You fainted?
she asked. I don't know. I think I lost a lot of blood, but I'm okay now. Your fever. Have you had this ever since the bite? I nodded. It was higher at first. I felt pretty crappy. Now, I didn't even know I had a fever. I thought it broke. Look, Mr. Zane. Mr. Zane. Let these men take you to the ward. I'm sure you'll be fine, but we have to follow the protocols. Why? I asked.
For everyone's safety.
So this is that flu from Europe that I saw on TV?
I honestly don't know, Mr. Zane. Please, let them take you to the ward.
She turned and walked away. The orderlies grabbed me by my elbows and guided me out of the same doorway through which Murphy had gone a few minutes earlier. Backed up outside the tent was an enclosed military truck the size of an ambulance, but with benches along the sides like a paddy wagon. 4 people were seated in the truck. Murphy lay on the floor on his face, looking like a dead man. A half-dozen soldiers stood by, ensuring that all of us quarantine patients made it from the tent to the truck without wandering off. I was guided into the truck, ordered to take a seat, and told quite firmly not to get back out. I felt angry and defeated, caught again in a net of rules backed by the force of guns, in the hands of people who prejudged me as guilty of something I wouldn't even understand until it was probably too late.
A glance up at the soldiers with their murderous weapons assured me that it was already too late. I put my head in my hands and looked down at the floor. Murphy was moving slightly with each unconscious breath. How long would he live without medical attention? I started second-guessing my choices, calling the police from my mom's house, telling the police the truth, escaping the prison, and dragging Murphy to the hospital. They had all seemed like the right things to do at the time, but each had just led me further and further down a hole that seemed to have no bottom. Mr. Zane? I looked up. The nurse who'd examined me stood a few feet away. One of the soldiers was immediately beside her. Ma'am, you shouldn't be out here. I need to give this patient some medication. Ma'am, our orders. In a very stern tone, she said, Sergeant, this is a hospital. I am a nurse. It is my job to care for these people, no matter what is going on. Now I'm going to give this patient his medication. If you have a problem with that, I suggest you talk to your commanding officer who can talk to my boss. But until you do that, you need to let me do my job. That was that. The soldier backed off. The nurse came over to me and pushed a pill bottle into my hand. What's this? I asked. Antibiotics? No, she answered in a hushed tone. The bottle is empty. My name and cell number are written on it. What? Listen, you shouldn't be going to the ward. So I'm not sick? Yes, you are, but... Listen, Mr. Zane, you have the symptoms. You caught whatever this is, but you seem to be recovering. That seemed like a curious thing to say. I asked, Are you saying that most people aren't recovering from this? She shook her head. Crap. Mr. Zane, your blood probably has the antibodies that might help in making a vaccine, but nobody here wants to hear that. Avoid the ward if you can. Slip away if you're able, but don't lose my number. Call me. I need to see what I can do about getting you hooked up with a real doctor. And for God's sake, please stay away from people if you do get away. We don't know all the ways this can spread. You might still be contagious. Why should I stay away from the ward? Just avoid it if you can. She turned and walked away. The other truck is back, I heard one of the soldiers outside say. Without another moment's pause, the doors of the truck slammed shut. I looked around at my companions inside. None looked well. 2 sat with elbows on their knees and faces in their hands. One stared at me with wide, fearful eyes. The last had passed out and fallen over sideways on the bench. All showed signs of recent, bruising struggles. Each of them wore the bloody evidence.
Not good. The engine started, and the truck rolled across the grass. We bounced over a curb and accelerated away from the hospital. In the dim light inside the truck, I looked down at the empty brown pill bottle. Steph G. I memorized the number and stuffed the pill bottle into my pocket. The link between the European flu and the insanity everywhere crystallized in my mind. Was I immune? Really? Or was it just a matter of time before I went nuts like Dan did, or like the men in the jail? I shuddered to think about it. Could there be a worse fate than losing one's mind? I flexed my left hand. My forearm felt stiff. I looked at the crusty scabs and surrounding puffy red flesh. I pressed a finger into the puffiness near one of the big scabs. I felt no pain, but disgusting yellow pus oozed out. I felt sure it was only a matter of time before I lost my arm to infection. I shook my head. My situation was dire. I was powerless to alter it. Despair washed over me, but my eyes stayed dry. If there was one thing that Dan and the dead harpy did for me, it was teaching me how to shunt away troublesome emotions before they caused me more problems. I took a deep breath to clear my head. I needed to think.
Steph said I needed to avoid the ward, and that's what I intended to do. I needed to focus on escape. The truck slowed. It bounced over another curb and maneuvered through some turns. It came to a stop and went into reverse, then stopped again. The clink of metal on metal announced the opening of the doors. Outside were more soldiers in protective gear, with guns either at the ready or pointing into the truck. "Let's go," one of them ordered. My quarantined companions who were able made their way to the rear of the truck. I kneeled down to wake Murphy. His skin was hot to the touch, really hot. "We'll get him," a soldier told me. I looked at him, but ignored the order. "Murphy, come on, get up." "Out of the truck, sir," the soldier said harshly, pointing his weapon at me. Another stepped up to the open door and did the same. I nodded and slowly stood. "You're the boss." I refrained from adding a vulgar aspersion. Outside the transport truck, soldiers formed a corridor that led into a pair of open doors. There would be no escape at that point. I walked through the doors and into an old, familiar-looking building. I quickly realized that we were on the university campus, which neighbored the hospital campus. They walked us through the entrance to a very old basketball arena. The soldiers herded us toward a pair of double doors that I knew to be one of many entrances to the main gym floor. They put us up in a tight line right at the center of the pair of doors. One soldier spoke loudly to us. "Because of the infection, I'm going to open this door, and I need to close it as soon as possible. So, as soon as it opens, all 5 of you need to hurry through. Medical personnel in the quarantine area will take you from there and give you the medical attention that you require." Before anyone could ask a question or protest, the soldier ordered the door opened. I was last in line and was roughly pushed forward by several strong hands on my back. I fell into the guy in front of me, and we went down like walking dominoes. I bumped the edge of the door as they pushed me past, and I tripped on a pile of bodies and fell. The door slammed shut behind me, locking us in. Wicked thoughts blossomed with my anger and spilled out of my mouth in a long string of curses at the soldiers. I pushed myself up off of the guys below me and was silenced by what I saw in the gym. Gregory Gym was 80 years old, but had been renovated nicely. The gleaming wooden floor had space for 3 full basketball courts. With the collapsible wooden bleachers pulled out, and along with the upper-level seating, the gym had room for a few thousand fans. With the doors locked, and with platoons of soldiers ringing the building,
It was a makeshift asylum for several thousand infected inside.
More infected were being shoved through the door at discouragingly regular intervals. Most of those in the gym were frenetic and aimless. They were noisy. They sniffed and prodded one another as though looking for a meal. They scuffled, they screamed. Most couldn't remain still, though a good number sat catatonically or lay like corpses on the floor and benches. A few rattled on in nonsensical streams of words like crazed meth heads. More than a dozen ran around the gym, attacking and fighting with whomever they bumped. It was a madhouse. At one time, I guessed, hundreds of portable beds had been lined up in rows on the floor. By the time I arrived, they were in disarray. Random pieces of hospital equipment were scattered about. More than a few of those locked in the gym wore scrubs or hospital lab coats. Very disturbing were frightening smears of blood and bits of meat in perhaps a dozen spots on the floor. More disturbing than that were the infected, who appeared to be licking at those spots or chewing on things I preferred not to look at too closely. It reminded me of Dan's meticulous attention to the harpy's carcass. Many around the floor had bloody injuries, torn clothes, and, quite often, bite marks. Many were unscathed, but all had dilated, crazy eyes. The same dilated, crazy eyes as me. Having helped Murphy across the gym after the soldiers dumped him inside, I sat on the floor next to him. He'd since passed out on a cot next to a wall. He groaned and stirred. I reached out and felt his forehead. No change. He was still burning up with fever. The same fever I'd had that first night, I guessed. Some guy with shaggy hair, a beard, and hippie sandals very suddenly came sprinting at me out of the crowd. I stood just as I noticed him, immediately on the defensive. He made no effort to slow as he neared me, a fact I didn't realize until it was too late. He hit me at full speed and slammed me into the wall, his face stopping at kissing distance. "They're gonna kill us all," he screamed. I put my hands to his chest and started pushing. "Get off me!" He grabbed my shirt to pull himself closer. I got the full stench of his hot, slobbery breath. His spit splattered my face. "Get off me, motherfucker." I pushed harder. "Slaughter, slaughter, kill all the zombies." I knocked his hands free and pushed. The crazy guy fell on his back, but bounced right up and ran off to accost someone else. Christ. I looked around and saw a guy walking toward me in a bloodied lab coat. He seemed calm, normal even. I took a defensive stance and got ready to punch him in his glasses. His palms went up in front of him and he said, "It's okay." I relaxed a tad, but prepared myself for another kind of crazy. "It's okay," he said again. "I'm like you." "What? What do you mean, like me?" I asked. "Slow burn," he responded. "Back off, crazy man," I told him. "No, it's okay. I'm not like them." "Just keep your distance," I warned. He stopped about 5 feet in front of me and put his arms down. "I'm Jerome Barnett. I work for the CDC." I was taken aback. "The Center for Disease Control?" Jerome nodded. "The one in Atlanta?" I asked. "The very same." "Okay." I lowered my arms, then pointed out across the room, indicating the madness around us. "What the fuck?" Jerome looked around. "Yeah, kind of overwhelming, isn't it?" "Overwhelming? Not my first choice of words," I said. Jerome said, "I guess your first choice was fuck, wasn't it?" I nodded. "You gotta admit, Jerome, this is pretty fucked up. Do you know what the hell is going on?" "It's a long story. I've got nothing but time, unless you believe that crazy dude that was just here." Jerome said, "I'll talk quickly." That concerned me. Jerome grabbed an upturned cot and pulled it over near the one Murphy laid on.
He sat down in front of me. I found a bit of room on the corner of Murphy's cot that wasn't covered by Murphy, and sat down to face him. This is a disease caused by a virus. A virus? Yes, Jerome answered. Okay, I prompted. There was an outbreak about 2 months ago in Africa at a refugee camp in Kenya, just across the border from Somalia. What kind of outbreak? I gestured around. This? Yes. You probably saw something in the news about it. I shrugged. Bits and pieces, I guess. I don't really pay much attention to the news anymore. I hear you, Jerome agreed. I work for the CDC as an Epidemic Intelligence Services officer. Say what? I'm an epidemiologist. I was impressed. Jerome didn't look much older than me. He was clearly not the slacker I was. Jerome continued. I work in the field for the CDC. When there's an outbreak of some disease somewhere, especially if they're having trouble identifying it, they send me. You're the guy who actually does the identification? I asked.
No, there are doctors who specialize in that. I'm more of a response coordinator. When we don't have a defined protocol because we're not sure what we're dealing with, I usually get the call. Most times it's something run-of-the-mill, H1N1, hantavirus, things like that aren't getting identified correctly in the field. We rarely come across anything new, widespread, and deadly. I mean, we come across new strains and variants all the time, but nothing that meets all those criteria. Widespread? I asked. Deadly? I'll get to that. I frowned. Jerome continued. So we started getting reports of something weird out of Kenya 6 or so weeks ago. It doesn't take much to raise the CDC's interest. A few cases of unusual symptoms is usually enough to get on our radar. So when this popped up, it was a few cases the first day, then a few dozen, mostly in refugees coming across the border. We realized immediately that something was happening in Somalia. But that place is pretty lawless, and we don't go in there. Before you know it, I'm on a plane to Kenya, and 30 hours later, I'm at the refugee camp. By the time I arrive, the cases are numbering in the hundreds, and it's not just Somalian refugees fresh across the border anymore. Refugees in the camp are infected. Well, the first thing I try to do when I get there is try to quarantine the camp, but I've already missed that boat because it's spread to neighboring villages. While I'm still figuring that out, it pops up in Sudan and Ethiopia. People from the WHO and CDC come pouring in, but at this point, there's nothing in the media about it, because it's just Africa and nobody really gives a crap about dead Africans. But everybody in the community, I asked. CDC, WHO, all of us guys who watch this stuff. Well, we know it's bad, because it's literally exploding out of control, and we aren't even close to knowing anything about it. So that's where we are? I asked. We don't even know what it is? You're jumping ahead of me. Zed. The name is Zed. Well, Zed, things get pretty out of hand pretty quickly. People in charge start freaking out. The Kenyan army comes in and things start getting ugly. All of the expats, the aid workers, the volunteers, they start bugging out. The Chinese, the Europeans, the Americans, they all go. Everybody sees what's going down, and nobody wants to stay around for it. What do you mean, ugly? I asked. Look around, Zed. This is only the beginning. I don't just mean the beginning of the infection. I mean the beginning of what the infected will start doing once their biological urges get the best of them. What do you mean? Hunger, sex, the basic urges, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, well, hurry up, because I'm waiting for the what the fuck is wrong with me part. Okay, let me talk about the disease for a minute. I nodded dramatically, prompting him to move it along. The virus, we're pretty sure that's what it is transferred through bodily fluids. Okay. So, in your case, I guess looking at your arm, you were bitten.
Saliva gets in the wound, you get the virus. Yeah, I said. Intercourse, of course. I nodded. Of course. Kissing would do it. Heck, if somebody sneezed or coughed and the droplets got in your eyes, or you inhaled them, that would do it. This thing is contagious as hell. Wow, I said, not even with any sarcasm. So I'm infected because I got bitten? Yes. How can you be sure? I asked. I'm not acting all whacked out like the rest of these. I wanted to say zombies, but couldn't bring myself to use the word. You're infected, Zed. Everybody who gets bitten gets infected. Everybody? Everybody. But you said you didn't know that much about it, I said. Yeah, I did, but we're almost certain that biting is a 100% effective transmission pathway. Crap, I muttered. Did you get bitten? Is that why you're in here? Actually, I think mine was a sneeze or a cough when I was in a ward. I caught it that way. That sucks. More than you know. Well, actually, I guess you do know. But Zed, it doesn't suck as much as it could have. And that's why we're having this conversation. What do you mean? I mean, the infection doesn't affect everyone the same way. Like the flu, some people get it bad, some don't. Some die, most don't. So, I prompted. When did you get bitten? Jerome asked. Sunday. And this is early Thursday morning. I nodded. And what symptoms did you have? I felt feverish within 15 or 20 minutes, and then within a half hour or so I passed out and stayed out for 2 days. What then? Well, I woke up, disoriented, dehydrated, hungry as hell, I told him. I felt like crap. And your eyes, they were dilated, like they are now? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I didn't know until I got to the hospital. I just knew the sun and bright lights were bothersome. Jerome said, Yeah, that's because your eyes are permanently dilated now. That sucks. It could be worse. Jerome looked around. Are you saying that I'm not going to wind up like them? I can't say for sure, but right now you and I are what they're calling slow burners. What does that mean? I asked. When somebody catches this infection, Jerome told me, they develop a fever, usually pretty quickly, but sometimes it might take days to develop, depending on how they catch it. If the initial infection is small, it might take more time to develop enough of the virus in the body for symptoms to show. I'm guessing that happens in the case of sneezing and coughing transmission, I asked. We're not certain yet, but maybe. Okay. So, the symptoms almost always include a fever, headache, nausea, and sometimes diarrhea. Like the flu? I asked. Jerome answered, Yes, but there's more. The fever gets high, like in the 104 to 106 range, in a hurry. I know that's not good, I said. No, it's not, said Jerome. In most cases, brain damage occurs. Nerve damage as well. What kind of brain damage? In most cases, the frontal lobe is severely damaged. Pretty much everything that makes us human, complex thought, emotion, and empathy, are debilitated or destroyed. Fuck, slipped out of my mouth again before I could catch it. The basic functions mostly survive, though in 10 to 15% of the cases, the host just dies. The ones that don't die end up like these guys. Jerome pointed to the aimless, chaotic mass in the room. We've figured out that the body temperature after the initial fever correlates very strongly with brain function loss. Okay, I said. Did anyone take your temperature, Zed? I shook my head. Not until I got here. You seem pretty normal. Like you've got your wits about you. I'm guessing you're between 99 and 100. Where are you? I asked Jerome. I got lucky, Zed. I come in at 99.3, just over a half degree above normal. You seem normal. I am, said Jerome. I'm a little klutzy. I'm a little hyperactive, like I'm on a perpetual caffeine buzz. But I'm lucky. And you think that's where I'll be? I think so, Zed. And you CDC guys call it a slow burn because the final temperature is above normal, but lower than these other guys. Mostly right, Jerome nodded. For slow burners, the initial fever doesn't go up to 106 and doesn't stabilize too far above normal. The crazy guy that you were wrestling with when I walked up, he was probably running at about 102 to 103. The really whacked out ones in here, they're above 104. With the high temperature, the metabolic rate shoots through the roof. They need calories like you wouldn't believe. They probably need twice the calories that a normal person requires. Wow, I said. Like I said, their metabolisms are running amok. They need to feed. So, are you sure I'm a slow burner? I asked. Once the fever starts, the temperature can spike very fast, and they turn from normal to brain-damaged whack jobs pretty quickly. But for slow burners, the whole thing usually runs its course in about 2 days. When you come out of it, based on what we know so far, you pretty much are what you are. Mostly. Mostly? Some continue to deteriorate. You mean their temperature goes back up? Yes, slowly. And how many end up like us? I asked. How many are immune altogether? Good question, Zed. Our best data puts total immunity way below 1%, maybe a half, maybe a tenth. And? Of the infected, it looks like maybe 1 in a few thousand end up like you and me. Is that genetic? Some kind of immunity? We don't know why, Jerome answered. This thing is moving so fast, it's outpaced our ability to learn what we need to know. So the others, the fast burners, what about them? I asked. Over 90% of them end up with a total loss of higher brain function. They're all over 104. The remaining 10% or so mostly come in between 101 and 104, with the temperature determining how much human is left in them. How much human? Mostly, they're just like a bunch of very violent, cannibalistic chimpanzees. Most don't think. They just want to eat and tend to their natural bodily functions. The ones that can think tend to lose any sense of empathy or morality. They're dangerous. They're vicious. Like the crazy guy from earlier? I asked. Jerome nodded. Yes, like him. Great. So what's the deal then? All of these people are hungry and crazy? Are we in physical danger? Jerome shrugged. Depends. On what? One of the things about people that is usually underrated is the importance of the sense of smell. Go on. Well, this is my opinion, my theory, not the CDC's position. Yeah, I said. I think that in the absence of the higher brain functions, the lower brain functions are no longer overlooked, even with all the confusion in a damaged brain. So far this means nothing to me, I said. When these guys start eating people, they prefer not to eat each other. I don't think they like the way they smell. Maybe they smell the disease on each other. Oh, I interjected. Like those dogs that sometimes smell when their owners get sick. Yeah, I saw something about that on TV once. Yes, I guess so, Jerome agreed. But that doesn't mean they won't eat each other. They just aren't their first choice. So, are you telling me that they only eat people? And that they prefer healthy people? No, they're still human, just diseased humans. They're still omnivorous. But back in the refugee camp where, and I hate to say it this way, the most plentiful food source was other people, that's what they ate. I reluctantly pointed to the bloody spots on the floor. Is that what happened here? Jerome got a distant look in his eyes and nodded. Doctors and nurses. But they ignored you, I said. Yes and no. Okay, what does that mean? I asked. Jerome said, they're ignoring me for now because I have the infection. I smell like them. But you and me, Zed, we're slow burners, we're mild cases. We smell more like healthy humans than they do. Wait, what? Zed, this gym they have us locked up in, this isn't an original idea. This is pretty much the same thing we did in Kenya. We couldn't keep them all in hospital tents, so someone had the great idea to start corralling them all, just to get them under control. Because, what do you do with them? I shrugged. Well, when they got hungry, they didn't go after each other first. Not really.
They went after the slow burners because they smelled the most normal. Then they went after the crazy ones, the weak and injured ones, the ones that were easy prey and couldn't defend themselves. Then what? I asked. They broke out of the corral and the refugee camp fell apart. It was a nightmare. And somewhere in that mess, the army just started shooting the infected down. That became government policy. Maybe it already was, I don't know. Maybe they thought it was the only way to contain the virus. But it didn't work, I said. It was already too late when they started. So, I said, by extrapolation, the longer we stay here, the more likely it is that we're either going to be eaten or the soldiers outside are going to come inside and just shoot us. Yeah, that about sums it up. Great. I looked down at Murphy and tried to assimilate all that I'd just been told. Jerome asked, when did your friend get bitten? 18 hours ago, I guess. So he's got a chance, right? Jerome pointed at the crazies walking around the gym. Zed, they're going to start getting hungry soon. If we go find some place out of the way, maybe up at the top of the bleachers by the windows, maybe they'll ignore us for a while, especially if we leave your friend lying here helpless. That's fucked up, I told Jerome. It is what it is, Jerome said. Once they start feeding again, they're going to eat your friend. You won't be able to do anything about it except get eaten too. I shook my head. I have an idea for a way to get out of here. If you want, you can help me with Murphy and come along. If not, you can fuck off and we'll give it a go without you. If you have an idea of a way to get out, Zed, you and I should just do that now. Murphy might come out of this like us, or he might not. I nodded. I don't care. Murphy is coming with me. Are you? Jerome looked around. He wasn't pleased. What's your idea? Do you have a quarter? Chapter 13. Murphy was half delirious, but Jerome and I managed to stand him up between us with one of his arms over each of our shoulders. Together, we shambled around behind the bleachers. Working Murphy through the monkey bar framework of bleacher supports was not easy. He bumped his head and grumbled, but he kept his feet under himself. I kept hitting my shins on horizontal supports that ran along at 12 inches above the floor. Jerome ran into everything. I'm not getting a warm fuzzy about this, Jerome told me. Hiding under the bleachers isn't going to solve our problem. Be cool, man, I told him. I know what I'm doing. A shriek ripped the air, followed quickly by others. Scuffles broke out on the basketball courts. I looked questioningly at Jerome. The same thing happened earlier. They're feeding. It sounds like, I know, we need to get out of here, Jerome urged. We came to a stop at a square metal panel nearly half the size of a door on the wall. What's this? Jerome asked. Give me the quarter. I need to get these screws out. Okay, Jerome said tentatively. He pulled some change out of his pocket, passed me a quarter, and knelt down beside the panel. Help me with the screws, I told him. I went to college here. When I was a freshman, we were out goofing around one night and we came across these utility tunnels. This access panel leads down to the tunnel system.
This is how we used to sneak in to see the volleyball games and stuff. One guy with a sports pass could come in and open up the panel and let the rest of us in. Wow. Yeah, wow, I confirmed. If we get into the tunnel system, we can go nearly anywhere on campus. All of the buildings have access panels or doors into the basements. Jerome went to work on one of the 8 screws. It would have gone faster with a screwdriver, but you work with what you have.
With a few screws out, I heard the noise of somebody clumsily coming through the tangle of metal supports under the bleachers. Jerome and I both looked. It was the crazy guy with the hippie sandals. "Shit," said Jerome. My fingers were getting sweaty, and it was hard to hold on to the little quarter. Another screw dropped to the ground, followed quickly by the one Jerome was working on. The crazy guy hollered, "They're gonna eat me! They're gonna eat me!" Jerome stood and fished around in his pocket. He pulled out a folding knife with a 4-inch blade, opened it, and handed it to me. "Zed, I've got this. You need to take care of him before he draws the rest of them back here." There was no time to argue. I grudgingly took the knife. "Get that panel off." I made my way through the supports toward the crazy guy. "They're gonna eat me!" he yelled again. "Be quiet," I told him, trying to keep my voice down.
He jumped up on a lower support, grabbed 2 vertical supports, and used the weight of his body to shake them. The bleachers above rumbled with the vibration. He probably got the attention of every infected freak in the gym with that. I hurried toward him to push him off, but when I got close, he leapt at me with his hands grasping and his mouth screaming. It reminded me of my encounter with Dan. I stepped back to avoid his grasp and tripped over a support. The crazy guy came down on top of me. In the struggle, I pummeled him in the head with the handle of the knife, but it had no effect. He just kept yelling and kept trying to pull my face closer to his mouth. I lost my temper. I turned the pointed end of the knife at the crazy guy's skull and drove the blade deep through the bone. He went limp on top of me, but his blood poured out onto me from the wound. I pulled myself free and looked to the ends of the bleachers as I stood up.
At least a dozen infected were trying to make their way underneath.
Damn it. I turned to Jerome. They're coming. By the time I got back down beside Jerome, there were 2 screws left. He was working on one. I went to work on the other. Both ends of the bleachers were packed with the infected, and they were coming our way. Whether to feed on the crazy guy or make a meal of us all, I had no intention of finding out. Jerome's screw plinked to the floor. He shouted, "We need to get out of here!" My screw dropped out and the panel fell free. I spun around and shook Murphy. "Murphy, you need to wake back up. We need to go, man." No response. "Murphy!" I slapped him across the face, once, then twice. His eyes opened. Good. I dragged him up off of his butt. The first few of the infected reached the crazy guy's body and fell on him with their mouths open and their hands tearing at his clothes. Jerome was already in the tunnel, climbing down the ladder. I pushed Murphy's bulk toward the tunnel opening. It was hard. It was slow. The infected from the other direction were getting close. They started yelling and howling. They were excited. "Murphy, turn around. It's a ladder," I yelled. "Murphy, we gotta go!" Murphy complied, and we got his feet into the hole. He started down the ladder, but halfway in, he stopped and stared at me in a daze. "Damn it, Murphy, move!" 8 or 9 infected were gorging themselves on the crazy guy. Other infected were flowing around the scrum and were eyeing me. I leaned forward, put my hands on Murphy's shoulders, and pushed. "Move, Murphy!" I felt his bulk move and then slide into the darkness. I knew it was about 8 feet down to the floor of the tunnel, far enough to chance an injury, but the alternative was to stay and die. I felt fingers on my back, grasping at my shirt. All choices were gone, save one. I dove into the hole. Chapter 14. Through pure luck, the pursuing infected fell over one another, coming through the hatch into the tunnel. In a tangle of bodies, with more piling in on top, none of them were able to pursue us until we were out of sight around a corner and a few hundred yards down another long, straight tunnel. When we were spotted, we made a quick turn down another tunnel that brought us expeditiously to an alcove with an unlocked door. That door led up to my old freshman dormitory. We hustled through the door and bolted it behind us. The dormitory building was at least as old as Gregory Gym, but its last renovation was 40 years behind, so it had no air conditioning. That meant that it was empty for the summer session of classes. With keys pilfered from the administrative office, I led Murphy and Jerome up to the 5th floor, thinking, for whatever reason, that height equated to safety. It was well past midnight when I unlocked a dorm room door. We quickly piled into the room's hot, stagnant air. Once inside, closing and locking the door was top priority. The dorm held 4 bunks and 4 empty desks. Jerome and I wrestled Murphy into one of the lower bunks, and he passed out immediately on hitting the prone position. "Pillow?" Jerome asked. I looked around the room and didn't immediately see one. I shrugged. Just as well. 2 5-foot-tall dormer windows faced south. The room was dark, but I stood to the side and carefully opened each by about 6 inches, enough to let some air flow into the room, but not open wide enough to be noticed from the ground. Below us, across a lawn the size of a football field and across an empty professor's parking lot, the gym from which we'd just escaped was alive with activity. Jerome came up beside me to see what I was watching. Soldiers were nervously walking in the parking lot, facing the building, talking, smoking, and keeping a ready hand near the triggers of their weapons.
A group of police officers stood together, talking and gesturing at the gym. What was going on? What was there to do about it? Those were the questions on everyone's mind, and, no doubt, the topic of discussion below. Still staring out the window, I said, "I need to go back down to the office on the 1st floor and see if the phone is working. There's a nurse I need to call." "About what?" Jerome asked. "She's one of the nurses from the hospital. She thinks I may have antibodies in my blood that might be helpful. She asked me to call her when I could." Jerome shook his head vigorously. "That's a bad idea." "Is she wrong?" No. I mean, what's she gonna do? She's busy caring for patients and shuttling them off to the gym over there. She won't be able to do anything with the antibodies in your blood." "I didn't say that she was going to do anything herself," I argued. A crashing sound pulled our attention back to the plaza below. Several panes in the enormous gym windows had broken out and fallen to the concrete 20 feet below. Through the windows, I saw the full silhouettes of the infected standing along the top row of bleacher seats inside, pressing their hands on the glass panes in the old metal frames. A loud pop caught the attention of every ear in the plaza. One of the window's frames flexed across its entire width, roughly 10 feet. More panes popped out and fell to the sidewalk. Before anyone below could react, a huge section of one of the window frames busted away from the wall and fell to the ground. Like water from a spigot turned fully on, the infected flowed out through the window. Soldiers hollered in surprise. Some shouted for assistance. The first infected out the window hit the ground and were soon covered by others, falling out on top of them. Bodies piled into a pyramidal mound up to the height of the window and became a squirming, screaming ramp that more of the infected stumbled down as they poured out of the gym. Soldiers in the parking lot started shooting tentatively over the heads of the advancing wave of infected. What I didn't think of until that moment, and what I'm sure the soldiers didn't realize until it was too late, was that they weren't dealing with rational human beings. The horde wasn't frightened by the popping noise of the rifles. In moments, the soldiers were in danger of being engulfed by the mass running at them. The soldiers backpedaled and started shooting into the crowd. Bodies erupted in bloody explosions where the bullets found their marks.
Some of the infected fell, and some continued forward in spite of their wounds. Soldiers went down as the horde overwhelmed them. Some retreated but kept firing. Others broke and ran. "Holy crap," I muttered as I inched back a little from the window.
"You can say that again," said Jerome. More soldiers and police hurried around the corner from the front of the building to support the retreating men, but it was too late. The situation was beyond control. Their line collapsed under the onslaught of the infected. Screams followed. Not the wild screams of the infected, but the terrorized screams of the dying. Gunfire died away or faded into the distance. In the first battle I'd ever seen, the infected rolled over the soldiers without slowing down. As a reward for their victory, many of them feasted on the fallen bodies of the soldiers and policemen who had been either too brave to flee or too slow to get away. "God, that's horrible," I said. Jerome backed into the darkness away from the window. "We don't want them to see us up here." "The police?" I asked. "The infected," he answered. "If they do, they may come after us." "Can they?" I asked. "Figure it out, I mean." With their frontal lobes fried, is getting up here too complex of a problem? "I don't know, Zed, but I don't want to find out." I stepped back from the window. "I don't either." The battle wound down. Gunshots became less frequent. Most of the infected dispersed from the plaza. I asked Jerome, "What next?" "What next?" Jerome asked me, anger putting an edge in his voice. "You led us here. I figured you had a plan." "Don't get pissed at me. You're the guy from the CDC who's supposed to know everything about this plague or whatever it is." Jerome's anger disappeared as quickly as it had surfaced. "Plagues are bacterial. This is almost certainly viral." "Whatever." "Call it a pandemic," said Jerome. "Double whatever," I spat back. "I'm no doctor. I'm kind of on the user end of this disease thing, you know. From where I sit, plagues and pandemics are pretty much the same thing. Everybody catches cold, everybody dies, everybody turns into a mindless monster. It pretty much comes down to a bad something happening to everybody." "You don't have to be a dick, Zed." I thought I did have to be a dick. I was still a little pissed about Jerome ordering me to take care of the crazy guy back in the gym. He had a PhD and worked for the CDC, but that didn't make him my boss. I gave it a minute before I said, "Getting out of the gym was my only plan at first. Like you said, we were in danger of getting attacked by the infected when we were in there. You were right about that. They seemed pretty anxious to get their hands on us when we were getting into the tunnel." Jerome nodded. "Once we got into the tunnel," I said, "the dorm was just the first place that came to mind as a place to hide out for a bit and figure things out. It seems to me that we're in a pretty crappy situation. The infected see us as a meal. To the uninfected, we're just more infected. To them, we're a danger. And apparently the currently accepted cure for infection is a bullet." "The soldiers had to shoot them," Jerome said. "You saw what happened. They didn't have a choice." I couldn't argue with that. We stood there in the sweltering dorm room in silence for a good long while, listening to the sounds of the world falling apart outside. Jerome broke the silence. "Whatever we do next, we need to keep an eye on Murphy." Jerome was probably right about that, so I said nothing. He continued, "We don't know for certain what he's going to be when his fever breaks, or doesn't break. If he comes out as a 99 like us, then great. If he's 104 or up, we need to be prepared to do something about him." "Do something?" I asked. "Don't be coy, Zed. You can see where this is going. You did what you thought was right in trying to get him to the hospital in the first place, but things are different now, and they're going to hell in a hurry. We need to start thinking about survival." "Survival?" I asked. "The police, the fire department, hospitals, doctors.
They aren't going to be here for us pretty soon. Maybe they're gone already. I shook my head. Will it really get that bad? Zed, it's that bad or worse everywhere this thing has spread. But there aren't any buts. Look out the window. The infected are taking over. What Jerome was telling me was a truth I didn't want to accept. We're going to have to look out for ourselves, said Jerome. At the very least, as you astutely pointed out, even if everything miraculously returns to normal, you and I are pariahs. We're infected. We'll have no one to take care of us but us. We'll be lucky if we're not gunned down. I don't see any happy endings for you and me. I dropped into one of the desk chairs. Jerome was right, but I wasn't quite ready to deal with that level of bleakness. All I'm saying, said Jerome, is that we need to talk about what to do with Murphy. If he goes full 104 or up, we'll probably be able to escape if we decide quickly and execute our plan. But he's a big guy. If he wakes up with a reduced brain capacity and a big appetite, he might kill both of us before we can do anything about it. Hell, he might kill both of us if we're fully prepared. He's a big, really strong guy. Zed, he's a time bomb. Jerome was right about that. I didn't want to admit it. I didn't even want to acknowledge it. But he was right. Zed, I know you don't want to talk about this, but we need to. We need to be ready to put him down if it comes to that. Kill him, I said. That's what you mean. Of course that's what I mean. You know that. If he's 104, then it'll be him or us. We'll need to run, or we'll need to kill him. How do you propose we put him down? I asked. I don't know, said Jerome. I don't have an answer to that. That's part of why we're talking now.
If we wait until he comes back around and he's a 104 and we're sitting here, or worse, sleeping here, then we're dead.
What do you suggest? I think one of us should sneak outside once it settles down a bit and try to grab a gun or two from those dead soldiers or police down there. Excuse me for saying so, I said as I shook my head. But that sounds a lot like suicide. Yes, it's a risk. But I think we need to get him while the getting is good. I don't know how bad things will get, but they're likely to get worse before they get better. We're going to need to be armed if we're going to survive this. And I don't just mean Murphy. What do you think the odds of your going down and getting one of those guns and getting back up here alive will be? I asked. Probably a lot better than the odds of our still being alive an hour after Murphy wakes up as a 104 if we're not armed, Jerome suggested. Better? I asked. Why would they be better? Right now, all of the infected are feeding. You have to remember, Zed, we're a food source of last resort for them. I don't think they like to eat each other. I peered out the window. 100 or more infected were feeding on the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Or we could leave him here, said Jerome. We could go find another place to hole up. I mean, what's your attachment to this guy anyway? Is he your brother-in-law or something? No, I shrugged. Well, he helped me out of the jail this morning. The jail? You were in jail? He said it in a condescending way that made me want to punch him. I decided that I didn't like him very much. I said, it was bullshit. My stepdad, who I guess was infected, killed my mum and some guy from their church. The police arrested me because they thought I murdered them all. That's messed up. Yeah. So you just met Murphy this morning? Jerome asked. I nodded. And you helped him get to the hospital after he got bitten. And you saved him when we were in the gym. What did he do for you at the jail? I said, it's not important, but there's more. What? Jerome asked. Murphy knows of a place in East Austin. Jerome said, you seem to cringe when you say that. It's not the best part of town. Pretty soon I don't think any part of town will be good. What kind of place is this? Jerome asked. It's a bunker under some guy's house. And he's going to let Murphy in? Jerome was skeptical. He died a few years ago or something, I said. He built this bunker under his house. And Murphy knows where it is? I nodded. I hoped. And he knows how to get in. I don't know, I said. His cousin Earl did. He did? He got shot at the jail. Oh. What little enthusiasm Jerome had for the bunker idea seemed to wane, but he said, if ever there was a time to need a survivalist's bunker, now would be it. Clearly, Murphy has some value.
I think it's worth the risk to take a chance on him. I think you should go down and get a gun. Me? It was your idea. I know, but hear me out on this, Zed. I work for the CDC. I know about the outbreak. I'm an expert, the kind the world might need if we're going to get out of this with an intact society. And you work for... Where do you work? I have the most fulfilling job in the world, I said. What? I put a legal yet addictive drug in the hands of jonesing addicts and make them happy. What are you talking about? Jerome looked at me, seemingly clueless. For a CDC employee, you sure can't figure things out. I hope you're good at memorization. Stop playing games, Jerome told me. Come on, what is it, like Starbucks or something? I nodded. I thought you went to college here. Did you party too much and drop out? No, I got a philosophy degree, I mumbled. Oh, I sighed. I'll get the guns. Chapter 15. I stood at the first-floor doorway, looking out across the lawn and parking lot. To the east, bordering the plaza, stood the ROTC building and a maintenance building. To the west lay a street lined with enormous old oaks full of squawking grackles. Across the street was a 6-story building full of classrooms and professors' offices. Scattered across the lawn and parking lot lay the bodies and remnants of soldiers and policemen, all being eaten by the infected clustered around them. Gunshots echoed regularly in the distance. Sirens wailed without end. The smell of smoke tainted the air. Ugly, low clouds hung in the sky, dirty orange in the light coming off of the city below. With the glass door open, I had 1 foot in the building, 1 foot out, as I weighed the risk of death on the bloody plaza against the risk of death tomorrow or the next day for having no gun to defend myself. I pondered the value of stealing rifles from men who died trying to defend themselves with those very weapons. Mostly, I tried to find a way around my fear. I wondered if my fear was pointless. I wondered, with the infection coursing through my veins, if I was effectively dead already, whether I was just pretending to be alive until the virus finished destroying my brain. I got angry for being afraid, for giving in to it. I swore to myself when I was 12, on one of 1,000 occasions when I cowered in my room, while the wrathful ogre stormed up the hall to scar my skin with his fists, his boots, and his belt, that I would not let fear rule me. I got up off my knees on that day and stood in the face of Dan's wrath. Through the years of living with the ogre and the harpy, I paid heavily for that choice. But what I got in return was a defiant strength that was impossible to measure. So fuck Dan, fuck the police, fuck the doctors, fuck Jerome, and fuck the infected. I kicked the door wide, reached over to a nearby garden, grabbed a heavy rock, and placed it between the door and the jamb. Daring the infected to come at me, I stormed out onto the lawn. I don't know what wild animals feel when they see strength in other animals, strength that they can't stand against. But I think they feel fear. I walked up to the body of a policeman. The infected that were feeding there scampered out of my way. I picked up the officer's pistol. I was ready to put a bullet in the head of any infected that challenged me. They didn't. They kept their distance and went back to feeding. I fished around in the remains of the officer's bloody garments and came up with his belt. The leather was torn through,
but it held his spare magazines. They seemed full of bullets. The poor guy didn't have a chance to reload before they overwhelmed him. One of the infected got bold and snarled at me. I ignored him while I looked for anything else of value in the officer's remains. With the officer's belt hanging over my shoulder and a pair of handcuffs in my pocket, I headed for the body of a nearby soldier. Whether my safety among the infected was a result of their fear of my anger or the satisfaction of their full bellies, it didn't matter to me at that moment. They showed little interest in me. There wasn't much left of the soldier. His gory bones, uniform, helmet, and equipment were scattered widely across a red stain on the edge of the parking lot. The infected were done with him and had moved on. I fell to my knees among the soldier's remains, trying to figure out what to take. The rifle was a no-brainer. I reached over and scooted that over in front of my knees. The soldier's harness was covered in blood, but looked to be intact. He'd have his extra ammunition and equipment stowed in pouches on the harness. I wanted it. On hands and knees, I crawled over to the harness. Coming down off of the rage I felt after thinking about Dan, I started to think clearly. I glanced around quickly to assess my situation. I saw nothing out of the ordinary, out of the new ordinary, and naturally assumed that if I couldn't see a danger, then it didn't exist. I stuffed the pistol into the front of my pants, picked up the soldier's rifle and harness, and stood. "Hey!" someone yelled out of the darkness. The voice startled me. I froze, but the head of every infected in the parking lot turned toward a doorway at the end of the building across the street. Suddenly, running seemed like a good idea. I turned and bolted away from the sound of the voice. A waist-high hedge cut across the lawn and would offer cover in case I needed it. My intuition to run proved correct, because in the next moment, I heard the sound of gunfire. 1, 2, and then 3 shots shattered the relative calm in the quadrangle. The infected were on their feet and staring at the source of the shots. I jumped, rolling in the air as I cleared the hedge and landed hard on my back. Out of breath, I rolled immediately, then crawled away as fast as I could from where I landed. 3 more shots echoed, and I saw the ground erupt in divots where I'd landed behind the bushes. In a singular wave, the infected broke into a run toward the shooter. Howls from more of the infected carried up and down the street. Hundreds of running feet pounded on the asphalt. I ventured a peek over the bushes and saw at least a dozen infected frozen in their poses, standing and staring straight at me. It was time to go. I hoped the shooter came to that same decision and was bugging out in the other direction. I grabbed my equipment and sprinted for the dormitory's door. Back on the 5th floor, I knocked lightly on the dorm room door. "Jerome?" Feet shuffled softly. The lock clicked. The door eased open. Jerome's face showed neither relief nor surprise. He was a cold prick. I stepped into the room angry, but not sure at exactly who or what. Jerome picked up on my mood as he closed and locked the door. "We both knew it was dangerous, you were going out to get the guns. Because you were too big of a pussy to do it," I didn't say. He stepped toward me, expecting me to hand him one of the weapons. I didn't. I was planning to. I was going to. Just not at that moment. Jerome and I were going to have to figure out who the alpha was, and I'd lost the first few rounds in that stupid game already. I didn't want to play, but I absolutely wasn't going to be subjugated by Jerome either. I sensed that with him, there were only 2 choices: lead or follow. Cooperation wasn't on the table. But at that moment, I had all the guns. I had all the power. I wanted that to be clear. "Did anything change with Murphy while I was downstairs?" I asked. Jerome shrugged and looked toward Murphy, leading my eyes along. Murphy hadn't moved. I dropped the soldier's harness to the floor and fished a pair of handcuffs out of my heavy left pocket. "I got these for Murphy." I held them out to Jerome, who just looked at them. That's a good idea, but he's your friend, said Jerome. You put them on him. Whatever, I muttered, petulant. I knelt by Murphy's bunk, careful to lay the rifle on the floor beside me. I cuffed Murphy's wrist to the bed frame by the wall. He's still burning up, I said. Jerome hadn't moved an inch from his spot near the door. It's the fever. He's starting to lose his color, I observed. Why does that happen? It's a complicated process. When you guys were studying this in Kenya, did you learn anything that might give us a clear indication of what Murphy will be like when he wakes up? I asked. Should we take his temperature? Jerome shook his head. No. Temperature is one of the first things we looked at as a predictor. The ones that max on body temperature but regain their mobility quickly tend to be the ones with the greatest loss of intellectual capacity.
The ones that linger, like Murphy, tend to have a better chance of coming out as a slow burn, like us. They also have the highest mortality rate. But what you have to understand is that nothing is clear-cut on this. Anything could happen. I took a seat on a bunk across the room from Murphy. Jerome grabbed one of the desk chairs and sat down near me. That was a good idea, getting the cuffs. I took the compliment at face value and thawed a bit. Thanks. I reached into my waistband, withdrew the policeman's handgun, and held it out toward Jerome. Are you cool with the pistol? I think I'd prefer a pistol. Cool, I said. I hefted the rifle. I think I'd rather have this thing for now. Oh, I think I've got 3 more clips for that pistol. I don't know how many bullets come in a clip, though. Depends on the gun, I guess, said Jerome. Oh. Zed, I don't really know that much about guns. Great, I laughed. I don't know anything about them either. Jerome looked down and started to explore the pistol in his lap. Be careful, I said. Jerome's expression made it clear that he didn't want my trite advice. I shrugged and started fumbling around with my rifle, realizing quickly that I was out of my depth. I certainly knew what the trigger did and from which end the bullets came out, but I didn't know anything about how to eject or load a magazine. I didn't know how or when to clean the thing. I knew that it was necessary. Gun people always talked about cleaning their guns. I didn't know what kind of gun I had. It was some kind of military rifle, I knew that. Perhaps most importantly, I didn't know whether or not it was empty, or even how to check, aside from pulling the trigger. After some time spent experimenting with his weapon, Jerome said, "Thanks for going out and getting the guns. I didn't really think you'd get shot at." I figured the only danger was from the infected, and most of them were feeding. I gave Jerome a nod. I didn't want to go out, but it had to be done. And now we have guns we don't know anything about. I smiled at the irony of it. Jerome, why does it feel like we're screwed anyway? Possibly 2 reasons, he answered immediately. Those would be, I asked. 1, we are screwed. I chuckled. Sometimes laughter is all you have to deal with stress. I asked, is the other one better? We don't have a plan, said Jerome. A plan. You might be right about that. What did you guys do in Africa? I mean, you made it out of there alive. Jerome nodded. I don't know. I think we got lucky. First, when it became obvious that the infected were crossing borders into the other countries, then especially when we lost containment in the camp, I told you about the corrals, right? I nodded. The military came in and just started killing anyone that looked infected. I think I got out because I was white. I think I only made it onto the plane because no one else on the plane knew any more than I did about the infection. All of the doctors and other CDC personnel were as frightened as I was. I thought I was going to end up like the other infected. I figured that if I could get back to the States, I might have a better chance. It's just lucky genetics that have saved you, I asked. So far, Jerome added. So far, I agreed.
The CDC didn't know what to do with me except quarantine me, said Jerome. They left me in isolation until Austin started to blow up. By that time, they figured I wasn't contagious, but they also figured I wasn't going to get any sicker. So, I was the best candidate to send here. Well, a lot of other guys came, pretty much the A-team. Austin is ground zero for the first outbreak in the States. I guess that's why I didn't hear about it, I said. You said you don't watch the news, Jerome chided.
I'm not completely oblivious, I said. But like you said, news stories about people dying in Africa don't register with me as unusual events. Like everybody in the Western Hemisphere, I've built up a tolerance to it. Why do you think the virus hit Austin, and not some place like New York or Los Angeles? Maybe it has by now, Jerome said, if Africa can be used as any kind of template for the spread of the disease. As far as LA and New York go, the international airports have been shutting down and commerce came to a halt as the infection broke out in Europe and Asia. I think it came to Austin with a slow burner like you and me, only one that finished turning. There was a church group from Austin that was doing some kind of charity work in Uganda over the summer. They escaped on a chartered plane and got back to Austin a few weeks ago before people here knew the extent of the problem. I think it was someone in that group. A church group? That piqued my interest. Which church? It was a long name. The Blood of Christ, the Holy Redeemer Church, or something like that. Christ. That was a surprise. That's where my mom and stepdad went to church. Probably where they caught it, Jerome said as he glanced toward the window, as though looking for something. It was probably just nervousness. We stopped talking, and I collected my thoughts for a few moments. So, the bottom line is that it was luck that got you out of Africa alive. Jerome nodded. Too bad, I said. I was hoping you guys had some proven protocols for getting through this kind of crap. Jerome shook his head. We need to figure it out as we go along. I nodded. I don't know what the worst-case scenario is, but after everything I've seen since Sunday, and after hearing about what happened in Kenya, I think we need to prepare for that. I agree. So, plan we did, for the next few days anyway. The first decision we took was that we needed to take turns standing guard at night. It looked like literally anything could happen at any time. It wouldn't do for us both to be sleeping when a bad situation developed. We needed to store water in case things got really bad and it stopped flowing from the taps. Our most convenient source of food was the dozen vending machines in the recreation room on the first floor. With the fall semester just a week from starting, I hoped that those were fully stocked and waiting for freshmen's quarters. Vending machine food would not be nutritious, but suffering through weeks of zero nutrition would be far better than suffering through long days of 0 calories. We needed information. The virus was in Europe, Asia, Africa, and now in the Western Hemisphere. The world was changing, and all we knew about it was what we could see through the dormer windows. That wouldn't do. My smartphone was somewhere in the police station. Jerome's cell phone was dead, and we had no cord with which to charge it. There were televisions in the rec room, but the rec room was on the first floor with lots of large windows. Turning those televisions on would attract the infected. There were a few computers, presumably with internet connections, in the rec room as well. They were set up for student access and required a password, so they were useless to us. We were going to have to leave the dormitory and venture back out among the infected again. That was an unappealing thought, especially with the sound of gunfire ringing across the city. Aside from brainstorming, we came up with few specifics. The hour was late. I was tired. I was hungry. In fact, I felt starved. I thought about when I'd last drank or eaten anything. Was it the tequila shots I'd drunk on Sunday morning? No. Perhaps the sports drink from the fridge on Tuesday. I needed to eat something. I said,
We need to go down and raid those vending machines tonight. Do you think that's wise? Jerome asked.
If not, then we need to chase down one of those infected bastards so we can eat him.
Are you serious? Jerome asked nervously. Dude, it was a joke.
You never know nowadays.
Jerome smiled weakly. I rolled my eyes.
I haven't had anything to eat in days.
Jerome said, one of us should stay here and keep an eye on Murphy, and one of us should go down. I looked expectantly at Jerome. What? He asked. What? I responded. I went out and got the guns. We talked about that. Not to say that my life's more valuable than yours, because it's not, but I have expertise that can help us fix all this. Jerome shrugged. You don't. This was going to get old in a hurry. Whatever. I stood up and headed for the door, then turned. I don't suppose you know how to break into a vending machine, do you? Jerome shook his head. Great. As it turned out, the damned things were resilient as hell.
Kicking in the glass fronts like they always did in the movies proved to be a futile, noisy waste of time. I tried beating one with a fire extinguisher. Again, useless noise. What I finally settled on was a seat cushion I had pulled off of one of the couches in the rec room. With that folded around the barrel of my rifle, I pressed it against a vending machine's lock and pulled the trigger. The front of the machine popped open. It was louder than I'd hoped it would be, but not as loud as the kicking and beating I'd already tried. I crept over to each of the nearby windows and checked on the state of the infected outside. None seemed to be paying the building any special attention. I repeated the process on the lock of a soda machine, gathered up what I needed, and headed upstairs with 10,000 calories of assorted junk foods and carbonated drinks. Back in the room, I had first watch, so Jerome wasted no time in lying down on a bunk and closing his eyes. I took some pleasure in his squirming for 20 minutes as he tried to find a comfortable spot on the narrow, thin mattress. The tower that stood at the center of campus showed that the time was close to 3 a.m. I drank 2 colas and ate a bag of chips, a candy bar, and some mixed nuts. I hoped the caffeine in the sodas would keep me awake for the next several hours. I sat near the window, with Jerome's light snoring and Murphy's heavy breathing behind me. Gunshots sounded nearby, and more rang from far away. At around 4 in the morning, a battle erupted to the southeast near the hospital, involving many guns and countless gunshots. Eventually it petered out, with no hint as to its resolution. Far on the east side of town, I saw the glow of orange fire against a rising column of smoke. That was not good. Well into our 3rd summer of drought, any fire, if not quickly controlled, would grow out of hand. The smoke column rose and drifted to the north with the winds that flowed inland off of the Gulf during the summer. Fires were inevitable. Severe watering restrictions and months without rain left most lawns in Austin dry and brown. Non-native trees were dying all over the city. Even the old, live oaks were under stress. For the first time in my life, I'd seen oaks killed by a drought. Any random spark from a gunshot had a chance of finding dry tinder on which it could feed. Hours passed. The morning sun began to steal away the darkness in the eastern sky. It was my turn to sleep. With difficulty, I woke Jerome, planted him in the chair, and lay down on my bunk. I was out instantly. When I awoke, the room was stiflingly hot. I was drenched in sweat. The bright, late-morning sun was shining in the window. The chair where I had left Jerome was empty. Shit. I sat up. Lightheaded, I swung my feet to the floor and looked at the door. It was closed. In a flash of panic, I looked down to the floor where I'd laid my gun and shoes by the bed. They were just as I'd left them. I reached down and scooped up the rifle, a habit I figured I'd need to develop.
The sound of Jerome's snoring drifted down from the bunk above. "Lazy bastard," I muttered. I considered rudely slapping him back to consciousness, but it would serve no purpose other than to satisfy my anger over his irresponsibility. He needed sleep as badly as I did, so I let him lie. I walked over and checked on Murphy. He was still out. I shook him lightly to see if he'd wake, and got no response. Taking a seat in the chair I'd used for guard duty the night before, I looked out. The window was closed, so I pushed it open to let the breeze flow in. It smelled of smoke and tasted of ash. The fires in East Austin had grown while I slept. Huge billows of black smoke hung in the eastern sky, casting an ominous threat over the old houses and ancient trees below. I flexed the fingers on my left hand. They remained fully functional, though my arm still felt swollen around the bite. I needed antibiotics, or at least I thought I did. If I was going to survive the virus, I didn't want to get killed off by a secondary infection. I thought about running downstairs to grab some cold sodas from the vending machine I'd cracked open the night before, but with my two companions still asleep, it seemed like a bad idea. I settled for a breakfast of cold strawberry toaster pastries and warm soda. I leaned back in the chair and let the caffeine and sugar work their magic on my throbbing brain. Loiterers wandered through the plaza below. As each came into view, I wondered whether they were normal or infected. In the bright morning light, especially with my dilated pupils, it was hard to discern the hue of their skin. It wasn't until they came upon the remains of one of the fallen soldiers that I knew. They'd drop to the ground and scour for morsels. Every single one was infected. Just as when I went to bed, gunfire still rang in the distance, but at an ever-quickening frequency. Over the buildings in my way, I saw an upper corner of Brackenridge Hospital off to the southeast, but couldn't tell if the military presence there had benefited them or not. I saw no movement. I wondered whether Steph, the nurse, was still there, still alive. What appeared to be a traffic helicopter flew over from time to time, but I never saw the Starflight helicopter land at the hospital. I suspected that was a bad sign for those at Brackenridge. Alternatively, I spotted a contrail from an airliner high above. That was good. The whole country hadn't fallen apart overnight, at least not that I could tell. But in truth, I didn't know. The airplane could have been Air Force One, spiriting the president off to safety on an isolated Pacific island. At least Murphy, Jerome, and I were in a safe spot for the moment. I wondered how long the crisis could last, how deeply everything would be affected. I felt foolish for even considering it, but I wondered how much of human civilization would be left when it was over. What if it was never over? I needed information. I needed news. Absent that, I needed to prepare for the end of the world, or at least the end of modern civilization. And what did that mean for me? I grew up in a city. I had a degree in philosophy, as useless an education as one could have in a world where figuring out how to get your next meal and how not to become one might be as difficult as it had been a few thousand years ago. The great why questions of life very suddenly held zero importance. There was only one real question. Did I want to live or not? The future would tolerate no ambivalence. It would hold no room for anything but a desperate drive to survive another day at whatever cost. Anything less would likely lead to death. I considered for a moment how that would affect humanity in general, how it would affect my humanity. What would I become if I survived? Would I turn into a vicious brute? I wanted to slap myself. I was already doing it. I was overthinking the problem. If this was the beginning of the end of civilization, the only question was that of survival. That was it. I amended the thought to include the survival of my friends. With the harpy rotting on her living room floor, and Dan doing the same in their kitchen,
At least I didn't have to wrestle with the moral ambiguity of not having added them to the equation. Information. It occurred to me that I needed information on everything. I needed to know how to work that damned rifle in my lab. I needed to know about warfare and tactics. At least all those weekends playing in paintball tournaments hadn't been wasted time. I hoped. And what about survival in general? I could barely cook, let alone farm and hunt. What would it take to get clean water? How would I know it wasn't infected? I needed medical supplies, not just for my arm, but for whatever might happen tomorrow or on any of 1,000 tomorrows. What if I wanted electricity? How would I generate that? If this was the end of the world, our infrastructure would soon start breaking down. Water, electricity, the phone system would all go away one at a time. And the internet. That was it. The internet was, if anything, the storage place for man's accumulated knowledge. All of the information I needed was there, right now. I needed to find a way to get it. That, perhaps more than any other single thing, would be the key to long-term survival. Not just for me, but for anyone. The sound of gunfire drawing near pulled my attention back to the now. I couldn't guess how many people were shooting, but it was more than a half dozen, and probably less than 20. I stood and tried to discern a direction, but I couldn't. There were too many large buildings on campus, too many flat surfaces to echo off of. I wondered if rescuers had arrived. I wondered if all of my thinking and planning were just wasted speculation. Movement in the bushes down and to my left caught my eye. Between the cars, out of doorways and gaps between buildings, I saw dozens of heads pop up. Through the broken windows of the gymnasium across the quad, I saw movement. Lots of it. The gym was brimming with the infected. Just as they had done the night before, they flowed out of the broken windows. The blast of loud rifle fire caught my attention, and I looked left. Coming around the corner on the east side of the gym was a squad of soldiers, weapons up, shooting the infected as they came into view. The rate of fire increased as the soldiers filed into the plaza. Every infected in their line of sight was going down. The soldiers were hunting them and killing them. Holy crap. Up close, the infected were humanoid monsters. At a distance, they still looked like normal people. I was taken aback. Any doubt I had was erased. It was open season on the infected. People like me. The soldiers confidently moved into the quad, killing the dozens of infected that they had disturbed there. They shot at the mass flowing out of Gregory Gym. From the west, a growing trickle of infected ran in from the center of campus. The 8 soldiers stood in a rough line across the quad, about 5 or 10 feet apart, and shot down the rabid infected as they appeared. The rate of fire increased to a steady din. I looked behind me. Murphy lay as comatose as the night before. Jerome snored as though nothing was going on. It was time he woke up. I stepped over and let some of my frustration toward him out in a slap across the face. It was mean, but it felt good. Jerome sat up immediately. A hand went to his cheek, and he looked blearily at me. "What?" He heard the gunfire and looked to the window. "Something's happening," I said. "Time to get up." I knelt in front of the window, giving me a good view without making my presence too easily visible. More and more infected were funneling into the quad from the west. The soldiers started to glance toward one another and move closer together. They were getting nervous. I would have been too. The hunt was turning into something they hadn't expected. From my high vantage, I saw the beginning of the end. From a gap between the buildings to the rear of the soldiers, I saw a few, then a dozen infected running up behind them. The soldiers were so focused on defending themselves from the flow of infected in front of them that they were unaware of those behind.
I flung the window open wide and leaned out. I yelled, waved my arms, and pointed, but the tunnel vision that focuses your attention on the mortal threat right in front of you prevented them from noticing me. I vainly yelled some more as the infected behind the soldiers closed the gap. I raised my rifle and pointed it toward the now solid mass of infected people flowing between the buildings behind the soldiers. There were thousands. I pulled the trigger, and a burst of several bullets ripped toward the horde. Whether I hit anything, or whether the mass flowed over my downed targets, I couldn't tell. The mob surged ahead in blind, hungry rage. I fired again. Jerome's lips were in my ear, yelling, "Don't! They can't know we're here." Whether he was talking about the soldiers or the infected, I didn't know or care in that moment. The soldiers, like the ones the night before, were going to get slaughtered. I had to help. I fired again, but the soldiers were already doomed. The first of the flanking infected jumped on one of the soldiers from behind. The soldiers beside the downed soldier turned and saw the horde coming. I tried not to imagine the terror he must have been feeling.
I thought to run downstairs, swing the dormitory door open, and find a way to get the soldiers to come in. But they were surrounded before I completed the thought. The soldiers' formation collapsed as they tried to retreat under the onslaught, but there was nowhere to go. The frequency of gunshots rapidly diminished as one by one the soldiers fell. I pulled my gun back in the window, squatted, and watched the horror of another 8 humans getting shredded and eaten by a mob of rabid monsters. "Jesus Christ," I muttered. "I told you," Jerome said. "It gets ugly." I turned my back to the wall, set my rifle down, put my face in my hands, and leaned back. There were tears in my eyes. The shock of what I'd just seen had gotten to me. All that I'd seen was getting at me. I had to get my emotions under control. I had to toughen up if I was going to survive. The ogre and the harpy. The ogre and the harpy. They were shitty parents, but if anybody was emotionally prepared to deal with the world the way it was at that moment, it should have been me. Chapter 19. Not far away, 4 or maybe 5 blocks, the sound of another battle echoed through the gaps in the buildings. Whether the gunfire represented a failed rescue attempt for the soldiers in the quad or another doomed hunting party, I would never know. All of the infected who couldn't squeeze themselves close enough for a bite of one of the dead soldiers in the quad turned their attention to the sound of the new gunfire and ran off in that direction. "How can there be so many, so fast?" I asked. Jerome said, "I told you what Kenya was like." I nodded like I understood. Sure, I'd heard his description, but I hadn't assimilated it. I didn't believe it could be that bad. "Do you know how many people are in Austin?" Jerome asked. "In the city limits or in the area?" I asked. Jerome told me, "Diseases don't see political boundaries. 1 million, maybe more. You can round off the numbers any way you want." Jerome pointed out the window. "If there aren't around 1 million infected out there right now, there will be by the end of the week." "That's a pretty bleak outlook," I complained. "I'm just telling you what I know." "You don't think—" "No, I don't think," Jerome interrupted. "There is no hope. There is no cure. There is no way to stop it or slow it down." "Is that the CDC's position or your opinion?" I asked. "It doesn't matter right now, does it?" "Yes, it does," I argued. "It tells us what we need to plan for." Regardless of how much I agreed, I didn't want to let go of the hope that this wasn't the end. I liked drinking beer on Saturday night. I liked watching football. I liked casual sex. I loved air conditioning. I liked living without fear. Plan for the worst. I turned my attention back out the window. We sat there and silently watched the infected feed. After a while, I said, "We'll need more weapons and more ammo."
Jerome nodded. Are you going down again? Of course. I made little effort to mask my irritation. I don't think you'll get shot at again, Jerome told me. I doubt there are any soldiers around that would mistake you for a zombie or a looter or whatever. It should be safe. Provided the infected don't eat me. More sarcasm. They didn't last time, Jerome countered. It should be safe. But it's still going to be going down there. I could go, Jerome said. But you and I both know the unfortunate truth. I'm an epidemiologist. Expertise like mine isn't going to be easy to come by in the future. If we, as a society, ever want to have a chance at returning to normal, we're going to need people like me. You decide, Zed. I'll go if you want me to. I turned away and picked up my Molly vest.
I wished I'd taken the time the night before to rinse it off in one of the shower stalls. At least the blood on it was dry. It was serviceable. As I checked my ammunition magazines, I told Jerome, I agree that we need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. I thought about it a lot this morning. Yeah? I don't know if this is where we're going to end up for the long haul, but in the absence of an alternative, we need to hoard as much water, food, and ammunition as we possibly can. Do you know anything about this end-of-the-world stuff? You don't happen to be a closet survivalist, do you? Jerome shook his head. I've killed zombies in video games, but that's about it. Did you grow up on a farm? Do you know anything about agriculture? No, nothing, Jerome answered. I opened the door and said, a couple of things. I think that if this really is going to get as bad as it looks right now, and if we manage to live through the first 6 months or a year, you know what is going to make the difference between long-term survival or starvation? Lots of guns? Jerome answered. No. How could this guy have a PhD in anything? Information. I don't follow. Jerome, we don't know jack about how to take care of ourselves once the grocery stores empty out. We don't know how to farm. We don't know how to hunt. We don't know how to preserve food. We don't know how to purify water. We don't know anything about providing for ourselves that doesn't involve a grocery store, an electric bill, or the internet. We need to gather up as much information on those subjects as we possibly can before the internet goes down and we're stuck with nothing. But what good will it do in digital form? Jerome asked. There won't be any electricity. It was time to talk to him like he was a child. Jerome, there are solar chargers for laptops out there. We just need to find them. Hell, maybe we can even set up some solar panels on the roof and have electricity. But we don't have any idea how to install that stuff. My point is that we can download a ton of information onto a flash drive. We'll be able to work out a way to read it later when we need it, but we need to find a way to get busy on that as soon as possible. Jerome nodded. Yeah, I agree. Oh, and one more thing, I said. I'm not going to prop the door open downstairs with all of the infected running around. They could wander in here. And I tapped my index finger on Jerome's sternum none too gently and said, you need to come downstairs and mind the door while I go outside. If I come running back in a big hurry again, you need to be ready to open it up for me. Jerome just looked at me for several long moments, as though I'd spoken another language. Jerome? Who's going to keep an eye on Murphy? He asked. We have bigger problems than Murphy right now, I told him. I need your help here. Yeah, fine, Jerome nodded as he looked away from me. I'll take care of the door for you. Stepping toward the door, I said, then grab your gun and come on. Do you know how to work it yet? Touching his finger to the pistol's trigger, he testily said, I pull this. Did you figure out how to change the clips last night? I asked, and turn the safety on and off? Yeah, I think so. I hope so, I said as I opened the dorm room door. Our lives are going to depend on these guns. Yeah, Jerome conceded. I know. By the time we got downstairs, most of the infected had wandered off to chase other noises and, presumably, other prey.
Less than a few dozen were still in the quad, squabbling over the scraps of the dead. "Are you ready for this?" I asked. Jerome looked through the glass at the carnage in the quad and nodded nervously. "Okay," I said. "When I go out, don't let the door slam behind me. I don't want the noise to call any attention to me." "Okay," said Jerome, still looking past me and out through the glass door. Fear elevated my heart rate, moistened my palms, and hastened my breathing. I chanted my new mantra in my head: "The ogre and the harpy, the ogre and the harpy." There was no telling what might happen when I went out. Rational thought told me that the infected weren't interested in eating me, but the world had just changed. I needed to change my assumptions along with it. My assumption last night that people wouldn't randomly shoot at me had nearly gotten me killed. I drew a deep breath and pushed on the door handle. Here goes. I walked slowly out of the building, across the sidewalk and onto the grass. Please, nobody pay attention to me. The ogre and the harpy. Only a few infected were left at the carcass of the first soldier I came to. I gathered up all that looked useful: another assault rifle, more ammunition, and a radio. The infected showed some interest in me at first, but realized quickly enough that I was one of them. My skin was pale. My eyes were dilated like theirs. I wondered if I'd end up like them. I shuddered at the thought. I went back to the door where Jerome waited. As planned, he opened the door and I dumped the goods on the floor inside. Jerome smiled and nodded at me. Good job. I smiled back, turned, and mouthed, Fuck you, Jerome. I headed out to scavenge from the next dead soldier. By the time I arrived at what was left of the fourth soldier, I had a total of 6 full magazines for my assault rifle, plus a pistol in a holster and 3 magazines for it. An infected man was trying to pull some bloody, meaty bones out of the soldier's tactical vest. I grabbed the vest and wrestled with it, hoping to shake the infected man's grip on his prize. The vests, I was learning, held all the extra ammunition that the soldiers carried, plus other goodies. A woman's scream echoed from a few blocks to the west. I immediately looked up, as did every infected head in the quad. While I squatted, frozen in the grass, evaluating the situation, the infected around me showed no evidence of such a paralyzing thought process. They were on their feet in an instant, heads swiveling to pinpoint the source of the sound. Several of the infected started moving toward the chemistry building across and just down the street. Half of the rest followed at a walk or run. Many started to sprint. I shot a glance toward Jerome, looking for advice, I guess, but I only saw a reflection on the tinted glass of the closed door. My survival instincts told me to run back to the door and get inside. With a live, screaming human back in the picture, I had no idea what kind of feeding frenzy the infected might get into. I didn't know if I'd get attacked. The scream echoed again, closer this time. Shit, I muttered under my breath. No infected were near me. They were all moving in pursuit. I double-checked that the safety on my assault rifle was off, and I brought it up to my shoulder. I pointed it out in front of me, the same way I used to carry my paintball gun. I checked over each of my shoulders to ensure that there were no infected flanking me. Safe for the moment. Chastising myself for the mistake I was sure I was making, I started walking toward the source of the sound. It was coming from a 50-foot-wide breezeway cut through the building at its midpoint. Another scream for help echoed out. The infected from the quad swarmed toward the opening. More came from up the street. Those that could sprinted. The injured among them hobbled or crawled. The situation was clear. If the screamer came through that breezeway toward me, toward the hundreds of infected already running toward her, she was dead. They'd shred her before she made it to the street. I flipped the switch on my gun to full auto, and without an intelligent restraining thought, I squeezed the trigger. The infected I saw down my barrel fell. As the mass of them heard my gunfire, they skittered to a halt and turned toward me. I knew from watching the soldiers earlier that the balance of my life would be measured in seconds if I didn't move my feet. The sound of my weapon would draw every infected from blocks around. Even if I did have enough ammunition to kill them all, they'd surround me. They'd come too fast. My 30-round magazine emptied. I ejected it, grabbed another from my vest, and slapped it into the receiver. I mercilessly sent another 30 rounds into the horde moving in my direction. I put in another clip. I checked my flanks and pulled the trigger. No one came out. If someone had been running through, unless caught by the infected, they should have been out onto my side of the building.
I immediately lost hope and regretted my attempt to assist the screaming woman. I backpedaled and shot at the infected closest to me. I prepared to make a dash for the dormitory door and safety. Movement to my left caught my eye. From around the end of the chemistry building, just across the street from where I stood, a terrified girl came running. Uh-oh. I emptied another magazine to buy some seconds. I ejected my clip and pushed in another as the girl started to cross the street. A half-dozen bloody infected pursued. She must have seen me as a chance to escape because she ran right at me. I leveled my weapon at the infected behind her. The 3 closest fell to my fire. I missed the 4th and got the 6th. Just as she got to me, and with number 4 crossing the street, I fired another burst, and his head exploded in a red mist. Number 5 tripped over the body. We had some seconds to work with. The girl's eyes were wide. She was gasping for air. "We need to move," I told her, fear and excitement turning it into a yell. I spun and raced for the door. She didn't need further direction and stuck with me step for step. As we closed the distance to the door, I saw a few, then more infected coming up the gap between the buildings up ahead, the same gap they'd come through to get behind the dead soldiers in the quad earlier that day. Panic was setting in as we reached the sidewalk in front of the door. It didn't swing open. "Damn it, Jerome!" I grabbed the handle and pulled. "Hurry!" the girl screamed. I pounded my fist on the glass. "Jerome! Hurry!" I put my back to the locked door and scanned the quad. Perhaps 20 infected had just come off the street in front of the chemistry building and had rounded the corner off to our right. A half-dozen more were coming up in front of us, angling across the quad from the gap between the buildings to our left. I could only think of one way out. "Come on." I ran directly at the 6 infected who were angling across the quad and hoped the girl had the courage to follow or the good sense to run the other way while the infected were focused on me. The gap closed between me and the infected rushing at me. I put the rifle to my hip, came to a sudden stop not 10 feet from the closest in the group, and fired. They all fell as the magazine ran dry. I switched my magazine and took out the closest of the pursuers behind. I shot another burst and realized that shooting more of the chasing infected was a futile effort. For each one shot, more filled in from those running up behind. "Come on!" I shouted at the girl. It was going to be a foot race for our lives. I accelerated to a full sprint with the girl lagging behind. I slowed a tad so that I didn't leave her panicking and too far back. I headed for the far side of the gym and prayed that when I rounded the corner, I'd be welcomed with an empty plaza. Once at the corner, I overshot it at full speed. I didn't want to make the turn blindly and step into the waiting arms of a lucky infected who might be there. Fortunately, there was not one. Aside from those that I'd shot coming across the quad, any others from that side of the gym must have run around the gym in the other direction when they heard the noise of the gun and the screams. The girl rounded the corner and she followed me toward the building's entrance. The infected were getting close. We made it to the doors and I thanked God that they weren't locked. I swung one open and motioned the girl toward the door on the other side of the wide hall that led onto the basketball court where I'd been sequestered the night before with Murphy and Jerome. I stopped,
fretted over my choice for half a second, and gambled. I shoved the barrel of the rifle through the looped metal handles of the double doors, effectively barring them.
That wouldn't keep the infected out, but it would buy us some time. Just as I let go of the rifle, I heard the girls scream from inside on the court. Shit. I drew my pistol and ran through the doors and onto the waxed wooden floor. The girl had come to a stop just past the bleachers. I came in to see a bloody mess of bodies. Most were shot, but not all were dead. None appeared to be completely mobile. Those that could move at all squirmed and crawled toward us. Let's go. I led the girl across the gym, hoping to get behind the far bleachers before the infected mob broke through the doors and saw our escape path. The infected on the floor moaned and screamed their frustration at not being able to get their hands on us. We made it under the bleachers and were halfway to the entrance to the tunnel system when I heard the gym's door give way. We need to hurry. Stepping clumsily over the shin-high cross braces, we arrived at the tunnel entrance. Dozens of the infected entered the gym, and their howls echoed through the cavernous space. The girls saw where we were going and hesitated. With no time for convincing, I simply said, "Come on," and jumped feet first into the tunnel. I landed hard, 8 feet below on the concrete floor, and rolled forward into the pipe-covered wall. I looked up. The girl was doing some combination of climbing and falling down the ladder. Once she hit bottom, I held up a hand to bring her to a stop and a finger to my lips to beg her silence. Dead, noiseless air was our only friend at that moment. If there were any infected in the tunnel already, the shadows kept the secret of their presence. I pointed the pistol in front of me and waved for the girl to follow. Chapter 21. We jogged quietly up the tunnel. I thought about the eventual failure of the electrical grid. How long would that take? The thought made me nervous. I had no flashlight and no matches. A failure at that moment would have left us in fatal darkness. I made a mental note of another assumption from the previous week's life that I needed to discard: the dependability of electricity. On one evening in the near future, nighttime would slither up over the horizon, and planet Earth would again know real darkness and the terrors that lurked there. We followed the same route that Murphy, Jerome, and I had followed the night before. The tunnel sat parallel to the road that ran between the dorm and the chemistry building. It stretched the length of the campus from north to south. Thankfully, I saw no movement in the distance in front of us, but that might not be the case once the infected that chased us into the gym discovered our escape route and followed us into the tunnel. The noise they'd make would alert anything in the tunnel to our presence. With only a few magazines for the pistol, I knew I couldn't defend us for long if any infected swarmed toward us. We needed an exit. I made a right turn into the tunnel that led under the dorm that held Murphy and Jerome safely on the 5th floor. "Fucker," I muttered. The girl stopped, startled. I shook my head to indicate that my utterance held no meaning. "Almost there," I whispered, pointing up the tunnel. "We'll be safe when we get through that door at the end." Of course, I didn't mention that that was based only on the hope that the building wasn't full of the infected. I jogged down the tunnel with the girl close behind. I had no faith that Jerome had come down and unlocked the door in the dormitory's basement. So little, in fact, that I didn't slow my pace as we came upon the alcove that kept the door to our dorm hidden from view. I focused instead on the doorway at the end of the tunnel that led into the building next to our dorm. As I stepped in front of the shadowy alcove, I caught a blur of movement to my left. Before I could do little more than raise a protective arm, I was slammed hard against the other wall with the weight of 3 struggling bodies pushing me to the floor. They were infected. For the second time in less than a week, a human jaw full of dirty teeth ripped into my left forearm. I struggled to pull my pistol out. Just as I got hold of the handle, the infected biter threw her head back, grimaced in disgust,
and spat my blood from her mouth. She pushed forward with her arm to get off of me. The girl who'd been following me was apparently a tastier focus for her hunger. The other two infected gathered their feet beneath themselves. As their weight came off, my pistol came free. I pressed it against the back of the head of the infected woman on top of me and pulled the trigger. Her face exploded onto the concrete floor of the tunnel. The other two infected looked back, stunned by the explosive report of the pistol. I raised the pistol and shot one through the neck.
She fell across my legs as the other stepped to rush the uninfected girl. I shot him twice in the back. He fell, but didn't die. The girl backed away from the writhing monster. I squirmed out from underneath the bodies on top of me, stood, and fired a fourth bullet. It found home in the skull of the squirming man. He went limp. The girl's eyes were wide with shock. I probably had the same look on my face. We stood there for a second with overloaded brains and ringing ears. A riot of screams echoed up the tunnel from whence we came. "Oh my God," the girl mumbled. We bolted at full speed toward the far end of the tunnel. Please, God, let the door be unlocked. A dozen seconds later, I was at the door with my hand on the knob. The life of the girl, and possibly my life, depended on whether it would turn. I torqued the knob. The locking mechanism inside clicked free. I yanked hard on the door, and the girl and I stepped into a dark, quiet basement. I wasted no time in slamming the door shut, but there was no deadbolt, no latch. The only way to lock it was with a key. No key was in sight. I scanned the dim room for something with which to secure the door. "Damn it," I said. "We need to keep going. They'll figure out soon enough that we're in here. When they do, we won't be able to keep that door shut." The girl and I looked around. The basement was large, the size of a few classrooms. At its center stood an enormous heating and cooling unit. The walls were stacked with dusty junk and shelves. At the far corner, a staircase led down from a door at the top. The girl was already running toward it. I gave one more glance to the door to the tunnel system, hoping desperately to see a lock that I knew wouldn't be there. Confirmation of the lock's absence sent me running to the stairs. The girl reached the door at the top of the stairs before I made it to the first step. She grasped the handle with both hands and rattled it loudly in its frame. It was locked. "No!" she yelled. "Damn!" I looked around. A chance at living returned when I spotted an elevator door to my left. It had been hidden from our view by the heating unit in the center of the room. I ran over and pressed the button. It responded with a faithful amber light. I looked up at the girl with the last of my hopes on my face. She looked back, frozen with the door handle in her hand, waiting for who knew what. With my body language, I urged the elevator to hasten its arrival. The sound of the infected filled the hall outside the basement door through which we'd just come. Ding! The elevator was arriving. Relief. The girl bounded down the stairs as the door to the tunnel banged hard. The infected were on the other side. The girl yelped something I didn't catch. The light from the elevator seeped through the seam between the doors. It was one level up. I stepped around the heating unit to see the tunnel door. It was jiggling and coming a few inches open before slamming shut again under the weight of the infected crowding the tunnel behind it. The doors of the elevator opened. The girl jumped in and pushed a button. I was immediately beside her. I pressed the button to close the doors just as the infected burst into the basement. Their frustrated screams echoed through the space as the doors pulled together. I inhaled a breath of relief, then raised my pistol and steeled myself for a danger I just knew would await us when the door opened again. The girl looked at my unsteady hand holding the raised pistol. She put her back to the wall of the elevator. The ogre and the harpy. The elevator dinged to announce its intention to stop on the building's ground floor. I looked down at the panel. The light for the top floor glowed.
I drew a full magazine from the pouch on my vest.
I didn't intend to die while fumbling for a cartridge full of bullets.
I pointed the pistol at the seam between the elevator doors. Push that close button as soon as the door opens. I won't be able to keep the infected out for long. Okay. Her voice cracked with fear, but she was steady enough. The elevator stopped. I drew a sharp breath and braced myself. The doors slid silently apart. The girl lunged for the button and pressed it over and over. People stood in the hall, men dressed in khakis. They didn't move. Their eyes showed their fright. They didn't look infected. They held what looked like wooden training rifles by the barrels over their heads, ready to swing. Nobody moved. None of us knew what to do. We all had clearly expected something different when the doors opened. The elevator dinged again, and the doors started to close. "Hey," one of the guys said.
I pulled the pistol back by my chest, stuffed the extra magazine into my pocket, then put my hand out to stop the elevator doors. "Hey," I replied flatly. "Hey," another one said. "Say something else," I commanded. "I need to know you're not infected." "We're not infected," the guy directly in front of me said. "You look like you are." All the guys tensed. Their toy rifles inched menacingly higher. "Back off, fucktards," I told them. "My gun is real." "He's fine," the girl told them. "He saved me from them." From the hall to the left of the elevator, a hand reached around and grabbed my wrist. A big guy next to the talker lurched toward me, raising his wooden rifle to strike. I fired a deafening round into the wall beside the big guy. Everybody froze. "If you don't get your hand off my wrist," I shouted, "I'm going to shoot your fucking arm off." The hand released and disappeared around the corner. "What's wrong with you?" I asked harshly. The talker said, "You're infected." "I'm not," I answered. "When were you bitten?" "It doesn't matter. I'm immune." "Nobody is immune," the talker argued. "Your skin is pale. You're bleeding from a bite. You're just not done changing yet." With frustration dripping from my tone, I said, "There's an epidemiologist from the CDC in the building next door. He can tell you whatever you need to know. But in the meantime, you need to believe that I'm immune because I have a gun to prove it." "What does the gun prove?" the talker asked. "It proves I can shoot anybody else who lays a hand on me or tries to hit me with one of those dumbass toy rifles." "So you're the guy from the building next door who was out picking up the guns this morning?" "Yes," I answered. "Why didn't the infected attack you?" I looked down at my bleeding arm. "I told you I'm immune. They think I'm one of them most of the time." The girl chimed in. "Please, you guys, can't any of you see what's going on outside?" "The infected are everywhere, killing everyone. Why are we at each other's throats?" "We have to be sure," the talker answered. "We have to keep the infected out of the building, or we're not going to get through this." I said, "Well, your basement is full of them. They chased us up the tunnel." "The building is secure," the talker said. "Thanks for forgetting the elevator," I told him. "That's the only other way out of the basement. If the building's not secure, we'll know soon enough." I glanced quickly between the guys in the hall, looking for any sign that one of them was going to try something again. "Listen, I don't want to stand in this elevator all day. If you guys will back off, I'll be happy to go and wait by a door until the infected calm down outside and I can leave." The talker told his 4 companions to lower their wooden rifles. "My name is Mark. I'm second in command here." "Second in command?" I asked. He appeared to be in charge. "We're ROTC." "Oh?" Mark said, "Maybe we can help each other out." "Now you want to be friends?" I asked. "Why don't you come see our CO and we'll talk about it?" I was apprehensive.
Moments before, they were raring to bash my head in with their wooden guns. Mark said, "You two can come out of the elevator. We won't hurt you. The building is safe." I looked at the girl. She seemed willing. I lowered the gun but didn't put it away. We stepped out of the elevator, but being surrounded by uniformed men who just moments before were hostile made me very nervous. Mark looked at the big guy beside him. "Tom, would you secure the elevator?" Tom stepped into the elevator. "How many of you are there?" I asked. "Us 5 and our CO," Mark answered. "I'll take you to meet him." The CO was a retired military man with thinning hair, an expanding waistline, puffy cheeks, and a permanent scowl. We met him in a large storage room on the second floor that had long windows overlooking the plaza and the gym. Mark saluted the CO when we came into the room. The CO returned his salute. Mark said, "Major Wilkins, these two entered the building through the utility tunnels and came up through the elevator." Wilkins asked, "Is the elevator secure now?" "Yes, sir." "Good." The major turned his attention to me. "And you are?" "Zed Zane." I didn't extend my hand to shake since I still held the pistol. The major looked to the girl. "Felicity Bingham," she said. "I have friends in a dorm and we need help." Felicity was on the emotional edge. I expected her to burst into tears at any moment, but gave her kudos for keeping it together during our escape. "We'll get to that," Wilkins said. He turned to me. "I saw what you did for Felicity out there, Mr. Zane. That was brave." Not comfortable taking the compliment, I shrugged. Wilkins said, "You can holster your weapon. You're safe in here." I shook my head. "Thanks for letting us in, I guess, but I think I'll just hold it for now." "Why?" Wilkins asked pointedly. I gestured to the windows. "You've seen the infected. There are a lot of them." "They're not in here," Wilkins countered. "Not yet," I argued. "You're in no danger here," Wilkins said. "Your guys nearly attacked me coming out of the elevator." "When was the last time you looked in a mirror?" he asked. "You look like one of the infected." I looked down at myself. My skin had grown paler since I last checked. My arm was bleeding from another bite wound. I had blood and brain splattered on my shirt from when I shot the infected girl in the tunnel. I looked back at Wilkins and shrugged. "I clean up nicely." Wilkins ignored that. "Let's get right to it then. Are you infected?" Yes, was the visible truth of it, but I had no desire to back away from my more complex version of the truth. "I'm immune." "Immune?" Wilkins said it slowly as though he'd just busted me stealing cookies from the jar on the counter. "Immune," I confirmed. "When did you get bit?" he asked. "About 10 minutes ago in the tunnel." True, but certainly not the other true answer he was looking for. "The utility tunnel?" "Yeah." Wilkins looked hard at my forearm. "What about the other bite?" "On Sunday," I admitted. "This past Sunday?" he asked. "Yep." "You were bitten 4 days ago?" I nodded. "I'm assuming you're not naturally an albino." "Where are you going with this?" I asked. "You can see I'm not albino. I have color in my skin, just not the normal amount. You can see I have a normal hair color. But you got infected and you turned this way." "What do you mean, turned?" "Turned into one of them," Wilkins said. "I think I'm still me." "You don't seem crazed like the other infected," Wilkins conceded. I huffed. "I told you I'm immune." "Maybe you just haven't finished turning yet," Wilkins speculated. "There doesn't seem to be any standard time for the infection to take over." "Look," I said, coming to the end of my patience with the conversation. "There's a guy from the CDC who's holed up with me in the building next door. He says I won't turn. He says I'm a slow burn." A slow burn, Wilkins asked. What's that? Something about body temperature or something. Look, I'm fine. I looked down at my ashen skin. I'm just a little different now. And the other infected, they won't bother you. I went over this with Mark, I told him. Wilkins stared me down. I held up my arm. They don't like my flavor, but they're not very bright. They make mistakes. So that's why you were able to go out and strip the guns off of those dead soldiers. Hey, that wasn't you guys who shot at me last night, was it? Anger rose in my voice. Wilkins shook his head and patted his sidearm.
This is the only firearm we have. I'm not going to waste my ammo on a scavenger.
Yeah, well, fuck you too, I told him. You can call me a scavenger or whatever, but you see what it's like out there. We needed guns, and I risked my life to get them. I thought the infected didn't like your flavor. Wilkins, if you've been looking out the window, then you see what happens every time I go out there. I damn near get killed. Wilkins paused before altering course. How many guns did you pick up altogether? I'm not sure. I wasn't ready to give that information away. Wilkins pushed on. How many of you are over there? What are you getting at? Wilkins took a deep breath, stood, and walked over to the window. You've seen the news. You know what's going on. I shook my head. No, I haven't seen the news. I don't know shit. I know less than shit. All I know is that my stepdad went nuts, killed my mom, and bit me in the arm.
I passed out for 2 days with a fever and got arrested by some stupid police who thought I killed everybody. I got out of the jail during the riot. The jail riot, Wilkins interrupted. You were in that? I brushed past Wilkins' question and said, so my friend and I made our way to the hospital, and instead of treating us, the army tossed us over there in the gym with all of the infected. And now, the infected are running around everywhere, killing everybody. Oh, and the CDC guy says it's some incurable disease out of Somalia. There, that's it. That's all I know. Why don't you tell me what's going on? Wilkins nodded. You're lucky to be alive. You think? Sarcasm, my favorite hobby. Wilkins softened. Are you guys thirsty? Hungry? The change in direction threw me off. I nodded. Felicity said, yes, both. Wilkins turned to the cadet who'd come in with us and Mark. Dawkins, get some sodas and some chips or something. Vending machine food? I asked. The same thing you have next door, I guess, said Wilkins.
Yep. Wilkins walked over to a chair that gave him a view out the window. Why don't you two pull up a chair? I'll fill you in. Felicity, I'm assuming you're not with him. At least you weren't until you came running across the street. Felicity shook her head as she sat down. No, I'm with some girls in Blanton Hall. There were 4 of us. Blanton? Wilkins asked. That dorm is on the other side of campus. How'd you get over here? My friend Margaret and I went downstairs to raid a vending machine for some food and... And? Wilkins asked. We thought we were being quiet, she said. We didn't know anyone else was down on the first floor. The infected were there? Wilkins asked. Felicity nodded. A bunch were right there in the building, on the first floor, and we didn't even know it. So you ran? He asked. I couldn't get back to the room, Felicity said, admitted, her eyes drifting into a stare. They caught Margaret, but I just kept running. I didn't go back to help her. You couldn't have helped her, Wilkins told her. If you'd gone back, you'd be dead too. Felicity nodded. I just ran and ran. I couldn't get away until Zed started shooting them. And your other friends, are they still in Blanton? Wilkins asked. I guess, she nodded. They were there when I left. Wilkins asked, do you guys have an internet connection and cable TV? Is everything still operating? Felicity nodded. So you know what's going on? Wilkins asked. Felicity nodded again. Wilkins leaned forward and put a comforting hand on Felicity's knee. Suddenly, he seemed more like a father than a retired major with a stick up his ass. Felicity, I don't know if we can help your friends right now, but I'm sure they're being smart and sitting tight in their dorm room, just like we're sitting tight here. Why don't you go with Mark? He's got a connection on his laptop.
Why don't you see if you can contact them and let them know you're all right, and then we'll see what we can do. Felicity said. I have my cell phone. Wilkins said. But you probably don't have a charger with you. Felicity shook her head. I have the same problem with mine, he told her. Why don't you conserve your battery and try the laptop? He looked over at Mark. He has it plugged. Felicity nodded and stood to leave the room with Mark. Dawkins returned with cold sodas and packaged cupcakes. He handed me one of each. Thanks, I told him. Dawkins went over to stand by the door. Without making a show of it, I slipped my pistol into its holster. I asked, So what's the story? What's happening? Wilkins got a distant look on his face. The infection came out of Africa about 6 weeks ago. Nobody really knew what it was at the time. But wait, let me preface what I know with this. We're getting all of our information off of the cable news channels and the internet, so take everything with a grain of salt. Half of what we know is probably speculation. I hear you, I said. Some things never change. Wilkins smiled and nodded. The disease came up out of Africa. Nobody knew what it was at first. By the time that we started getting brief mentions on the news over here, there were already tens of thousands of infected in Africa. But your CDC man probably told you that. He knew quite a bit about Africa, but we don't know much of anything about how things are now. So you didn't hear about China or Europe? Major, let's just pretend I don't know anything and go from there. Wilkins nodded. China has been establishing a big presence in Africa for the past 5 or 10 years, so they had a lot of people there. Once things got out of hand in Africa, China pulled their people. Some other countries did as well. Americans trickled out slowly, because there isn't any central authority with the power to make them all leave, but the smart ones got out. Or at least it was smart for them, but bad for the rest of us. China, with a sudden influx of people from Africa, suddenly had thousands of the infected on their hands. So while our news outlets were foaming at the mouth with stories about minor outbreaks in Europe, this thing was already running amok in Asia. Things got out of hand real fast. Out of hand, I asked. Nobody has heard a word out of China since last weekend, about the time the infection broke out here. How long did all of that take in China? They pulled their people from Africa about 4 weeks ago. 2 weeks later, the internet lit up with videos and pictures of the infected. The rest of the Far East followed suit. That was 2 weeks ago. Now China is a black hole. A black hole, I asked. No television, no reporters, very little internet traffic. It just died out. Other governments lost contact with their government. I shook my head. Is that what's happening here? Wilkins nodded. Here in Austin last weekend, Dallas and San Antonio by Monday. It started in Houston on Tuesday. Some East Coast cities, and now it's all over the country. I asked, but we're a modern country. Most of China is third world. Surely we have the infrastructure in place to handle something like this. I don't know, said Wilkins. I'd like to think that we're more capable, but from what I've seen on the news, it looks like things are going to get very, very ugly. End of the world? I asked, expecting him to disabuse me of the notion. Wilkins nodded. Crap. Chapter 23. Wilkins asked, The people you're with, how do they feel about you being infected? Taking a glance in the direction of the dorm, I said, They don't care. You must have some very understanding friends. I don't know them that well,
I said as I tried to figure out whether to take his statement at face value. I just met them. Really? Wilkins paused. In the gym? I nodded. Sure. They were infected too? He asked. I nodded again. Were there a lot like you in the gym, immune? I shook my head. We were the only 3, and I'm not sure about one of us. So there are just 3 of you. You know we're armed, I told him, wanting to make that point clear. As much as I wanted to trust Wilkins, my first moments in the building were giving me pause. That's not why I'm asking, he assured me. We mean you no harm. The cadets didn't intend to threaten you when the elevator door opened. It's just that we all have to be more careful now.
You understand that, don't you?
I nodded. I watched you through the window, he said. You picked up a lot of weapons for just 3 guys. We were planning for the worst. What can I do to talk you out of some of those weapons? He asked. That made me think. They were just people like me, trying not to get killed. They were wary. We all had a right to be. I asked, what do you know about the rifles the soldiers were carrying? It's the standard weapon. It's a military-issue M4. Shows you what I know, I said. I was guessing an AR-15. Same thing, Zed. One is for civilian use, the other military. Ah, I said. Well, I don't know anything about how to use or take care of one. You looked like you handled it pretty well out in the quad, said Wilkins, when you were shooting the infected. Well, as long as nothing goes wrong, I'm good. But like I said, I don't know anything about taking care of a gun unless it shoots paintballs. You're a paintball player? He asked. Yeah, I nodded. So is my son, he said. It's a lot of fun. Yep, he agreed. I hope he's okay. Is he here in town? I asked. No, he shook his head. He's in the army, stationed up at Fort Hood. I didn't know whether to offer encouragement or condolences. Look, we've got more guns than we need right now. We can spare at least one M4, and I may be able to go out and pick up those other guns. I mean, my luck has got to get better than it's been. If you'll show me how to handle one of these properly and how to take care of it, we'll call it even. That sounds good. How are you guys set for food? Wilkins asked. Same as you, I imagine. We had 8 vending machines, and they all seem stocked, at least the ones I broke into. We've got 4 in this building, Wilkins told me. But there have got to be at least 1,000 spread all over campus, I speculated. You're probably right about that, Wilkins agreed. It's not nutritious, but it's a lot of food with a long shelf life. I thought for a second about what else we might need. How are you guys set for electronics? We don't have anything. I've got a cell phone with half a charge, said Wilkins. Mark may have a charger for his. Most of the guys have laptops, but again, only a couple have cords to plug them in. I nodded. It wasn't great, but it was better than nothing. Zed, you seem like a good guy to me. Okay. I don't know what tomorrow will bring, said Wilkins. But we might all be better off if we combine forces, so to speak, and work together. I nodded. Sure, we don't have plans past getting through the day. I mean, we talked about some things, but frankly, it's all guesswork. Do you guys want to move in together? I laughed. Your place or ours? Wilkins thought on that for a few moments. Getting together in one building would be best. This building isn't defensible. Too many windows downstairs.
Your building has fewer ground floor windows that we'd need to fortify. We might make do with that until we figure out something better.
That's fine, I agreed. We've got plenty of room. We're camped out on the 5th floor. The rooms up there have great views of the surrounding areas, and they each have bunks for 4. That sounds good, said Wilkins. Are you sure you're comfortable with us moving in? I nodded. Yeah, I'm not worried about the elevator thing. The world is going crazy, and we're all on edge. Besides, Major, You seem like a good guy. Wilkins asked, and your CDC man won't mind? I doubt it, I answered. He'd welcome the company. I think he's afraid to be by himself. Okay, said Wilkins, seeming satisfied with the progress of our little negotiation. That leaves the girls in Blanton. I shook my head on that subject. What are you thinking? I have an idea, he said, but you might not like it. Chapter 24.
With a sour look on his face, Mark swung the door open, and I walked out into the blazing afternoon heat with a fully loaded pistol in hand and half a magazine to spare. The air tasted of ash. The formerly ubiquitous traffic noise from the highway was gone. Howls of the infected echoed between the buildings. The sound of distant gunfire popped in the air, the sounds of civilization falling apart. My feet crunched brown blades of grass as I walked out into the center of the quad. The infected, lurking in the shadows of the giant oaks and behind the shady bushes, gave me only a passing glance. I squinted in the harsh light and realized that I needed sunglasses if I was going to function in the daylight hours with permanently dilated pupils. I turned and looked up at the window on the 5th floor of the dorm, where I thought Jerome would be cowering, unless Murphy had turned, broke free, and ate him. I waved an arm and watched the dormer window. Nothing. I waved again but got no response. What a pussy. I went about my business of collecting. With a specific prize in mind, I was lucky to find a pair of sunglasses in the pocket of the first dead soldier I came to. Seeing that the infected had no interest in me, I collected 2 full sets of gear, including tactical vests, helmets, and weapons. On my way back to the rock building, I angled close by the dormitory to see what I might see. The click of the mirrored glass door on the side of the dorm startled me. I stopped and looked over. Jerome poked his head out nervously and waved me over. I looked around to check on the state of the infected in the area. I headed over toward Jerome and harshly whispered, "What the hell, dude?" Jerome nodded his head toward the infected and gave me a look that said, "Stay quiet." He swung the door open wide for me and noiselessly pulled it closed behind us. In the long hallway that ran the length of the building, I laid the equipment on the floor and turned on Jerome. I made no attempt to mask my anger. Damn it, Jerome. I could have been killed by those infected. You were supposed to open the door. What the hell? Dude, be cool, man. I shook my head. No. I don't need to be cool, man. What I need to do is beat your ass. Jerome stepped back. In a condescending tone, he said, "Don't go all Neanderthal on me, Zed. Grow up. I did what I had to do." You had to lock me out because you're a pussy, you mean? Zed, if I had let you in with 100 infected chasing you and hundreds more coming up the street, how long do you think that door would have held once they saw you come through it? I didn't answer. My rage had bubbled to the surface, and my brain, impaired by anger, was in no mood to hear reason. Think about it, man. I huffed and picked the gear up off the floor just to keep my fists from balling up and beating Jerome. You know I'm right. They would have come in here and killed you, me, Murphy, and that girl. And then where would you be? I held up my freshly bitten and still oozing forearm for Jerome to see. They wouldn't have killed us. They don't seem to like our flavor. But one bit you anyway, he argued. Duh. It's amazing how much you can make one syllable sound like "fuck you anyway" when you really try. Don't you see, Zed? See what? Just because they don't want to eat us doesn't mean they won't injure us if they're in an excited state. They might even kill us. I headed toward the elevator. By the way, what happened to the girl? He asked. She's fine, I said. She's in the building next door. As we rode the elevator up, I quickly related what had transpired. We were standing in the hall on the 5th floor when I finished,
and I told him about Wilkins' idea that we join forces. Jerome said, "That's not a good idea." "What do you mean?" I asked him.
"I don't think it's a good idea to have them here. We don't know these guys."
"Jerome, 24 hours ago, I didn't know you. 48 hours ago, I didn't know Murphy." Shaking his head, he argued, "That's not what I'm trying to say. They're not like us." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Infected." I snorted and looked away. "I talked to them. We're cool. They know what the deal is. They know we're fine. Speaking of which, how's Murphy?" "This is a bad idea." We reached the door of our commandeered room. "Murphy started coming around about a half hour ago." "And?" I asked. "And I think he's going to be like us, a slow burner." I nodded and went in. Murphy was sitting on the bed guzzling a sports drink. His cuffs were off. "How are you feeling?" I asked. "Like crap," Murphy answered. "It gets better," I offered. "Drink lots of liquids, eat what you can."
"By this time tomorrow, you'll be back to normal. Or at least as normal as you're ever going to be again."
Murphy made a show of looking down at the light-colored skin on his arms. He shook his head. "Are you saying I'm staying this color?" "Yes," Jerome answered. "Just be happy you didn't turn into one of the cannibals." "Cannibals?" Murphy asked. I said, "You've missed a lot while you were out." "How long?" Murphy asked. I turned to Jerome. "Why don't you fill Murphy in? I'm going to get the people from next door." "Zed, I still think it's a bad idea," said Jerome. "I know," I answered. "But it's a done deal, so let's be big boys and deal with it." I picked up a couple of M4s that were leaning against the wall, booty from my earlier trip outside. "Jerome, are these loaded?" He nodded. "I'll take these two with me," I told him. "Are those clips full?" "The ones on the left are," he pointed. "The ones on the right are empty." "Thanks." I scooped up a few magazines.
Jerome said, "I know you're mad, but you did the right thing helping that girl. That was heroic."
It was hard, really hard, but I said, "You did too, Jerome. If you'd opened the door, we'd probably all have been killed." "What are you guys talking about?" Murphy asked. "He'll tell you." I headed downstairs. The dormitory and the ROTC building were rectangular buildings, erected in line with one another. They formed the southern boundary of the East Mall, which lay on the opposite side of the buildings from the Quad and Gregory Gym. Because of that, the door at the east end of the dorm fed directly into the door at the western end of the ROTC building, with a mere 20 feet of sidewalk in between. As Major Wilkins and I had arranged, his group was waiting at the western door of the ROTC building when I got to the dormitory's eastern door. I leaned the extra M4s against the wall just inside the door and checked the gap between the buildings for lingering infected.
I saw that it was clear and swung the door open. I held it wide and stepped out as far as I could into the gap. I saw infected in the distance, but there were no nearby threats. I raised a finger to my lips to indicate quiet and waved Wilkins' group across. Moments later, Wilkins, Felicity, and the 5 ROTC guys were in the dorm, with the door closing behind, each exhaling breath they probably hadn't realized they were holding. 2 of the ROTC guys, Mark and Tom, wasted no time in taking ownership of the weapons I'd leaned against the wall. I said, "There's more ammunition upstairs. We don't have enough weapons for everyone, but there are a lot more outside." "Thanks," Wilkins said, reaching out to shake my hand. I grabbed Wilkins' hand and noticed Mark flinch. I glanced and down at my hand to check for blood and gory bits. Nothing. Mark's reaction rattled me. Something wasn't right. Wilkins fished a pair of car keys out of his pocket and handed them to me. "I can go with you," he said. "I can go outside because I'm infected," I told him bluntly. "If you go out, the infected will come after you, and we won't stand a chance. Thanks for offering, though."
Wilkins silently agreed. Felicity jumped between us and threw her arms around me. Thank you. Thank you so much. I shrugged as she let go. Thank me when I get back with your friends. She pulled out her cell phone and gave it to me. Remember, call Amber. She's on my favorites list, the first one. Okay, I said. They know I'm coming and they're ready to go, right? Yes, Felicity confirmed. And your phone has enough of a charge? I asked. About half a charge, she said, but that should be more than enough. Yeah, okay. I looked everyone over. Jerome is up on the 5th floor. He and Murphy know you're coming, but be sure to say something when you get off the elevator, just in case. Will do, Wilkins told me.
With my pistol drawn, I opened the door and went back out into the heat. Chapter 25. With a callousness that should never have grown so quickly, I walked among the scattered remains of the soldiers, picked out another M4, and morbidly restocked my ammunition supply. An extra pistol seemed like a good idea, but I cut off my shopping trip there, not wanting to burden myself unduly for when I'd next have to run for my life. A faculty parking lot lay 2 blocks over, just as Wilkins had told me. Among the half-dozen cars, I easily spotted his gray sedan. As I approached the vehicle, I clicked the remote once to unlock the driver's side door. The car responded with a chirp and a flash of the parking lights. Oops. I looked around quickly as I realized that it would most likely be some old habit from a different world that would eventually get me killed. A half-dozen infected were looking at or already running toward the car. I ran the last 20 feet, flung the driver's door open, tossed in the M4, followed it in, and slammed the door shut just as 2 infected pounced on the car. One landed on the hood and immediately started to beat on the windshield with his fist. The other tried to press his face through the glass on the passenger side window. Stupid. Adrenaline shook my hands as I found the ignition key and started the engine. The sound of the relatively quiet engine was enough to send the infected into a frenzy. The car bounced as 2 more infected bodies slammed into its side. The windshield cracked under the persistent fist of the infected woman on the hood. I shoved the car into reverse and spun the wheels as I backed out. I ran over a soft bump and counted 1 infected dead. With the crazy infected clawing at the glass all around, I backed into a parked pickup I didn't see. I shifted the transmission, punched the accelerator to the floor, and the front-wheel drive pulled the car hard right into 2 more infected. They rolled off the hood as I raced toward the parking lot exit. I swerved hard to make the turn, and the infected woman on my hood slipped away and skittered across the asphalt. I raced out onto the street and caught another infected with the passenger side bumper, breaking out the headlight. I checked the rearview mirror. A dozen infected were running up the street in full-speed pursuit. When I hit 40, I figured I'd better dodge as many infected as I could, lest I damage the car's radiator with an impact. They were everywhere, coming out into the street and onto the sidewalks, out on the expansive lawns, from the gardens and fountains. As I passed, every single head snapped in my direction. Every one of the infected flowed into the street after me. Good God, there were thousands. I pushed the car to 60 as another one of the infected glanced off the passenger side of the vehicle. I smashed the brakes hard, and rubber screamed on the asphalt as the car floated into a left turn. I spun the car out on a broad boulevard near the northern edge of the campus and headed west. I regained control and accelerated toward a wide pedestrian bridge that linked the main campus with the buildings to the north. 100 heads popped up above the rail on the pedestrian bridge as I rolled under. Just as the echo of the engine bounced back to me off of the concrete all around, I saw the dark silhouette of a body fall in front of me from the walkway above. I braked and swerved as 2 more bodies fell. I hit one with the bumper, just as the car jarred under the double impact of one on the hood
and another on the roof. The windshield shattered into a translucent web. My foot found the accelerator again, and the infected rolled off, but I was nearly blind and speeding west.
I looked to my left and right to gauge my position in the road and to judge how much further I needed to go. I prayed nothing lay in the street in front of me. The car lurched from another impact. A body smashed partially through the windshield with a crunch of bones and a splatter of blood. The girl, now stuck in the windshield, had done me the favor of knocking out enough of the shattered glass for me to see ahead. I spied a street to the left and cupped the wheels hard, skidding loudly. I sideswiped a parked car and drew the attention of a few infected up the street, who immediately came at me. I checked the rearview mirror. At least 100 frenzied infected were rounding the corner behind me. The car wasn't going to last much longer. I needed to stop and get away from it as fast as possible, or the infected would shred me in their frenzy before they realized that I wasn't tasty. I aimed the car at a sharp right-hand corner ahead. Past caring about damage to the sedan, I ran down 2 more infected and watched parts of the bumper and parts of bodies fly past. I slammed the brakes as I rounded the curve and angled toward another parked car. The collision crunched painfully loud. The airbag deployed and slapped my face hard enough to bloody my nose. The horn bleated and didn't stop. I tried the door, but it was jammed shut. I elbowed out the fractured driver's side window and crawled out as quickly as I could, with no thought to cuts and scrapes. I fell free and hit the asphalt with a slap. I got my feet beneath me, pulled the pistol, and shot 2 infected who were only steps away. Thanks to Wilkins' demonstrably shitty plan, I only had seconds to live unless I put some distance between myself, the wailing car horn, and the infected mob coming up the street. A quick glance around told me I might have time to grab the M4 off of the passenger floorboard and get away. To face the frenzied infected without it was certain death. I jumped back through the window, scrabbling forward. I got a hand on the M4, smashed my forehead into the cracked passenger side window, and broke it out as I fell through. I hit the asphalt and rolled into a somersault that put me back on my feet. I was so surprised that it worked that I almost forgot to move. I made a beeline for the corner of the nearest building and faced 8 infected as soon as I made the turn. They were running toward the sound of the car, but caught a magazine full of M4 rounds for their trouble. I didn't slow down at all. 2 infected came up out of a stairwell to the building's basement just as I passed. I shouldered the first one and tumbled them both down the stairs. I spied a door just ahead and prayed that it wasn't locked. Fast feet and adrenaline got me there. I cradled the M4 in my right arm and pulled the door handle with my left. It opened. I stepped inside and pulled the door closed behind me, cutting off the howls of the infected running up the side of the building. I needed a place to hide, and I needed it now. I ran into a stairwell as the vanguard of the infected horde hit the door. Thankfully, it was another door that opened out rather than in. Their collective weight held it closed as they struggled to get in, but that would only last for a moment. I bounded up the stairs and past 2, then 3 infected. I gasped for air. The first floor door burst open as hundreds of screams filled the stairwell. I exited the stairwell on 3. The hall was empty. Thank God. Elevator. If I could get inside, I might be safe. I ran up the hall and hit the button. The light came on and I waited. And I waited. The infected were on the stairs. Come on. The infected were close. The stairwell door slammed open loudly, and the infected tripped over each other, spilling into the 3rd floor hall. They saw me. The elevator chimed and I stepped inside, pushing the button to close the door. Safe. I flipped the emergency switch to lock the elevator to keep it from moving up or down, fell back against the wall, slid down to the floor, and finally breathed.
2 breaths later, the elevator doors reverberated with the impact of bodies smashing into it. Damn, persistent fuckers. Fingers started to squeeze their way between the doors. I jumped to my feet, unlocked the elevator, and pressed the button for the lowest level in the building. The elevator complied and took me down to the basement. I reloaded the M4, leveled it at the door, drew several deep breaths to steady myself, and prepared to run and shoot. The elevator chimed and the door opened. Nobody was there. I stepped out just as I heard the sound of several pairs of feet running up the hall. Infected. I pointed the rifle, but knew that if I pulled the trigger, I would never get out of the building alive. The ogre and the harpy. It was time to gamble that these guys weren't in the frenzied mob that was following me, but were lingering in the basement and simply attracted by the elevator noise. I stepped back against the wall, lowered my M4, and drew the pistol. The infected slowed as they neared me, stopped, looked me over, saw my white skin, and realized that I was one of them. They turned their attention to the closing elevator doors. I drew a deep breath and stepped up next to them. Blending in couldn't hurt. They spent a full minute searching the elevator for something worth eating. They somehow decided amongst themselves that it was empty, and they followed one another through the open rooms on the basement floor, methodically searching for a live human. I searched with them. With the frenzied mob running through the floors above and howling in frustration, I figured the camouflage of being in a small group of infected might keep me safe. None of the horde ventured into the basement, but it took a half hour before the noise above diminished. One by one, the infected in my group gave up the search and settled themselves into a shadowy corner of one of the classrooms, where they squatted and stared. I watched them for a bit and wondered how long they'd stay there in the absence of a stimulus. I found an empty classroom as far from the infected in the basement as I could get. I went in and gently closed the door behind me. Calculus formulae and equations waited on the chalkboards for students who would never arrive. Desks sat in neat rows, waiting for years of rust and rot to erase them from the world. Sunlight shone in from the west through 3 window wells that also provided me an ankle-level view outside. I needed to be patient. The car's incessant horn was keeping the infected feet outside, hurrying urgently around in search of prey. I'd have to stay hidden until they lost interest, or the battery died. I took a seat on the floor where I could lean on the instructor's desk and be hidden from any eyes peeking through the door. I was drenched with sweat. I was thirsty and had an adrenaline hangover. At least the room was cool, the floor was wonderfully cold, and I felt somewhat safe. It was time to think through the next steps. The original plan of loading up the girls and driving them back was off the table. That bad plan had been based on too many old-world assumptions. The tunnels were likely still full of infected from my adventure with Felicity earlier in the day. Sneaking back on my own was an option, but the girls' dormitory lay just across the street. I needed to think. The cell phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. It was Wilkins with a text message. Wilkins. Zed, are you okay? Me. I'm okay. Wilkins. The girls said they heard a car crash. Me. About that. Wilkins. Me. The car was an idea that sounded good, but wasn't. Your car is toast. Wilkins. It's wrecked? Me. The car was a magnet for the infected. They swarmed it as soon as I opened the door. Wilkins. But you're okay? I got lucky, but yes. Wilkins. Are you still going to try to get the girls, or will you come back? I don't know. Wilkins. Where are you? I'm in a basement classroom in the building across the street from Blanton. Wilkins. I'll let the girls know you're there. Tell them to keep quiet. I need some time to figure this out. I'm open to any ideas you guys might have. I got nothing back for several long minutes. Wilkins. Nothing on this end. We'll keep you posted. Okay. I passed an hour in silence with no ideas from Wilkins. The shadows were growing long. The infected finally dispersed to wherever they preferred to lurk. I still had no idea how to get the girls back to the rest of the group, but sitting by myself in a basement wasn't going to solve the problem.
I texted Felicity's friend Amber to let her know I was on the way and that I'd knock very softly on their door when I arrived. Chapter 26. Crossing the street was uneventful. Entering Blanton was no problem, as the first door I tried was unlocked. This made sense, since the dorm was in use for the summer session. In the recreation area, I passed at least a dozen infected women, former residents, I guessed, who squatted in a corner and eyed me as I passed by. I passed the elevator with its attractive chime and slipped into a stairwell. I paused and listened. A few floors up, I heard the sound of the infected squabbling over scraps. I quietly made my way up toward the sound. On the third-floor landing, 5 infected girls were gnawing at someone's remains, torn clothing, smears of blood, and ragged bones. The infected snarled and greedily pushed at me as I waded through. They had no intention of sharing with me. A fat one squatted in front of the door at the top of the stairs and glared. She got irritated as I pushed past, but did nothing to harm me. I tried to close the door behind me, but she had shifted when I opened the door. Her girth prevented it from closing. The hall was empty in both directions. I took a guess and turned right, reading the door numbers as I walked. I arrived at the correct door and softly knocked. No response. Give me a break. I knocked again. A voice quietly asked from the other side, "Who is it?" "It's me, Zed," I whispered. I heard noises from the stairwell and turned to my right. Nothing was coming, yet. "Open the door, please." I heard the working of the lock, and then the door opened. I stepped inside. A girl was behind the door, ready to push it shut, but she pressed herself to the wall in fear when her eyes fell on me. A girl over by the window threw her hands over her mouth and screamed in wide-eyed terror. "Damn it, quiet!" I pushed the door shut, but heard a wail and the sounds of running footsteps coming up the hall. The infected. I turned to the girl and snapped, "What was that for?" I thought you were one of them," she said. "Damn it!" My frustration, after a seemingly long sequence of fuck-ups, was getting the best of me. Does every fucking thing have to go wrong? Felicity should have told you about me. You two, get back. The girls moved over by the window. I stood in the center of the room and leveled my M4 at the door, but I already knew that was a bad idea. Gunfire would draw every one of the crazy bastards from blocks around. My mind raced for an escape plan, but before the slightest inkling of a thought could gel, the door shook under the assault of a heavy body running at it. Fists pounded, the doorknob jiggled, the infected wailed, and the door flexed. Shit. Maybe I shouldn't have said that aloud. Have either of you used a gun before? The screamer nodded. The other shook her head. It's easy. Point and pull the trigger, but be careful and don't shoot me. I handed them each a pistol. The safety is off. Let's block the door, the screamer said. Doe, good idea. Is that desk bolted down? I asked. It moves, the screamer told me. Great, I said. Help me get it to the door. As fast as we could, we stacked the bulky desks in front of the door as it rattled in its frame. I leaned into the wooden desks, adding my strength to the weight. I felt each blow to the door as the wood conveyed the vibration of each fist blow and headlong rush. The girls found every heavy object in the room and stacked them in and on the desks,
adding to the dead weight supporting the door against the assault. With everything moved, the screamer took a position beside me and leaned into the desk. She leaned close to and whispered, "Will they go away?" I nodded. I hoped. Over the course of an hour, the beating on the door dissipated, then ceased.
The girls and I silently maintained our positions, holding the desks against the wall for a good while past when we heard the last of the noises disappear. Finally, we relaxed. I sat on the floor with my back to the desk. Each girl sat on a bed, exhausted, fearful, and hopeless. No words were spoken between us. The hour-long assault taught us the value of silence when we didn't know how close the nearest ears might be. I reached into my pocket for the incessantly buzzing cell phone and handed it to one of the girls. Worried, the others had sent dozens of text messages. In the absence of a response, Felicity probably feared that her friends and I were dead. I'd leave it to the girls to sort it all out. One of the girls put a hand to her mouth and pantomimed drinking something from a bottle. She pointed at me with a question on her face. I looked around the room. Empty water bottles and soda cans were scattered on the floor, but nothing that looked like it held any liquid. They didn't have anything, and I didn't bring anything to drink with me. My past life presumption on the ubiquity of clean water just got killed. I needed to stop learning things the hard way. I shook my head. One of the girls, the dark-haired screamer, picked up a notepad and pen. She wrote on it and showed it to me. Amber. She pointed to herself. I nodded. She wrote another name and showed it to me and pointed to the blonde. Marcy. I nodded and smiled. Amber handed the pad and pen to me. I wrote my name and showed it to them. Didn't they already know? Amber took the pad, drew a large question mark, and showed it to me. I shrugged. She got a determined look on her face, but Marcy deflated and sagged against the wall. I thought she might cry. I closed my eyes and let my head down into my hands, resting my elbows on my knees. I needed to think. I heard the very faint taps on the screen of the cell phone as Amber communicated with the other group. The other dorm was probably 3/4 of a mile to a mile diagonally across campus. That distance was swarming with infected, all with apparently endless appetites and irritating persistence. Options again? Save my own ass and leave the girls? No. A car? No fucking way. The tunnels? A gamble with bad odds and no sure escape if things went sour. I was stuck ruminating on those 3 options. There had to be others. The last light of dusk faded slowly from the sky, and another hour ticked past. Darkness and shadows from the streetlights were all I could see through the leaves of the oak trees outside the window. I thought about whether the darkness would offer us any advantage in an escape. I knew I couldn't see any better in the dark, and I didn't imagine the other infected could either. We all still had the same human physiology we'd had before the disease struck. They had diminished brain capacity. We all had less pigment and dilated pupils. Oh, and one other thing I was coming to suspect. Sensations of pain seemed to be all but gone. I felt everything just as I had before, but things that should have hurt so much that I'd normally cry out in pain didn't. The painful part of sensation was gone. I'd need to ask Jerome about that. An idea came to me, but I needed to risk a conversation with the girls. I scooted up on the floor, and we all leaned in close together. I bent forward and whispered, "So you guys texted Felicity, right?" Amber and Marcy nodded. "So you know the deal then?" I looked at each until they nodded. "I have an idea to get us out of here so that we can join the others. Is that what you want to do?" Marcy nodded. Amber said, "If we stay here alone, it's only a matter of time before—" She was right about that. The fate that she couldn't bring herself to speak. They would both die. "I'll be honest," I said. "I don't know that we'll make it all the way across campus."
Mary asked. You think we might get stuck somewhere? No, I told her. We might get killed. Killed? Yes. I didn't want to paint a rosy picture for them. They needed to know the honest reality in order to make their own choices. I didn't want to carry the burden of a lie along with the burden of their deaths, if it came to that. I think there's very little chance that you'll make it there alive. But we have guns, Marcy countered. It doesn't matter, I said. There are too many of them. If we have to shoot, we'll kill a few. But every infected on campus will come running. There are thousands. Marcy deflated and stared down at the nearly useless pistol. 15 rounds in a Glock would do little more than delay your death with 100 infected coming at you. Guns were no solution when dealing with the infected. But guns bought time, and time bought distance. Those were the things that could save your life.
The only way for a normal not to get killed by the infected was to not be near them. Amber asked, "If we stay, how long do you think it'll be before someone comes to rescue us?" I shook my head. I don't know. You probably know better than me. All I know is what Wilkins told me. I haven't seen any news since, Saturday. Marcy hissed, "Amber, nobody's coming. You've seen the news." She dismissively pointed at me. "This is it." Thanks, bitch. Marcy interpreted my tone. "I didn't mean it like that." I shrugged. Yeah, whatever. Amber stepped in. "She didn't mean it like that, Zed. We've just been stuck in here for 2 days. We look out the window and we see what's going on. We've been online. We know what's going on everywhere. Marcy hasn't been able to get her parents on the phone since Monday. My dad tried to drive in from Lubbock to get me, but he can't get past the roadblocks around Abilene. We've lost our friends. We're tired. We're hungry. We're thirsty. And we're scared." Tears filled her eyes. I looked down at the floor. I felt bad. I wasn't emotionally attached to the ones I'd lost, and as long as my temperature didn't continue to rise, at least I had a good chance at remaining alive. For the girls, however, the losses were real, and death loomed large. "Look, I don't mean to be a dick," I said. "It just kind of happens by itself. Marcy, can you pop open your laptop and pull up a campus map? I have an idea that might work. It might take us all night to get to the other dorm, but if we're careful, I think we can do it." With the map in front of us, I explained my plan and was rewarded with a tiny spark of hope in their eyes. I told them to pack up their backpacks. Marcy said, "I don't even know what to take." "Whatever you'll need for the rest of your life," I told her with a straight face, then smiled. Marcy smiled and rolled her eyes. Amber suppressed a laugh. In a tense situation, any joke will do. "I don't know anything about all this end-of-the-world stuff," I said. "But if I were you, I'd wear the most rugged shoes I owned, wear some jeans, bring some socks and undies, maybe an extra shirt. Bring your computer and charger if you want. Don't bring more than you can run with. If there's one thing I've learned in the last few days, it's that you'll have to run." "Why do we need our computers?" Amber asked. "As long as we have electricity and an internet connection, they'll come in real handy," I said. Both girls nodded. "Okay," I said. "Let's get these desks moved as quietly as possible." Moving everything while making no sound took a while. When we finished, I very slowly opened the door and peeked out. The hall was empty. I looked to the girls for final confirmation. They nodded. I headed to the north end of the building. The girls closed the door behind. I walked as quietly as I could up the hall. I heard no sounds from any lingering infected, but every shadow I passed made me nervous. At the end of the hall, I slipped into the stairwell and stopped on the landing to listen. No sound came up from below. I made my way down to the first floor and out into the hall.
Just outside the stairwell, the girls told me there was a public restroom. I entered and closed the door silently behind me. I methodically checked each stall to ensure it was empty. The window on the exterior wall had been replaced by translucent glass block. That was good. On the way out, I checked the door, and indeed, there was a deadbolt lock that could be set from the inside. That was a piece of luck. I closed the door and went back upstairs. From the hall, I texted the girls. A moment later, they opened the door and let me in. The bathroom at the bottom of the stairs is clear, I told them. The way there is clear. If we go quietly, we can make it. Amber nodded. Marcy's fear was getting the best of her. She stared through me. I said, "If you want to back out, now is the time." "No." Amber shook her head and authoritatively said, "We need to go. It's our only chance." "Okay," I said. "Remember, quiet." It took several tense minutes, but we made it down the hall, down the stairs, and into the restroom. I locked the door as we stepped in, then rechecked each stall to ensure that it hadn't become occupied during my short absence. "Okay," I whispered to the girls. "Are we cool?" Moving was doing Marcy good. Amber nervously smiled. I said, "The entrance to the biochem building is just across the street from the door at the bottom of the stairwell. I'm going to head across and find us a room there on the first floor. I'll be back. Keep the door locked while I'm gone. If the infected come, remember, stay quiet. I'll find a place to hide close by until they wander off."
If all goes to shit, then I'll just shoot them all and we'll run back up to the room and hope for the best. Amber said, "Go ahead. We're good."
"Yes," Marcy agreed. I left the restroom and crept out across the street and into the biochem building. I found our next leapfrog room there on the second floor, just a short distance inside the building. The first floor wasn't an option. Many infected were silently squatting in the hall up at the other end of the building. In that fashion, we very slowly worked our way across campus, staying mostly inside, sometimes traversing the length of a building on the first floor, sometimes on the second, and sometimes on the third or fourth. Thankfully, the school was in a summer session. During the regular semester, there would have been 10 times as many students around, hence 10 times as many infected in the buildings. As it was, I suspected many of the infected outdoors had wandered onto the campus from the surrounding city.
It took hours, but we arrived at the last outdoor space we had to cross, the street near where Felicity had run earlier that day. Unlike Felicity's crossing, ours was uneventful. The door on the western end of the dormitory opened as we approached. We'd made it. Chapter 28. I stirred when the sun came up and the room got warm, but I pulled my pillow up over my head and extended the darkness. Later in the morning, voices crept through, but I kept my eyes closed tight, and sleep came again. When I finally did roll over and surrendered to the strident sunshine, it was close to 10 in the morning. I was alone in the room. I stared at the bunk above me, listening to the morning sounds coming in through the windows and thinking about the previous day's events. The breeze disturbed the window blinds. Grackles annoyed one another in the branches of the giant oaks. A squirrel chattered a warning. Occasional gunshots in the background were starting to seem ordinary. The door opened, and I tilted my head to see Jerome come into the room. He looked worried. "Hey," I said. "You're up?" He came over and sat in the desk chair nearest my bunk. He took a long look out the window at nothing, then said, "The ROTC guys don't like me. Jerome, I don't think junior high social concerns are at the top of the list of things we have to worry about." He grimaced. "You say that now, but they don't like you either." "Big deal." I rolled over on my side and then sat up. "Zed, they're afraid of us.
That Mark guy said we're an abomination in the face of God. That took me by surprise. Did God tell him that? Jerome ignored me. They think that because we're infected, we're a danger to them. That doesn't make any sense. Did you tell them that they didn't have to worry? Of course I did. And they didn't believe you? I asked, though I couldn't imagine why they wouldn't. Jerome shook his head. Why not? I asked.
You're from the CDC. If anybody knows what's going on, it's you.
Jerome stared at the floor. Yeah, well, that's just it. What's just it? I asked. More staring, more waiting. He said, You're gonna find out soon enough, so I might as well tell you. Okay, I prompted. All that stuff I told you about the infection, I learned most of that on the internet. I swung my feet onto the floor and leaned forward, my interest piqued. So, are you saying that the CDC didn't send you to Africa? Jerome shook his head. So you didn't have any real experience with the infection when the CDC sent you to Austin? Jerome took a moment to respond. The CDC didn't send me to Austin. So what? You just left Atlanta and came here on your own? Zed, I've never been to Atlanta. What? What are you saying, Jerome? Jerome sighed and looked out the window. I don't work for the CDC. I was taken aback. But, he muttered, I own a sub shop over on Guadalupe Street. You own a sub shop across the street from campus? I said, more than asked, as the volume in my voice grew. Jerome nodded. My temper flared. I wanted to punch him in the face. I wanted to punch him in the face a bunch of times. I jumped up from the bed and he flinched away. I paced around the room and drew several angry breaths. Why are you telling me this now, Jerome? I already bought your line of bullshit about the CDC. Jerome stared out the window but didn't answer. Well, I prodded. Because those ROTC guys, Tom and Mark, they used to come into my shop all the time. They recognized me. So, you're just a lying pussy. That's the bottom line here, right? You made up all that shit so that I'd get you out of the gym, so I'd take all the risks while you sat up here in the room all safe and sissy-like, too valuable to go outside. It's not like that. Jerome was looking at the floor. My fists were clenched. My voice was harsh. I don't see how it couldn't be like that. But hey, why don't you fucking tell me what it's like? Jerome didn't. Well? I demanded. No reply. You fucker, I muttered. I grabbed a warm can of soda and a package of plastic-wrapped something or other off of the stack on the desk and headed for the door. In a weak voice, Jerome said, Zed, I'm sorry. I ignored him and slammed the door shut on my way out of the room. Wilkins was coming up the hall just in front of me. Mad? He asked. God damn, Jerome, I groused. I guess you found out he's not with the CDC. Yep. I stomped down the hall. Jerome had literally sent me out among the infected based on something he'd read on the internet. What really bothered me, though, was the question of my prognosis. Was I going to turn? Was I going to become a mindless zombie, squatting in the shadows until a normal with a gun put me down? I stomped into the common area with a scowl on my face.
Murphy was sitting on a couch, chatting up Amber and Felicity, back to his loquacious self. The only difference from the time I first saw him was that he was a much paler brown than before.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Amber told me as I walked up.
You saved our lives.
I shrugged. It wasn't nothing, but what else was I going to do? Anybody would have done it.
Not Jerome,
said Felicity. Murphy laughed heartily at that. Man, I would have come with, but I was passed out from the infection. Yeah, I agreed, and sat down on the couch. I opened my tiny donuts and cola. Where is everybody? They're downstairs, fortifying the windows, I think, Felicity said. With what? I asked. I don't know, she answered. I guess it doesn't matter, I shrugged. It needs to be done. Murphy spoke up. Wilkins wants everybody to meet at 3 o'clock to talk about our situation. Wilkins does? I asked unnecessarily. Yep, Murphy said. He's in charge, right? I looked around.
Nobody told me. Amber shook her head and raised her palms. We're new. We're all new, I told them. Did you guys eat already? Vending machine food never tasted so good, said Amber. It's going to get old in a hurry, said Murphy. We all agreed, then ran out of words. I started eating. Without the talking, the mood blackened as we were all left to our thoughts about what was going on outside, about what had happened over the past few days, the things we'd all seen, and the bleakness of the future. It was Murphy who piped up first. Man, the last thing I remember was you and me were in that creek bed. I don't even know how we got in the creek bed, but I remember walking in the sun. I looked at him. You don't remember the transients? The guy who drove us to the hospital? The gym? Anything? No, man, nothing, Murphy said loudly in a voice that was used to being at the center of attention. Like I said, I was feeling like crap and walking up that creek bed with you, and that's it. I guess you were pretty sick, I half smiled. Probably delirious with the fever. I guess, man, Murphy agreed. I didn't know what to think when I woke up cuffed to that bed yesterday. Jerome didn't tell you anything? I asked. Murphy said, No, mostly he just stared out the window. When I'd ask him a question, he'd shush me. I took some time to relate to Murphy the story of how we made it from the creek bed to the dorm. The girls listened with great interest. I purposefully didn't mention the jail, and Murphy didn't bring it up. When I finished, Felicity asked, So you guys and Jerome are all infected? It seems so, I answered. Amber scooted up in her chair but took a moment to formulate her question. In the end, she went with bluntness.
Are you guys going to turn out like the others?
The other infected? I asked, though I knew what she meant. Amber nodded. I don't know. I looked around and scratched my chin. Jerome says no, but he just read that on the internet. So you could turn any minute? Amber pushed on. I don't know. I think if it was going to happen, it would have. Not really a lie, perhaps a hope. Murphy added, As long as I don't get any whiter, I don't care. We all laughed. We needed the levity. What does it feel like? Amber asked. What? I asked. Being infected, she clarified. Like the flu, a really bad flu, I answered. No, Amber said. I mean now. Do you feel normal? Mostly, I guess. I looked down at my hands, legs, and feet. I feel just fine, Murphy added, except bright light is hard to see in. Our pupils are stuck in a dilated state, I clarified. What? Amber asked. I said, Jerome told me. When you're infected, your pupils dilate and stay that way. Does the bright light hurt? Amber asked. No, I shook my head. It doesn't hurt. It just feels uncomfortable. What do you mean? She asked. I turned to Felicity. Do you remember that infected guy that jumped out and bit me on the arm when we were in the tunnel? She nodded, shuddering at the memory. I felt the bite, but it didn't hurt. I mean, I could feel the pressure of his teeth on my arm. I even felt my skin tearing, but there wasn't any pain. Maybe you hit your head too hard when you fell against the wall, Felicity speculated. I leaned forward and put Amber's hand on the large knot on the back of my head. I felt it hit, but this didn't hurt either. Oh, she said. Yeah, I nodded.
So, you're like a leper? Felicity asked. I don't know anything about that, I answered. I can feel things just fine. I just seem to be losing the ability to feel pain. Do you think you'll get to the point when you won't be able to feel anything? Amber asked. I hope not. I really hope not. Amber took out her telephone, checked it, and started to put it away. Hey, I said. Can I borrow that to make a call? Sure. She handed it to me. Do you have family to call? I shook my head. I need to call one of the nurses over at the hospital. I dialed the number Steph had given me. Murphy and the girls started talking again. The phone rang a half-dozen times and went to voicemail. Into the phone, I said, Steph, this is Zed. Murphy and I made it out of the gym, and we're okay. Call me at this number when you can. Bye. I handed the phone back to Amber. She asked, Girlfriend? Nope. Just a nurse who helped me and Murphy out. Chapter 29. In dark sunglasses, Murphy and I were outside, scavenging what we could off the dead soldiers in the quad. I was picking through the remains, and he was hauling the booty. At the moment, he had 3 rifles, 2 vests with clips and whatever else attached, and a couple of helmets, all covered in crusty blood. We'd been out in the heat all through the noon hour. I was sweaty, tired, and feeling angry. Murphy and I had talked while we were inside after bringing in a previous load and rinsing the equipment in the downstairs showers. He confirmed what Jerome had told me earlier, that Mark and the other ROTC guys were afraid of us. As for Jerome, he was nowhere to be seen, though he could easily have been assisting us in equipment collection. While outside, we didn't speak much for fear of attracting unwanted attention from the infected. In the sweltering silence, I ruminated darkly about the social dynamic. I was angry at Jerome for being right about how I'd feel about that. I'd probably saved the life of every one of those toy rifle-toting ROTC pukes. Now, because of Murphy and me, they were all armed. They had a chance at survival. But they thought they were better than me. That pissed me off the most. I hated that. Oh, and what was that abomination shit about? A couple of the infected were rummaging through the remains of a policeman who lay in the shadow of the gym. One chewed on a bone. The other was starting to gnaw on the officer's gun belt. I decided I wanted the belt. In my darkening mood, I didn't see the infected man as an obstacle. I reached down and grabbed the belt. The infected made a snarling sound, then clamped his teeth on the belt. I yanked it hard, pulling it away. The infected's eyes went wide with rage. He howled and lunged for the belt. All right, I mumbled, if that's the way you want it. Both of the infected by the body stopped what they were doing and stared up at me. The words must have triggered something in their rotted brains that told them I might be lunch. One sniffed at my leg while the one with the gun belt slinked a few steps away and started to gnaw on the belt again. My anger and disgust blossomed. I pulled the M4 off of my shoulder. I turned its flimsy-looking stock downward, stepped over to the infected with my black leather gun belt grinding between his teeth, and smashed the butt of my gun down between his malevolent eyes. A jolt went through his body, and he rolled over on his back, arms and legs moving in a random, swimming fashion. I smashed his skull again, then again, then again, until it was deformed and bleeding heavily. He went still. I stood over the infected man with the butt of my gun dripping with blood, breathing heavily from my exertion. I felt no cathartic release. If anything, I was more angry than before I'd beaten him to death. What was going to happen to me? What was happening to me? Was I going to be like them? A mindless, raging cannibal? The infected who'd been gnawing on the bone dropped it and slunk over to sniff at the corpse of the one I'd just murdered. "Fuck you too," I shouted, and smashed his head in a similar fashion, again and again, until he lay limp at my feet. I stared down at the bloody mess, lost in the darkness of my anger. I felt a tug at my shoulder and I turned, ready for more violence. But it was Murphy, wide-eyed and worried. Without a word, he held my gaze and then made a show of looking around us. I followed his lead and looked over the quad, across the street, and into the gaps between the buildings. Every infected, standing, squatting, kneeling in the remains of some dead human, all stared at me, frozen in indecision. In their little rotted brains, they couldn't tell whether I was one of them, whether I was food, or whether I was the alpha zombie. I wanted to kill them all. Murphy emphatically nodded his head toward the dorm a couple of times and took a tentative step in that direction. I understood what he wanted. It was the smart thing to do. Our situation out among the infected was on the verge of getting bad in a hurry. I snatched up my gun belt and followed Murphy back to the dorm. The infected didn't take their eyes off of us. One of the rot guys opened the door for us when we arrived. He stared at me as wide-eyed as Murphy had just moments before. He feared me. In that moment, I reveled in it. The door closed on our uncomfortable silence. I looked out through the glass at the infected, going back about their business. In a post-tantrum rationalization, I tried to reconcile my emotions with my actions. They didn't make sense. I tried to blame my behavior on my anger at Jerome, Wilkins, Tom, the stress, anybody, anything but me. Murphy said, "Hey man, we need to rinse this stuff off." "Okay," I answered. Murphy said to the rot guy, "We won't need you on the door anymore today. We're not going back out. You can go do whatever you do." The ROTC guy looked at me and asked, "What was that all about?" I shook my head to brush him off. Murphy stepped into cover for me, and in his big gruff voice he said, "That infected dude was coming after him, man." The ROTC guy said nothing for a moment, then asked, "He was coming after you?" I nodded. "Sure." "Really?" he asked. "Yes." I said it like a fuck you dare for him to ask me again. He didn't bite. "Let's take this stuff to the shower, man, and get started," said Murphy. The ROTC guy said, "When you guys get done, you should get upstairs. It's close to 3, and Major Wilkins wants you at the meeting." Murphy stood in the shower stall, scrubbing the Molly vest with soap and hot water. I stood outside the stall, taking the ammunition magazines out of the vest before passing them in. The helmets were all cleaned and drying, as were the guns. "Besides rinsing these guns off, what else do we need to do?" I asked. "I'll show you later," Murphy said. "Do you know much about guns?" I asked. "I was in the Army for 4 years," he replied. "What?" "Yeah," he grinned. "Hard to believe, right?" Yes, it was hard to believe. "So you know all about this gear, then?" "Yeah, I can show you whatever you need to know," Murphy told me. "Good, because I don't know much of anything besides shooting and reloading." "I'll set you straight, man, but it'll have to be when I get back." "Back?" I asked. Murphy's face lost its smile. "I've got to go find my mom and my sister." I asked, "Did you try borrowing a cell phone and calling them?" No answer. Worry flashed over his face. Both numbers went straight to voicemail. "You think their batteries are dead?" I asked. Murphy nodded and handed me the wet vest. I handed him an empty one and hung the wet one over a shower stall divider to drip dry. "Murphy," I said, "you know how things are out there, right?" "Yeah, man." "So you know the odds aren't in their favor, right?" Nodding, Murphy said, "I know." "What's your plan, then?" I asked. "Based on your experience with driving yesterday, I think that driving to my mom's house isn't the best way to go." "Where do they live?" I asked. "Over off of Loyola, near 183, he told me, while he pointed vaguely northeast. "How far is that, like 5 miles?" I asked. 10 miles? "Man, I don't know. When you're driving, you don't know how far things are. You only know how long it's going to take to get there. Yeah, I agreed. I guess you're walking, right? It's kind of the only option. I could steal a bike, but that might send the infected into a frenzy too.
I don't want to be the guy who gets to figure that one out.
I asked, "What are you going to do after you find your mom and sister?" "There's this crazy dude that Earl talked about." Murphy looked away from the vest he was rinsing off. He nodded as he spoke. "You remember, right?" I did. Murphy said, "The dude used to live in our neighborhood. He was one of those doomsday prepper guys, and 5 or 6 years ago the city found out that he'd built this 3-story bunker under his house." 3 stories under his house? I was amazed. Yeah, like he had more square footage in his bunker than in his house. But like, when the city found out, they condemned his house. "Why?" I asked. "I don't know," Murphy shrugged. "He never got a permit, or it wasn't built to code."
Maybe they just thought his house might cave in on top of it. "So what happened then?"
Murphy said,
"So the dude fights with the city for years and finally just keels over and dies one day."
"That sucks."
"For him, yeah." Murphy stepped out of the shower and handed me the vest. "The house has been sitting empty ever since. The city never did anything with it. They never tore it down or anything. It's just got a chain-link fence around it, and the crackheads go in there at night."
"Do you think it's still there then?" I asked.
"Man, it's gotta still be there," he said. "I don't know what kind of shape it's in. The house looks like a crack house, but there are solar panels on the roof and what looks like a solar water heater. There are a couple of little wind turbine things in the backyard."
I mean, I don't know what the guy's setup was down there, but from the outside, it looked like he had all the right pieces in place.
"I know this sounds like a stupid question," I prefaced, "but how do you know somebody isn't already there?" Murphy shook his head. "I can't know that, but it's the best thing I can think to try right now." "This place isn't so bad," I said as I looked around. "It's a disaster waiting to happen." "Why do you say that?" I asked. "Man, did you notice how they were fortifying downstairs?" I shook my head. "Man," Murphy waved an arm expansively. "They were just taking desks and furniture and piling them in front of the windows. Once the infected figure out there are people in here, it's going to take them like 5 minutes to break the windows and tear through that junk. Then it's going to be all over for Major Wilkins and those girls you saved." "I'm sure that's only temporary," I said. "Yeah, man, I'm sure you're right," Murphy shook his head.
He didn't really believe I was right. "Until they get those barricades right, they're all in danger. And if the infected break in here, all worked into a frenzy, you're going to get killed whether you taste good or not." I couldn't argue with that. When Murphy and I got to the common area on the 5th floor, Wilkins was already talking. I immediately noticed that Tom, Mark, and the other ROTC guys were all wearing Molly vests and had their M4s with them. It made sense, but it made me uncomfortable. Wilkins had a sidearm, as did Marcy. Felicity, Amber, and Jerome were unarmed. I had a Glock in a holster. Murphy, however, was planning on announcing his departure and leaving directly after the meeting. He had a pistol, his M4, and carried 12 30-round magazines in his Molly vest, along with whatever else a real soldier would stuff in there. The couches in the common area were arranged in a U-shape facing the hall. Jerome and the girls were on the couches. Wilkins stood in the hall in front of everyone with Mark at his side. The other rock guys sat on stools behind the leather couches. Murphy and I sat beside one another on one of the couches. Wilkins acknowledged us as we sat. As I was telling everyone, Marcy and I spent a good deal of the morning on the internet trying to find what news we could of what's going on. What we found isn't hopeful. The infection is still spreading. San Antonio is in the same shape as Austin. It's lost. Houston and Dallas are both a mess,
with the infection spreading and the police trying to get a handle on the situation. The refugee center set up at Fort Hood fell apart overnight. The infection has shown up in nearly every major city in the country now, and there's hardly a place in the world that's free. Most of Asia has followed China's path. India, Pakistan, Vietnam, and Korea are all in chaos or are silent. Nothing is coming out of Africa. Europe and Russia are in trouble. The infection has shown up in Brazil and Colombia. All over the country, the military has set up roadblocks. All flights are grounded. All trains have stopped. Any travel between states and even cities is forbidden. The military has orders to shoot to kill anything or anyone that comes near the roadblocks. We're effectively isolated here for the time being, at least until the military can get the situation stabilized. Amber asked, "How long will we be isolated?" Wilkins answered, "It's anybody's guess, but it's best that we plan for the long haul. We need to be prepared to take care of ourselves for at least weeks or even months. It might be longer before we get help." "Longer?" Amber asked. "It might be years," Wilkins answered. Felicity spoke up next, with heavy emotion in her voice. "Is this really the end of the world?" Wilkins didn't answer. Nobody spoke. The silent consensus was yes.
Wilkins said, "Human civilization is going to be very different going forward." Felicity looked down at the floor. I'm sure she already knew. Her question was little more than a desperate expression of hope. I spoke up next. "Look, like I was telling Jerome yesterday, I'm not sure how we're going to get through the next few weeks or months, but we need to get somebody online right now. I don't know when or if we're going to lose electricity. I don't know when or if the internet is going to go out." I stood up to look at everybody. Everything humans have ever learned or knew can be downloaded from the internet right now for free while the network is still up. I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't know anything about farming and growing my own food. If what Wilkins is saying is right, we need to figure it out. It'll be better for us if we figure it out with a book than by trial and error. There's going to come a time when we run out of food to scavenge. And when that time comes, we'd better know how to grow something. We won't be able to live through too many crop failures. And if we want to live anything remotely like the life we used to have, we'd better learn how to hook up some solar panels to an electrical grid. We need to learn how to manufacture gunpowder if we run out. There are a million little things that make life possible, and none of us knows much about any of them. I looked around the room for acknowledgement, for confirmation, but they just looked at me like I'd changed color again. "Thoughts, anyone?" I asked. "Well," Wilkins started, "this is as good a time as any to talk about how you fit into that, Zed." "I don't even have a computer," I replied. "Why don't you sit down?" Wilkins asked. What? That seemed odd to me. I looked around at the blank faces. Something wasn't right. As I stepped back toward the couch to take my place beside Murphy, I saw a very slight shake of his head. He was reading something that I'd missed. As I turned to sit down, I noticed Murphy's hand move discreetly toward the trigger on his M4. He flicked the safety off. "Zed," Wilkins started, "we all appreciate what you've done for us. Some of us definitely owe you our lives, and the rest of us probably do." I nodded, curious as to where this was going. He said, "Because you and Murphy and Jerome are infected, you can move among the other infected with ease. You're in no danger." "Mostly no danger," I corrected him. "Zed, please don't take this the wrong way." Wilkins gulped down a pause. "But you three are infected, and that makes some of us pretty nervous. Not me, mind you. I'm not worried, but I have to speak for the group." "What do you mean?" I asked. He said, "Again, as much as you've done for all of us, many here are afraid of you."
Afraid of me? This was starting to sound like bullshit. Wilkins went on. We don't know if we can catch the infection from you or how. We don't know when we're going to wake up and find you standing over our beds and attacking us. We don't know what you are, and we need to do something about that. I heard shuffling behind me, and then Murphy's big voice stopped everything. I don't know where this conversation is going, but just so you all know one thing, I'm leaving when this is done. Actually, he continued, very deliberately standing and stepping toward the hallway, I'm leaving right now. I need to go find my sister and my mom. Mark butted in and said, very pointedly, We need that ammunition you're carrying. Murphy, beside Wilkins now, turned so that he'd have no one at his back. He was holding the M4 with one hand over the trigger and one under the barrel, in a way that made it clear that he was fully prepared to operate the weapon if necessary. Zed and I picked up all of this ammunition. Zed and I picked up all of the guns that you bunch of pussies have right now. If it wasn't for Zed, you wouldn't have shit. You'd be sitting in that building next door like a bunch of zombie bait, waiting to get eaten. All of you people piss me off. After everything that Zed has done for you, you're going to tell him to hit the bricks, aren't you? Oh, and you want to take our guns and our ammo while you're at it. Well, fuck you. I'm leaving here with this gun and this vest and the 12 magazines I've got, just so you know. Everybody was surprised into motionless. I spoke first. Is that what's happening here, Wilkins? You're kicking me out? Of course we are, Mark muttered. You're possessed by demons.
All three of you are. Wilkins ignored Mark and continued, No, let me finish, Zed. Clearly, some of us don't feel comfortable being so close to you. We can continue to work together, but we'd feel more comfortable if maybe you guys moved into the building next door. Without our guns, I said, shaking my head. No, Wilkins said, that's not what we're saying. That's what Mark just told Murphy, I argued. Wilkins pointed out the window toward the quad. You guys can walk outside and get all of the ammunition you need. You have to admit, it's more dangerous for us. Murphy interrupted. Zed, you want to come with me? Let's get the fuck out of here. Wait. I couldn't believe what was happening. I looked over at Felicity. I didn't mean to plead, but it probably came out that way. I risked my life to save you guys. Felicity quickly spoke. We're so thankful for that. But we saw what you did to those infected outside a little while ago. You worry us. We don't know what you're capable of, or what you might turn into. Amber looked down and shook her head. I don't agree, Zed, but... This is bullshit, I said. Fine, I'm out of here. I'm not going to live in the servants' quarters next door and run around and do your dirty work. You guys are on your own. I turned and started to walk up the hall as Murphy backpedaled beside me. Just so you know, I told them, I'm gearing up before I leave. Me and Murphy went out and collected all of this shit. I'm not going out empty-handed. They'd all stood up by then and walked into the hall to watch Murphy and me go. I stopped and turned. What about you, Jerome? Are you coming or staying? Wilkins spoke up. Jerome, we'd like for you to stay. We just need to work out some kind of quarantine to keep us all separate. We can't risk getting infected. You understand, right? I'd be by myself? Jerome asked. Well, Wilkins started. Jerome shook his head. No, I don't want that. I'm going with them. We headed up the hall to get our stuff from the room. Mark walked a few steps further up the hall and stopped. Begone, demon. Begone, mindless monsters. You're all going to suffer and die. Put a lid on it, Mark, Wilkins told him. 10 minutes later, Murphy, Jerome, and I walked out of the dormitory, each with an M4, a pistol,
a full load of ammunition in our molly vests, canteens full of water, and enough junk food for a few meals. We hustled around the corner of the building and out of sight of the dormitory just in case Mark went even more nuts and decided to shoot at us from the windows. With the afternoon sun blazing in the sky, the billows of black smoke roiling up out of southeast Austin, infected lurking everywhere, and the sound of gunfire in the distance, we started our trek northeast to search for Murphy's mother and sister. Chapter 1. Mid-afternoon in August is not a pleasant time to be outdoors in central Texas.
The sun scorches anything foolish enough to leave the shadows and risk its wrath. Humid air flows north off the Gulf and heats to an angry, gaseous broth in league with the sun to punish any soul it catches outdoors. Every patch of grass without the blessing of a sprinkler system gets baked to crisp hues of tan and brown. Every concrete sidewalk and stretch of bleached asphalt shimmers radiated heat. And, as if adding a million mindless infected to Austin's empty streets wasn't enough to make August suck more than usual, the smoke and ash from the fires devouring East Austin tainted the hot air. Great gray columns rose 1,000 feet into the sky, boasting of destruction before drifting to the northeast. Jerome spoke quietly. "We need to go somewhere and talk." Staying in the shadow of the ROTC building as we walked away from the dorm, Murphy said, "There's nothing to talk about. I told you guys what I'm gonna do. Go find my mom and sister. Come if you want, stay if you don't. I don't really give a shit." One of the things I'd learned about Murphy was that he had the ability to tell you he didn't give a shit in a way that didn't leave you offended. But that was irrelevant to my mood. I was already livid over getting evicted by Mark and his ROTC boys, and I needed to make a choice. Go with Murphy, squat in a shadow across the quad from the dorm, and think about revenge, or some other thing I hadn't thought of yet. Long experience told me that choosing while angry, more often than not, led to bad outcomes. That never stopped me from doing it anyway. I continued walking. "I'm going with Murphy." Jerome was miffed. "How can you just walk away? Mark and those guys hate us. They kicked us out of our own dorm for being white," Murphy laughed. "For being infected," Jerome answered weakly. So Jerome was seething as well. It seemed only Murphy could smile and let the eviction roll off his back. Not me. Oftentimes, anger was all I had, my soul-defining characteristic. It clung to me like an insecure girlfriend, and I put as little effort into sloughing it off. Perhaps I could learn from Murphy. Jerome sulked but came along. We followed a wide concrete staircase down past the fountain at the end of the East Mall, skirted along a tall wall to keep out of sight of our old dormitory, and turned left past the drama department. If the ROTC guys had entertained any ideas of taking a shot at us as we left, they'd lost their chance. Long minutes in the debilitating heat ticked by and took the edge off of my anger. We walked on a winding, shaded sidewalk that followed Waller Creek's course north. "That Mark guy was nuts," I finally said. "Yeah," Murphy agreed. Numerous infected squatted in the shadows of the trees and the bushes all along the creek. I lowered my voice. "You saved us back there, Murphy." "I know." Not a boast, just a fact. "How did you know what was going to happen?" I asked. "That things were going to go down the way they did?" he asked. "Yeah. I didn't." He looked around at the shrubs and shadows. "I just got a bad vibe from those dudes. That's one of the reasons I didn't want to waste any time getting out of there today. That's why I went to Wilkins' meeting geared up. When I saw things starting to turn in the wrong direction, I took a chance while everybody was watching Mark and Wilkins go at each other. It worked." A few steps later, I added, "I wonder if this is how it's going to be now."
Murphy asked. What? I don't know, I said. I feel like a drama queen when I say it. But it seems like every time I turn around, I'm on the verge of getting killed by something. Is that why you're so stressed out? Murphy asked. I stopped and gestured at the world around us. Really? Murphy stopped and looked at me. Yeah, that was a stupid thing to say. If we're not careful, we may need to go see a shrink one day.
What's up with that laugh? Did you have a favorite cartoon character or something that laughed like that? I asked. No, man. That's just my laugh. He exaggerated it the second time as he smiled. Jerome came up and positioned himself on the wide sidewalk between Murphy and me. He looked around cautiously, but kept his mouth pinched shut. He wanted us to know he was still pouting. The ringing of a telephone caught everyone's attention. Murphy looked at me with a question on his face. I had no phone. I looked around. A moment later it rang again. All of the infected within earshot showed an interest. On the third ring, I identified a scatter of shredded, bloody remains by a building a short distance away. The infected were on their feet and looking for the source of the sound. We should go, Murphy whispered. Jerome shuffled nervously. I nodded up the path, and we moved away. On the fourth ring, the infected swarmed over the clothes and bones. The phone didn't ring again. Once we got 30 or 40 feet distant from the spot where we'd heard the ring, I had a change of mind and announced, I'm going to go back for the phone. Jerome shook his head. When the networks go down, that phone won't be worth anything. They're not down yet, I hissed. Murphy, do you mind waiting a few minutes? Once the infected calm down a bit and start to disperse, I'll go over and find the phone. Murphy made a show of looking at a watch that wasn't on his wrist. Cool, man, just don't take too long. I'm going to head up the trail and see what I can see. Jerome said, I'm going with Murphy. Don't go too far, I told them. No sweat, said Murphy. Once I neared the infected going after the ringing sound, I stopped and watched the infected rip through the clothes looking for something to eat. Keys jangled out. A billfold hit the ground. A pair of torn jeans was cast aside, and out of those jeans, a cell phone flew in a long arc. Crap. It landed in the grass and bounced. Opportunity? Keeping an eye on the squabbling infected, I walked over, picked up the phone, and quickly put some distance between them and me. A half block away, I came across a shaded bench along the trail. I sat down and examined the phone. It was the same brand of smartphone that I had before the police emptied my pockets during my arrest. I turned off the ringer. The infected had damaged brains, but they weren't so damaged that they didn't know which sounds to associate with people, with food. I checked the battery. It still had most of a charge. I recalled the number that Felicity had given me for Amber's phone the day before. Or was it 2 days before? So much was happening so fast that I was losing track. I opened up a text message window. Me. This is Zed. I only had to wait a moment. Amber. Zed. Sorry. Me. Nothing to be sorry for. Amber. You saved our lives. I didn't know what to do. Me. NP. I won't hold it against you. You did the right thing. Staying there is safer for you. Amber. I'm worried. Mark frightens me. Me. That was some crazy shit, but your chances are better if you stay together than if you split up. Wilkins is a solid guy. He'll keep Mark's crazy ass in line. Stick with him if anything happens. Amber. Okay. Me. You have weapons and food enough to last a good long while, but feel free to text me if you run short of anything. I don't know if I'll be able to help, but I may. I have a lot more freedom of movement than you guys do. Amber. You're a good man. Me. I have to go. The guys are waiting on me. I'll try and find a charger for this phone. Keep in touch if you want to. Amber. I do. Me. Me too. Amber. Be careful out there. Please stay safe. Me. Safe is my middle name. Amber. Lol. I know that's not true. Me. Gotta go. Bye. Amber. Bye. Stay safe, I hoped.
Chapter 2. When I caught up with the guys, I said, "There's a university co-op up on the north side of campus." "You want to go shopping?" Murphy asked, exaggerating his surprise to reveal how bad he thought the idea was. I said, "I keep getting ignored when I bring this up, but I need a computer and a flash drive." Both Jerome and Murphy made a point of ignoring what I just said. I told them, "It's only a block or two out of our way. It'll take a few extra minutes." "Fine," Murphy said. "It's probably a good idea, but don't be asking me to stop at an internet cafe along the way. You can have all the time online that you want after we get to my mom's house." "I think it's a waste of time," Jerome butted in. "We probably won't live long enough to run out of food or electricity or anything important." "Oh, you'll live," Murphy said, smiling. "I have no doubt." "Really?" Jerome asked, real curiosity in his voice.
What makes you think I'll last?
"Because you're a pussy." Murphy's big laugh caught the attention of every infected in sight. I shushed them both as I looked around. All of the infected were staring, but none were yet moving. We walked the next block in silence, and the infected along the way lost interest. I stepped out ahead of the guys and made a left turn onto the cross street that would take us to the co-op. Through clenched teeth, Jerome told Murphy, "I am not a pussy." Murphy asked quietly, "Oh? Who went out to get the guns while the other one sat in the room?" "It wasn't like that," Jerome responded. "It sounded like that when Zed told me about it," said Murphy. "Did I miss something?" Jerome said nothing. "So I didn't miss anything," Murphy continued. "Let me ask you, did you help Zed rescue those sorority chicks that were stuck in the other dorm?" "They weren't sorority chicks," Jerome corrected. "Are you saying that you did help rescue those chicks?" Murphy asked.
I didn't say that. Jerome turned away as if looking for something to divert the subject to. We walked another half a block in silence before Murphy added, "Sounds like you're a pussy." Jerome shot Murphy a withering look and hurried ahead. I shrugged. Murphy grinned. Another block passed and Murphy said, "Man, I didn't thank you for getting me away from the jail after we busted out." "I think you did," I said. "Besides, we helped each other that day." "How's that?" he asked. "You know," I said. "No," he shook his head. "You know," I repeated. "When we were crossing the street when Earl got shot, I froze. You pushed me across. You probably saved me from getting hit too." "Man, you were just in my way," Murphy told. I couldn't tell if he was serious or not. I said, "Whatever." Sweating heavily in the heat, we reached the university building across the street from the co-op and came to a stop in a shady spot behind a limestone block wall. I knelt down behind the short wall and scanned the broad intersection. 2 military Humvees sat in the middle of the intersection, empty. Bodies lay strewn about all over the asphalt, on the curbs, in the surrounding lawns, and in the parking lots. "I guess there was a battle here," I said. "Do you think those Humvees have the keys in them?" Jerome asked. That was the question on my mind as well. Murphy said, "Humvees don't have keys, dumbass." "I'm not a dumbass." Jerome was irritated and probably regretting his decision to come along with us. Murphy asked, "Did you lie about being a CDC scientist when you really just owned a sub shop 5 blocks away?" "That doesn't make me a dumbass," Jerome told him. "No, but it does make you a pussy," Murphy snickered. Jerome fumed. "I'm not walking all the way across town in this heat. I am not a pussy. I'm getting a Humvee."
Jerome stepped out from behind the wall and, with a determined look on his face, made his way through the maze of the dead toward the middle of the intersection. "The infected don't care if you step on them," Murphy called. "Quiet," I told Murphy. "I'm not saying that Jerome doesn't deserve it, but lighten up on him a bit." As Jerome neared the Humvees, he slowed and glanced around. I said, "I don't know if driving is a good idea." "Those are up-armored Humvees," Murphy told me. "They're a lot more durable than that Toyota you totaled." Okay. I didn't really agree, but I didn't want to disagree either. I had no desire to walk 6 or 7 miles in the heat, especially not knowing what dangers awaited us. After a few moments of watching Jerome, Murphy looked back and forth across the wide intersection and said, "I don't like this." "What do you mean?" I asked. He pointed in a few directions across the intersection. "Look around, man." "Yeah?" I asked.
"All those bodies lying around," he said. "Where are the dead soldiers?" I looked. I didn't see a single uniform. Maybe they all got infected and wandered off. "All of them?" Murphy asked, as though my explanation was an admission of stupidity. "Wouldn't at least some of them have gotten killed? I mean, look how many dead infected are out there." "It's a mystery," I said dismissively. Jerome arrived at the nearest of the 2 Humvees, opened the driver's side door, and peered inside. "And those doors will keep out the infected?" I asked. "Unless they have a rocket launcher," Murphy answered. "So driving one of those might really work out for us?" "Depends," he said. "On what?" I asked. Murphy answered, "What are you going to do when you get to where you're going, and your Humvee is being swarmed by frenzied infected?" "I don't know," I said. "I suppose we could just wait for them to get bored and wander away." "They eventually do."
"So we wouldn't want to use it for short trips," said Murphy.
"No, I guess not," I admitted.
Movement from the opposite corner across the intersection caught our attention. 2 soldiers in gas masks stepped out of some bushes and moved cautiously toward the Humvee into which Jerome was leaning. From Jerome's position, his view of them was blocked by the other Humvee. "Mop gear," said Murphy softly. "Mop?" "The military protective gear," he explained. "The gas masks, hoods, gloves, and stuff." "Oh, that's why those soldiers aren't infected," he said. "But it doesn't explain why they weren't killed by the infected like everybody else." "They may be able to help us," I said, as I started to stand, but Murphy put a restraining hand on my shoulder. That annoyed me. "What?" Murphy put a finger to his lips and shook his head. He hoisted his weapon. I didn't know what to think. I couldn't see the danger he saw. What danger could there be? This was the army.
They'd been only 6 blocks from the dorm the whole time, and doing fine against the infected. Things weren't as bad as Wilkins and Crazy Mark thought they were.
The soldiers came up on Jerome from behind and startled him. One of the soldiers said something harsh, but with the distance I couldn't make it out. Jerome stiffened, dropped his weapon, and raised his hands. One of the soldiers took a defensive position at the rear of the Humvee, and the other stepped up toward Jerome, stopping several feet away. They said some things back and forth. Jerome made some excited gestures and spoke loudly. The soldier said something else. Jerome opened his shirt and showed his chest, leaning forward with eyes wide open. The soldier spoke into a radio headset. Jerome started talking again, but in a different tone of voice. He was pleading. That worried me for a second, but then again, he was a pussy. For his sake, I hoped he didn't wet his pants.
3 weird clicks echoed as fire spat from the end of the soldier's gun.
A bloody mist erupted from Jerome's back. For the smallest fraction of a second, surprise froze on his face. I gasped. "We gotta go," Murphy hissed, as Jerome crumpled to the asphalt. "Fuck that!" I was pissed. I threw the barrel of my M4 over the wall and pointed it at the soldiers. Before I could pull the trigger, Murphy grabbed my shirt and pulled me into the shrubs and mulch. Shards of limestone exploded off of the top edge of the wall and stung my skin. What the hell? I didn't hear any gunshots. Everything was very suddenly going to shit, and I wasn't putting the clues together fast enough. "Come on," Murphy whispered. Bent over as short as he could make himself, he ran away from the wall, back the way we'd come, back to where there was plenty of cover. I crouched and ran as fast as my legs would carry me.
We got to a row of tall bushes and rounded a corner, putting an entire building between us and the intersection. Murphy stopped at the corner and cast a quick look back. "Anything?" I asked. "Not yet," he told me. "Run." Murphy took off at a full sprint under the sprawling branches of the old campus oaks. He angled toward a building across a street and ran further into campus. I matched him stride for stride past one building, a second, and a third, arousing interest from the infected as we sped past. Thankfully, none gave chase. When Murphy decided that we'd put enough distance between us and the soldiers at the intersection, he found an unlocked door, and we slipped inside one of the university buildings. Welcome air conditioning washed over us, but I had not a moment to appreciate it. We bounded up a staircase to the second floor and ran down the length of the building. We glanced through the glass door windows into each classroom we passed. The floor was deserted.
We entered a classroom at the end of the hall and closed the door quietly behind us. I caught my breath. Murphy did the same. It took a few moments for us to recover enough to speak. Murphy gasped. "Shit, I should have seen that coming." "What the hell just happened?" I asked. "We got ambushed," Murphy told me, clearly distressed. His absent smile and vacant eyes told me he blamed himself. "They killed Jerome for no reason," I said. Murphy peeked out one of the classroom's large windows, careful not to expose himself more than was necessary. "Yeah, it would seem so." "That doesn't make any sense to me," I said. "He was infected," said Murphy. "They probably shot him because of that." "But he was a slow burn," I argued. "He was talking to that dude. He wasn't a danger to them." Murphy shrugged, shook his head and said nothing. "Is it open season on all of us?" I asked, wanting something to blame for wrong I'd just witnessed. "I don't know, Matt," said Murphy.
Maybe they were nervous. Maybe they were trigger-happy. Maybe they just like killing. With all of those dead infected laying around the intersection, they were definitely good at it. Maybe they weren't the army, I speculated. Maybe it was just some guys. Murphy shook his head emphatically. They were soldiers. I sat down at one of the desks, bolted to the floor in neat rows, and stared out the windows at the oak branches and leaves that dappled the view of the buildings across the street. It was murder. Those soldiers murdered Jerome. As that sank in, I muttered, "Fucking assholes." "We shouldn't be surprised," Murphy said. "The cops, the doctors, the army, nobody has been sympathetic, if you know what I mean." "I'm angry, Murphy. I'm really fucking pissed. That was such bullshit. I mean, he was standing there with that stupid pussy-ass look on his face, with his arms in the air, and that dickhead just shot him 3 fucking times.
Fuck. Murphy said, "I was there, man."
Murphy left me to my fuming and took up a position by the wall where he had a clear view out the window. Murphy was getting over Jerome's death, or at least getting past it. He was looking out for pursuers. He was looking out for our safety. And I was having a tantrum. I needed to get control. The ogre and the harpy. I breathed deeply and relaxed my clenched hands, then watched my palms as the blood flowed back in and filled the indentations left by my grip on my rifle. The ogre and the harpy. Anger would kill me if I didn't get it under control. Clear thinking would keep me alive. I needed to follow Murphy's example. I stood and went over to check the window into the hall. No one and nothing. I nudged the door open and listened. Silence. Minutes passed with no change. I let the door close and went to stand beside Murphy. I asked, "So were those silencers on their guns?" "Yep, suppressors." "I think that's why they're not already dead," I said.
The soldiers, I mean. If the infected don't hear the gunshots, the soldiers can stay hidden while they shoot. They don't have to worry about drawing in more infected than they can handle. Murphy nodded. "That's pretty much how I see it." I said, "I think if these guns are going to be good for anything but a last resort, we need suppressors." "Yeah," he agreed. "Where can we get those?" I asked. "We could check gun shops or find the house of some gun nut who wanted one bad enough to go through the permit process," he said. "But with all the shit going on, who knows? I'm guessing any gun shop that might have one is cleaned out already." That doesn't sound good. I looked back out the window. Murphy said, "We could come back in a few days and take theirs." Looking back at him, I said, "I don't follow." "Come on, man." He waved a hand back in the direction of the intersection. "Those guys can't keep their mop gear on forever. They've got to take it off sooner or later." They're probably camped out in a building around here somewhere, and every time they go in and out, they risk tracking in the infection with them. Hell, that guy that shot Jerome today probably got at least a little blood on his gear. He was close enough for it. He probably doesn't even know it. So, when he goes back to wherever him and his buddies are hiding out, he might touch it, or his buddy might touch it. I said, "I don't know how long the virus can live outside of the body, but I'm guessing that if it's in blood, it has a better chance of staying alive than if it just gets sneezed out or something. So you're thinking that by killing Jerome, those soldiers are going to wind up infected?" "Yes, I do. I like the karma of it." I put on a smile, but there was no joy in it, only mean revenge. "If they get infected, the odds are that none of them will be immune," said Murphy. "At least it seems like nearly nobody is. In a few days they'll be wandering around here like the rest of the infected, if they don't kill each other first." "I'm good either way," I said. "Do you think they're coming after us?" "Nope." "Why?" I asked. "If they were coming, I think they would have by now," said Murphy. "Besides, I think they're doing pretty well ambushing the infected where they are. They don't need to hunt. Whitey just wanders by. I'm not sure they were trying to kill us as much as scare us away. After all, they knew Jerome was infected when they killed him. They didn't know if we were." "Whitey?" I asked. "I'm tired of saying infected." Murphy shrugged. 3-syllable words suck. "You know, you're practically white now." I felt like I had to remind him. "I'm Mocha Frost, man." "Mocha Frost?" "Yeah." I asked, "So we have mochas and whites. Any other color distinction?" "You tell me, you're the one with the hang-up about it." I took another long look out the window. "Murphy, you're just trying to keep my mind off of Jerome, aren't you?" "Yeah, man, you dwell on shit too much." Murphy took a deep breath as he paused. "That's obvious to me already. I know everything sucks and all, but we can't do anything about it. Lighten up, man. It's better to die with a smile on your face than a frown." Time to change the subject. I asked, "Do you think those soldiers were an isolated group who were lucky enough to have the right equipment and the good fortune to figure out effective tactics? Or do you think the whole army is just around the corner and heading this way, cleaning up as they go along?" "Isolated," Murphy answered. "Why?" I asked. He said, "If there was a big force coming in and clearing out the infected, we'd have heard the gunfire when we were outside. We didn't hear any of that." "I guess we didn't," I admitted. We watched silently out the windows for a while longer and periodically checked the hall. When the conversation started again, I asked, "What should we do next, do you think?" "I hate to say it, but I think Jerome was right." "About what?" I asked.
We need a better plan than just walking to Northeast Austin, said Murphy. I'm going there. I have to. But if I want to get there alive, then I need to think it through. I said, we need to think it through. Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. What? That surprised me. What was that supposed to mean? Zed, I've been thinking about this a lot while we've been in here. You almost got yourself killed out there when Jerome got shot. If I didn't pull you down, those snipers would have got you. Thanks for that, I said. I'm not looking for thanks, he said. I want to know what you were thinking. My defenses flew up. Interrogatives always rubbed me the wrong way. My anger boiled for a second. I repressed it and calmly asked, why does it matter? Let's face it, we barely know each other, he told me.
I don't know you well enough to understand why you do what you do. I do know that your behavior is probably going to get you killed. I don't want to be standing in the wrong place when that happens, because I might get killed too. I don't have the military training that you have, I admitted. When those soldiers shot Jerome, I didn't think. I reacted. What they did was wrong. And you were going to make it right? Murphy asked. No, honestly, I didn't think about that, I said. Not consciously, anyway. Maybe I was just angry. Maybe... I don't know. Murphy scrutinized me and said, let me ask you about what you did for Felicity, Amber, and Marcy. What about helping me when I was delirious? I mean, I'm thankful. I'm grateful. I know I owe you my life. But Zed, it's like you've got some kind of hero complex or something. My simmering anger turned to laughter. Sorry, you've got the wrong guy on that. I'm not a hero. I don't want to wear a cape or have a secret identity, and I don't need to hear anybody's applause. I don't even want a Batmobile. Well, maybe a Batmobile. I'm just trying to do the right thing. But you keep trying to do all this heroic shit, said Murphy. It's like you think you're invincible. I definitely don't think that, I told him. Murphy turned and focused his attention back out the window, leaving me with my thoughts. I recalled what happened with Felicity. I didn't think then. I reacted. I'd heard her scream and saw her running. I knew she was going to die if I did nothing. I wanted to run back to the safety of the dorm, I really did, but something in me wouldn't let that happen. I made a split-second decision and just got lucky after that. She and I both lived. The choice to rescue Amber and Marcy was made with a lot more forethought and was based on a ton of inaccurate assumptions. None of us expected the amount of danger that I'd put myself in. But why did I do it? I didn't know them or anything about them, yet I'd risked my life to help them. And Wilkins and the ROTC boys, what about them? I'd helped them too, but why? I wasn't a hero. I wasn't a soldier, and I wasn't a Boy Scout. Still, I did what I did, and would likely do it all again. Perhaps I was trying to live up to some image I had of myself, and living up to that image was more important than staying alive. Or maybe it was all just a big basket of psychological Easter eggs left in my brain by the ogre and the harpy. When I looked up from my thoughts, Murphy was looking at me. He started in, "Before I say what I'm going to say, I want you to know that I appreciate your offer to help me find my mom and my sister, even though the odds of me finding them alive are pretty much zero. But they're my family, Zed. It's my duty to go, no matter how small the chances of finding them. Hell, I might get killed before I make it across the highway. You know what I'm saying?" "Yes," I said immediately, and then added, "No, not really." "I don't know why you're helping me," he said. "I don't understand it. But I don't want you to get killed trying to save some people who are probably already dead, or worse." I stood up and paced around the floor. I took my time collecting my thoughts before I responded. "Murphy,
I don't know about your hero theory. Maybe right, maybe wrong. I don't know. What I do know is that I'm just trying to do the right thing. It's just that simple. I said, last week, I would have told you that the world couldn't get any more fucked up than it was. Then it did. Last week, I made a living just rolling down the hill with all the other unhappy assholes in the world. I got drunk and I got high a lot, just so I wouldn't have to think about it. And you know why, Murphy? Murphy said, I don't think I want to know. I told him anyway. Because I didn't know who I was.
I was just trying to be whatever I thought I was supposed to be, and not trying very hard at it. Well, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm tired of taking the easy way out of everything. I'm tired of being ashamed of who looks back at me in the mirror. It's just that simple. If that gets me killed, then I just don't give a fuck about that. At least I'll die proud of myself for a change. As for why I'm tagging along with you, I've got no family. All of my friends are probably dead, and if they weren't, they'd probably care as little about me as I do about them. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't even call them friends. They're circumstantial companions. We all have crappy jobs and no girlfriends, but we don't like to drink alone. So we hang out together and bitch about life. But none of us was ever going to do anything about it. It was always easier to just take another drink. On top of all that, you and I are the only people we know who are like us. I'm sure there are more out there somewhere. There have to be. But in case you haven't noticed, people like us are getting ostracized and killed just because we're infected and we're scary. Murphy, you and I are a persecuted minority. Murphy's big laugh reverberated through the empty classroom. Ain't that a hoot? I go from being a mildly repressed minority to being a persecuted minority just because I got whiter. I laughed along with Murphy. When we'd laughed ourselves out, Murphy said, I think you're right. Man, I think you're a good guy. I mean, there's a little bit of craziness in you, but maybe that's what it's going to take to live in this fucked up world. I'll stick with you if that's what you want to do. We'll have a better chance together than alone. Murphy reached out to shake my hand. His hand engulfed mine, and I nodded. And I'm giving you a superhero name, he said. What? A protest, not a question. Murphy announced, Null Spot. What? A question. That's your superhero name, he said. Whenever you go off thinking about doing some superhero shit, I'm going to call you Null Spot. Whatever. Murphy and I spent a long while talking about what we needed to do to get to his mom and sister, and what we needed to do to survive. Unfortunately, stealing an armored Humvee, if we could find one sitting around, seemed like the best idea considering all the other risks. I said, I could check with Steph, if she's still alive. There might be a Humvee over by the hospital that we could swipe. Murphy asked, Who is Steph again? She's the nurse we saw when we went to the hospital the first night. You were too delirious to remember her. Is she cute? He asked. Making it sound like a scolding, I said, I don't think that should be your top concern anymore. It'll always be my top concern, he told me anyway. No, that's not what I mean, I said. I think your first question should be whether a girl is going to chase you and eat you for dinner, or whether she's going to shoot you and run away. I don't think you'll have the luxury of picking the cute ones anymore. I smiled to let him know I was joking. Yeah, man, I heard that. Oh, and do you know which uses less power on a phone, calling or texting? I asked. Man, do I look like I work at Best Buy? He asked. At the one by my house, I think they only hire white kids, I said. Mocha Frost, buddy. I shrugged. So you don't know. Texting, he said. Really? I asked. How do you know? I'm guessing. I said, sounds right to me.
Murphy asked, "Wait, how do you know Steph's number?" "She gave it to me," I told him. "You're a lot smoother than I thought," Murphy grinned. "I hear that a lot," I said with a suave nod. "I doubt that," he grinned. "Hey, while you're playing on your phone, why don't you follow me downstairs and let's see if we can raid any vending machines before we head out?" I nodded and followed as I texted. Me. "Steph, this is Zed. Are you there?" Steph. "OMG, you're alive." Me. "Yes. Hey, are there any Humvees still parked around the hospital grounds?" Steph. "Yes, lots of army trucks and stuff." Me. "Great. Any soldiers out there with them?" Steph. "No. Why?" Me. "I'm going to steal one." Steph. "Where are you?" Me. "In a building up on the north end of the campus. How are things over at the hospital? I heard a lot of gunfire from over there the other night." Steph. "What do you know about what happened?" Me. "Nothing. I've been hiding in a dorm since we escaped from the gym." Steph. "We?" Me. "Murphy and I both made it out. He's like me, infected but normal." Steph. "That's great. There aren't that many. The infected overran the hospital a few nights ago. That's probably what you heard." Me. "Where are you now?" Steph.
Those of us that could get away retreated into the hospital building. We've got it sealed off from the 5th floor up. Me. We?
"The soldiers barred the doors on the 1st floor, but that didn't last long. The infected came in through the windows, and we lost a lot of people. We went up to the 2nd, but couldn't hold there. There were lots of people among us who were exposed who started to turn. We tried to hold on to the 3rd floor by blocking the stairwells, but they found their way through somehow. We thought we had the 4th, but some of us were infected and started to turn, and we lost it. Now we have 5 and up, but we keep losing people as we retreat from floor to floor." Me. "How many of you are there?" "Hard to say. 30 to 40 soldiers, 40 to 50 of us, 150 patients that we've mostly moved to the upper floors. But anybody who starts to show symptoms, we're putting on 5. When we get to be too many, we'll abandon 5 and move up to 6.
Me. "The soldiers aren't shooting the infected?" "The soldiers want to shoot anybody who shows symptoms, but the doctors won't let them. It's tense." I'll bet.
There are ideas being discussed on what to do about the infected.
The army has already decided. They're shooting anyone that even appears infected.
That seems to be the universal solution. Did that happen at the gym?"
Sort of. It was a battle zone. All of the soldiers around the gym got killed when the infected broke out.
That's awful.
It was. Your situation doesn't sound any better. Are there a lot of infected trying to get into the hospital?
They're swarming everywhere. As far as we can tell, the lower floors are full of them. Outside, we can see thousands of them on the grounds. The soldiers think they were drawn here by all of the shooting.
Thousands outside?
Too many to count.
Do you guys have an escape plan?
Escape? Where to?
I don't know. I guess everyone is asking themselves that question right now.
I don't think anywhere is safe.
We've got a line on a place, but who knows?
I don't think escape even matters anymore.
Why?
The virus is airborne. Nearly everybody who gets exposed catches it.
But some are immune, right? I mean, completely immune.
Yes, very few. But with the infected killing everyone who isn't also infected, what's immunity worth?
You sound like you've given up.
I waited a long time for a response after that. Zed, are you there?
Yes.
The truth is, we're losing this fight. We all know we're going to die. It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of the number of floors we have to retreat to. You've got lots to go, Steph. The army could still come. There's still hope. You're obviously not keeping up with what's going on everywhere else. I just know what people tell me. If I'm not running, I'm shooting. If I'm not shooting, I'm hiding.
What's the situation? Every time we find a city or a region that says that it has the virus in hand, it seems like they collapse a few hours later. Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, and San Antonio are no better off than we are. Lubbock and Amarillo are a mess. Waco is holding out, but we're getting fewer and fewer contacts from there. The only city we've even heard about where there is no infection is Leadville.
What's a Leadville? Someplace way up in the mountains in Colorado. Why are they safe? Remoteness? Easier to quarantine? I guess there aren't too many ways in or out of a place like that. You want to run off to Leadville with me? That's sweet, but I don't think you're their kind of people, Zed. Too white? That's one way to put it. Leadville pipe dreams aside, what will you do? How long can you hold out? Everything is working against us. How so? To start with, all of the stairwells are full of infected.
The elevators are useless. The infected are always there when the doors open. There's no way for us to get out. We're stuck. But we're dependent on the utility system. Once electricity goes, we'll lose water. Once the water stops flowing, it'll only be a matter of days. So the food shortage we're having is problematic, but we'll all be dead long before we starve. If the infected don't get in and kill us all. I can see why you feel hopeless. There is half a hope, maybe less. It's brutal and it feels wrong, but no one here can think of anything else. I feel bad thinking about it. I feel worse talking about it. What? Help me with my decision, Zed. You're a disinterested third party. Not disinterested. You know what I mean. Whatever. We think we can fortify the top floors and keep the infected from getting in. If we had enough food and water, we might hold out for a long time after the utilities go. You said you didn't have enough water. Let me finish. Okay. People inside get infected. It gets chaotic when they turn symptomatic, and then we lose people, and we lose a floor or two. Then we have to try and reconsolidate a few floors up. We're killing ourselves from the inside. The infected outside just exacerbate the situation. Okay. One of the doctors came up with an idea. Which is? He thinks that in the general population the infection rate is nearly 100%. But for us, it's got to be way lower. That sounds like wishful thinking. No, I don't think so. Hear me out. Okay. There are a lot of healthcare workers and soldiers here. We've all been on the front lines of this outbreak from the beginning. We've seen most of our friends and colleagues get infected and turn. I'm with you so far. Just because we've all been at risk of exposure so long and we haven't been infected yet suggests that many of us may be immune. Or cautious. Yes, maybe. But there were a lot of us at first, between nurses, doctors, patients, and soldiers. If only 10 out of 1,000 were immune, and 900 of those got infected while the other 100 didn't, in the remaining pool of 100, the immunity rate wouldn't be 10 in 1,000 anymore. It would be the same 10, but in a group of 100. So, if you're in that last group, your odds of being immune go from a nearly 0 chance to 10%. Sure, the math works, but there are a lot of assumptions built into that. Where's this going? Where we're at right now is that we all know we're going to die. That is a certainty. We're either going to get infected, get killed by the infected, die of thirst,
Or if some fortunate miracle happens, die of starvation. Such a wonderful world we're in now. Escape then. There's got to be a way. There are too many infected below. We can't escape. What then?
We have a few infected people strapped into beds in a room at the end of the hall. We're going to hoard all of the water and food we can on the top floor and then fortify it. Then we're going to use our infected to infect ourselves in groups of 10 or 20.
Me. Say what? A saliva swab from the mouth of an infected for each of us. That's a very reliable transmission pathway, 100% reliable. Me. Not exactly sanitary. Exactly not sanitary. I just hope none of them has AIDS or herpes or TB. Me. That sounds like suicide. No, some of us will be immune. This gives us a way to sort out who is and who isn't in a controlled fashion. The ones who are immune will take the top floor and might be able to hold out with the supplies we have on hand. Me. Everyone is okay with this? No. Everyone is taking it pretty hard. But if we don't do something, we all know that we're dead. All of us. This was the only idea that we had that might give some of us a chance.
We are going to vote on it in a few minutes. Me. What will you do with the ones that show signs of the infection? Steph. Shoot them. Me. I don't know what to say. Steph. It's a hard choice. We're doctors and nurses. We're supposed to help people. Me. What about the slow burns? They'll show signs of infection but might turn out like me. Steph. It doesn't matter. Same solution. Steph. Zed? Steph. Zed. Steph. Are you still there? Me. Yes. Steph. Are you angry that some slow burns like you will get killed? I didn't answer at first because the answer was yes. I was more angry because I couldn't think of a better solution. Me. Take the infection. Kill the infected. It's your only chance. Steph. Thanks for being honest. Me. How will the vote go? Steph. We'll vote to infect. It's our only choice. Me. Tell me before they infect you? Steph. I'll give my phone to my friend Liz. She'll let you know if I don't make it. Chapter 5. Crowded isn't the first word I'd choose to describe how many infected were in the dimly lit tunnel system beneath the campus. But there were a lot more loitering around inside than I would have preferred. There were places on our lengthy trek where we had to squeeze past groups of infected squatting and resting, or others trying to push their way through a door to gain access to one of the university buildings. It was a stressful hike, but at least the tunnels were cool and the infected showed little interest in us. When we finally arrived at the door we were looking for, we exited the tunnel into the bowels of the university's 20,000-seat basketball arena. We were just north of the hospital complex. We found a staircase that led up to the ground-level concourse that traced a path around the circumference of the circular building. Without speaking, we followed the echoes of our footsteps around the wide, deserted circle. The ground-floor concourse was walled in glass, so it was easy for us to gauge our location simply by looking outside. When we arrived at the south side of the arena, we saw the hospital complex across a concrete plaza and a lawn of dying grass. Carnage left by the days-long battle with the infected was everywhere. Military vehicles were scattered about. A few were burned. Most were just abandoned, some with heavy doors swaying in the breeze. The triage tent that Murphy and I had been in a few days earlier had fallen. The barricades were in shambles. In the streets, all over the parking lots, and on the lawns, lay the dead. Brutal evidence of the efficacy, yet insufficiency of military firepower.
The live infected were everywhere, walking, squatting in the shadows, or running toward the hospital's main building. The lower floors of the hospital were swarming with them. Muffled gunfire sounded from the hospital, punctuated by occasional explosions.
A window blew out and a shower of glass rained on the infected trying to get into the building.
The soldiers inside were losing another battle. The hospital staff was losing another floor. I stared at the upper floors of the westernmost building, wondering what would become of staff. I tried to squeeze some inspiration for a rescue plan out of my brain, but all I got were thoughts of helplessness and frustration. Murphy gave me a shove in the shoulder to get my attention. "Forget it, Null Spot. There's nothing we can do for them." I wasn't whatever, man. There was no point arguing. Murphy was right. "If we want an armored Humvee, this is the place," Murphy said. "The soldiers are too busy staying alive up there to stop us. Whitey might be a problem, though. He gets mad when you steal his cars." "Murphy, if you're trying to piss me off with your Whitey remarks, you know I don't care about that stuff, right?" Murphy grinned.
"Man, I'm just trying to get you to lighten up a bit."
I pointed out through the tinted glass. "We're looking at 1,000 rotting corpses. Lighten up? Life is what you make it, man." He shrugged. I gave it a derisive little headshake. He said, "All these infected wandering around might be a problem." "Yeah," I agreed. He said, "Once we're in a Humvee, an armored one, I don't think they can do anything to get at us." It sounded to me like he was trying to convince himself. "But if they swarm us like they swarmed Wilkins' car?" I asked. "I don't know," he said. "Just being honest, man. If we're going to back out, now is the time to do it, because once I open this door, who knows what happens. It's all a gamble." "Yeah, I know." My experience in the Toyota was weighing on me. "One of those Humvees could come in real handy," he said. Nodding, perhaps trying to convince myself, I said, "We could be at your mom's house in 20 minutes. "Yeah," Murphy agreed. "I'm still worried about getting out once we get where we're going." "All we need is patience." More convincing. "They'll get bored and wander off." Murphy stared at the field of corpses. He fell silent. We both understood the size of the risk we were about to take. Finally, I said, "If we're going to do this, we need to move it along. What do you think?" "All right, let's do it." Murphy pushed the glass doors open and walked out into the full sun, without looking to make sure I was behind. Over his shoulder, he whispered, "Damn, it's hot out here." It was damn hot. We walked toward the nearest armored Humvee that appeared to have an obscured view from the hospital windows, just in case. The smell of the dead bodies rotting in the sun was overwhelming, but the smoke in the air helped to mask it. Thick clouds of flies swarmed us. Smears and pools of bodily fluids, not quite dry, made the footing treacherous. "This is disgusting," said Murphy.
"Yeah."
I opened my mouth to stop breathing the rancid stench into my nose, but when the flies tried to land in my mouth, I felt like I could taste the corpses on my tongue. I felt nauseous. Bodies lay about, ripped open by bullets. Bellies were distended where the gases of rot had no hole to escape. Faces were stretched in agony. "Can people eat rats?" I asked. Murphy stopped and looked at me. His expression told me that he thought I might be cracking up. "What are you even talking about?" "I'm just thinking that this place is going to be infested with rats pretty soon. The whole city will be. They'd be a plentiful food source." Murphy shook his head. "I'll learn how to grow potatoes or something long before I eat a rat." He turned and hurried across the distance to the Humvee we'd selected. The vehicle was empty. That was good luck. Rotting corpses baking in the heat of a closed vehicle might have made it unusable. I looked around at the infected nearby.
They were either rummaging through bloody scraps or focused on the sound of gunshots coming from the hospital.
Murphy jumped into the Humvee's driver's seat. I got in on the passenger side. Murphy looked at me. "It's do or die now, buddy. You sure you want to do this?" I shrugged. "You know, in this armored Humvee, we can probably drive around here a bit and maybe draw some of the infected away from the hospital. You know, give Steph and the others a chance." Murphy shook his head, but didn't look at me. Without a word, he slammed his door shut, catching the attention of all the nearby infected. Damn. I quickly yanked my door shut as Murphy waited for the glow plugs in the diesel engine to warm up. Whites ran at us from all directions. Murphy cranked the starter. As soon as the engine fired, Murphy floored the accelerator and we sluggishly accelerated away from the hospital. I'd have been a lot happier if heavy beast of a Humvee was quicker. We ran over one bump, then another.
I knew what those bumps were, but put the thought of it out of my mind and focused on the clear pavement ahead. The Humvee shuddered with the impact of an infected body running into the side at full speed. A few found a grip on the rear and were trying to climb on. The infected on the side slid away as Murphy pushed the truck to go faster. When we hit clear asphalt, Murphy ran the Humvee up past 40 and said, "Null spot, heh." "What's that even supposed to mean?" I asked. "Null spot." "You're all kind of whited out, man," he said. "It's like you're not there. Like a spot with nothing in it. Null spot." Murphy's big laugh filled the vehicle. "Whatever," I muttered and looked out the window. "Null spot," he laughed again. "You and your stupid superhero shit. Man, did you watch too many Star Wars movies as a kid or what?" I said, "I just thought we might be able to help them, that's all." Murphy changed the subject with a hard swerve. The Humvee almost hit a curb. At the last second, Murphy angled back for the center of the street. "What the fuck, man?" Murphy said, "Dude, did you see that?" "What?" "That white was right in front of me and he jumped out of the way, so I tried to get him anyway." He laughed again. "Maybe he was smarter than the others," I suggested. Murphy cocked his head as if giving that some thought. I said, "Maybe he did it on purpose." Murphy smiled and looked over at me. "My mom always said, never trust Whitey." Shaking my head, I asked, "Does anybody actually think you're funny?" "Everybody but you." More grins. "Did she really tell you that?" I asked. "No, man, I'm just fucking with you." Without warning, Murphy slammed the brakes hard. The Humvee skidded to a stop. He threw the transmission into reverse and mashed the accelerator to the floor. "God damn," I shouted. "You drive like shit." I pushed myself away from the dashboard and back into my seat. "That bridge over the highway back there was clear," he said, pointing out my window. "I think we can get across." The infected were swarming up behind us. "Hurry!" The brakes locked. Tires skidded again. More infected pounced on the Humvee. I looked back and saw hands, elbows, and screaming mouths. "Shit." "Don't worry, man," Murphy told me over my cursing. "They can't get inside." Murphy turned the Humvee and maneuvered between the cars on the road leading to the bridge. The infected beat loudly on the roof. Murphy looked over at me, then laughed again. He was having too much fun. He slammed the brakes hard and a body rolled off the roof and down over the hood just as he pushed the accelerator again. The Humvee bounced over the body. We crossed over the bridge. "I'll get the others off on the next turn." The further we rolled into East Austin, the thicker the smoke got and the fewer infected we saw. Those that we did see were headed away. Our hitchhikers chose to join them. They were all brain-fried monsters, but they still knew enough to fear the fires that were burning their way across the eastern half of the city. My phone buzzed, and I gave it a look to see who was calling. It was a text message from Amber. I smiled. Murphy said, "Man, you're worse than a teenager." "It's Amber." "She was the cute one, right?" I shrugged.
How many women is that? Murphy teased. Player Zed? I ignored him. Amber. Are you there, Zed? Me. Yep. What's up? Amber. Are you at Murphy's mom's house? Me. No, we got hung up. Amber. Anything bad? Dude, Amber just asked me if anything bad happened. What'd you say? He asked. Raising my eyebrows, I said, nothing yet. No point in sugarcoating it, he said. I have a feeling we all need to get used to bad news. Me. Jerome got shot. Amber. Oh no. Bad? Me. He's dead. No response. Me. How are things there? You guys sitting tight? Any news? Amber. Tense. Me. What happened? Amber. One of the guys, Darren, I think, is infected. Me. How do you know for sure? Amber. He was lethargic for a while after you left. Nobody thought much of it, but then he started acting weird. Now we think he's infected. Me. Did you take his temperature? Amber. We don't have a thermometer. They locked him in one of the dorm rooms. After they locked him in, he screamed crazy gibberish for a while. He's quiet now. Mark is sure he's infected. But he has a gift for certainty. Me. Those kind of people worry me. Amber. Me too. Me. Maybe Darren couldn't take it all and just went nuts. Maybe all he needs is a Valium. Amber. Mark wants to shoot him, but nobody wants to open the door and go in. Wilkins is against that, but again, nobody except Wilkins wants to open the door to find out for sure. Every time Wilkins brings it up, Mark goes ballistic. Me. Not good. Amber. I think Mark is really insecure. I don't think he's handling all of this very well. I think he and Wilkins are going to have it out at some point. Me. Why do you say that? Amber. It's like every time they talk, Mark seems less respectful, more assertive. He doesn't want to be a team player. He wants to be in charge. Me. What did he say exactly? Amber. Mostly it's subtle stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just worried. Me. I don't know what to say. Amber. You don't have to say anything. I'm just telling you because I need somebody to talk to. Me. What about Marcy and Felicity? Amber. Felicity has been sleeping on the couch in the lounge most of the afternoon. Me. She's not infected, is she? Amber. No, she's just tired. Marcy is following Mark around like she's a puppy. I'm embarrassed for her. Me. Sounds like junior high for grown-ups. I'm almost glad we got evicted. Amber. Except for Jerome, I guess. Me. Yeah. Amber. Yeah. Me. Well, like I said before, Wilkins is a good guy. He'll keep it all under control. Amber. I hope. Me. Can you do me a favor if you're not doing anything else? Amber. You saved my life. You know I will. Me. You know that stuff I talked about?
That stuff about downloading whatever we could about farming and solar power, you know. Anything about how things work, or how to treat people when they're sick. Anything about survival.
Yeah. Could you download as much as you can from the internet, please? Sure. I've got a 64 gig flash drive. I can save it there. How will I get it to you? We'll work something out. I'll talk to you later on, okay? Okay. Bye. Murphy said, "Man, don't look so down. What's going on over there?" I told Murphy about the conversation. The smoke thickened and reduced visibility down to several car lengths. The air got hard to breathe. Nothing was moving anywhere. "The fire must be close," I said. "Yeah," Murphy agreed. "Do you know where we are?" I asked. "More or less," he shrugged. I didn't feel the confidence. I said, "It seems like we're headed right for the fire." Murphy shrugged again.
"I'm just looking for a wide street to head north again."
"Okay," I said tentatively. "I don't think I want to get roasted or suffocated." "I hear you, man." A few minutes later, Murphy made a slow left turn onto a wide, car-strewn boulevard. "Murphy, what are we going to do after we find your mom's house?" "Well, I'm not going to be your superhero sidekick if that's what you're going to ask me, null spot." He laughed. He found that null spot thing really funny. He always found himself funny. "Whatever." Murphy glanced over at me and said, "So, tell me about this peaches and cream world that you grew up in that made you want to go and help everybody. It's like you're a Boy Scout trying to earn that merit badge you missed out on when you were 15. Murphy laughed again. "Not even close," I told him. "I was never a Boy Scout. We spent all of our time at church. You didn't ride a bicycle around to people's houses, did you?" I shook my head. "Definitely not."
I never really bought into any of it. "I'll bet your parents didn't dig that," he said. "Did they know?" "Oh, yeah," I answered. "I told them." "What did they do about it?" "My stepdad thought he could beat the Jesus into me," I said in a matter-of-fact tone. I like to tell myself it didn't bother me. "How'd that turn out?" Murphy asked, seriously for a change. "Just like you'd expect," I answered. "I heard that, man. So, no brothers, no sisters?" "Nope, just me," I said. "My real dad has family around town. I never met any of them. My mom hated them all." "Your folks sound like real nice people." I shrugged. Murphy said, "So, you're more of a Batman superhero then?" "What?" "You know," he said, nodding emphatically. "Childhood trauma makes you want to go out and do good in the world." I ignored Murphy and looked out the window into a dim gray bubble a few 100 feet wide. Nothing moved. Nothing attacked. Abandoned cars littered the road. Human remains lay here and there. Doors on houses hung open. Windows were smashed. Human clutter littered the streets, lawns, and parking lots. Everything had changed so fast. I wondered if each of those houses had their dead owners inside. I wondered if the occupants became infected and went rampaging into West Austin to kill and kill and kill. I wondered how many children's bodies were lying under their beds or in their closets. Those kids never knew that evil found you wherever you hid. Running and fighting were your only real choices. I was getting depressed. That was an emotional indulgence I couldn't afford.